Chapter 13. Hearth of Anre. That is the sound of 1,000 terrible things heading this way. They took a discreet approach like you said they should. Jet, spoke Norley, Jet's sickly slim Ajamite agent. She wore the typical, unsuspecting black cloak of the Gamma Mercs, but took less care of it than her compatriots. Norley preferred operating by the limits of her skin suit and finely tuned physique underneath it, but was bound by the orders of the gang's doctrine. To the Gamma Mercs, the black cloaks were more than just a fashion statement. They were their access to the shadows they returned to when their target had been hit. Without the cloaks, the gang would have been captured and disbanded long ago. It was to Jet's chagrin that his new top agent had such disdain for the traditions of his troop, but there was no denying her skill and prowess as a thief. And what were the results? Jet asked. The Kiffer man's voice was deep and gruff from years of exposure to smoking and drinking. At one point he was the life of the party, but years of assuming a leadership role over the Gamma Mercs neutered him a bit. He had adopted the doctrine that had kept the gang running smoothly for years. The Mark, the one Bearer mentioned, did some snooping around on the entertainment strip on 1313. Went into Peaksy, Maelstrom's, and all the bars on the strip. Got a visual from the owner at Maelstrom's too, Norley said as she activated a holodisk. The image showed a captured screenshot of security footage showing the full suit of Beskar armor and the dramatic cape entering the establishment. The paranoid manager kept a camera on every corner of his place. Garen gave him the promise you were in town, and he was spooked enough to hand the footage to him. Who's that with him, do you think? Jet pointed at the blurred capture of a Zabrak walking alongside the armor. No clue. But after they visited Sado's, something strange happened, Norley remarked, closing the holodisk. Someone took the Zabrak, and the armor chased him down the strip. If the patrol followed too closely, they'd have given themselves away. But the armor caused some collateral damage and disappeared into the homeless village. They staked themselves at a distance for about 20 minutes by the village and didn't see him come out. We have reason to believe he's somewhere else entirely now, but it would take too long a search to comb the entire village. We felt it was more important we come straight back to you. What did the kidnapper, I suppose, look like? Jet asked, placing his hand on his scruffy chin. He leaned back on his creased and torn chair, anticipating Norley's answer. Garen used his binocs to get a good look, and he told me whoever it was had some sort of skull on his head. Wasn't wearing much, but had the Zabrak tied to his back, Norley revealed. So the Whispers have some ground to stand on. Then, Jet said, the dealer network has been up with chatter lately regarding some shady activity in their circle. Something about trafficking. A cult, I think, he remembered. The parallels of the description of the man and the rumor her boss told her suddenly clicked. Looks like our Mark got himself involved in some risky business. And that's how we're gonna find him. Dial Phelan on 1201 and patch him through to my line. I've got a few questions for him. It had taken about 20 minutes of descending the stone rungs deeper into the manhole before Feroh found an opening facing her backside. She held on to her current position on the ladder and turned her torso and head to look out the small hole, disabling her flashlight before she did so. Through the crack in the rusted metal tube of whatever pipe the manhole used to serve as a cover for, she could make out a massive atrium, filled mostly by a decrepit stone fortress. The natural overgrowth, while acidified from Coruscant's air quality, still managed to maintain its race to reclaim this piece of land. The structure looked to be about 3 stories high. On its roof was a massive maroon and white ship whose design Feroh didn't recognize. Its hull was a rounded and elongated triangle in shape and depth, and its wings started protruding from it at a 45-degree angle downwards, but about halfway through turned straight to its sides. She had never seen that ship before, but could see obvious pieces and elements of its inner workings that had fallen out of starship design practices long before she was even born. The fortress window slots were empty, but she couldn't see anything inside. While there was an opening at the top of the atrium that appeared to reach the surface of Coruscant, allowing a smattering of natural light inside, The majority of the light in the area was made by an assortment of red and blue fires scattered throughout the property. Surrounding the fires, in groups of 4 or 5, were beings that were identical in fashion and physique to Kenshi's kidnapper. They all wore skull masks and ragged brown pants, though the unique pink dust of the kidnapper was not present among any of these men. They all appeared to be in some form of meditative trance, holding hands and gently chanting words she couldn't make out. With at least 40 men in her sight through this view alone, Feroh now realized she had stumbled into the den of these creatures she knew very little about. But her heart jumped when she spotted her target entering the structure through its dilapidated, doorless main entrance. He held an unconscious Kenshi in his arms and became enveloped by the darkness of the structure. She didn't have the quality of view that allowed her to effectively scan the area with her helmet sensors, so the true number of men in the atrium was unknown to her. Feroh remembered that the children in the village had told her the Gora monster would take them down here when they wandered off alone. Based on that, she reasoned this fortress was where they were held, and there were likely guards inside. She would have to worry about that when she actually found a way inside, though. The real problem was sneaking past the commune of men around their fires. Surely a foreign footstep would alert them all to her presence, and she'd get killed. One of the men, at least with the element of surprise, was almost enough to take her out. She obviously knew not who these people were, but that wasn't as important as who they took from her. And in this moment, that was enough to drive her to stitch some kind of plan together. Thinking even closer to her position, she looked down and saw she neared the bottom of the manhole ladder. The bottom featured a crude hatchway that was simply a large hole in the rusted metal of the pipe that had been torn open. Entering that way would reveal her instantly to the commune. Instead, she reached one hand into the hole she had been peering through for the last minute and gripped a rusted metal edge of it. Gently and as quietly as she could, she pulled on the metal and found herself astonished at how easy it was to peel away. The notion that the Underworld of Coruscant had been neglected was truly illuminated to her now. Not thinking about the action thoroughly enough, the peeled crumbs of metal dropped all the way to the bottom of the chasm, the impact of which her helmet's noise sensors could pick up. She grimaced, anticipating the failure of her mission right then and there. However, no one in the camp seemed to notice the noise of the metal crumbs. Their chants were too loud. Feroh continued to peel the metal away until she could stick part of her helmeted head through the hole. She looked directly down and found what she had hoped she'd find, a solid calcium buildup about 2 meters below the hole she had crafted. It looked thick enough to support her weight, though it would be a very slim platform. She'd have to be careful. From there, along the stone wall of the atrium were large corroded bolts protruding about 15 centimeters each, less than a meter apart from each other. She assumed they were used to support the structural interior of the atrium. It was also a safe assumption that they were not so stable after decades of neglect. But it was her only pathway of travel that didn't see her walking through a dangerous camp of skull monsters. Using her helmet's binocular system, she could spot the parked ship's right wing extending off the edge of the fortress roof just a bit, and the wall bolt that was closest to it. If she sprung herself far enough, she could clear the jump and hopefully land discreetly on the edge of the wing. Avoiding the assumed guards inside the structure would be its own game, and one she'd have to play if she managed to avoid the camp of men first. One thing at a time, she thought. They do it through tainted death sticks, is what he told me, Phelan's hologram chirped. Knocks him out, then he delivers him to his contact. Very interesting. I had heard the rumors, but I didn't care enough to verify them myself, Jet admitted. Can I ask why you care now, Jet? Phelan asked. We have a personal vendetta for someone who's just happened to attach himself to this operation you're talking about. Don't get yourself involved, Jet. This is a formal business. The poor marks don't stay on Coruscant for long, the Falling told him as he crossed his arms. It's none of our concern. Try telling that to Bira. My second in command was murdered in cold blood by this Mark Fey. If I don't avenge his death, then what message will that send to the rest of the Gammas? To the Underworld, Jet explained. It will tell them that you respect the operations that exist down here. The ones that don't interfere with your own. And you should be thankful they don't. Had this trafficking operation encroached on your own, you'd be in a fight you can't win, Phelan remarked. Have you so little faith in us, Faye? Jet smirked. Now tell me this, where do the traffickers operate from down here? I'm not gonna tell you if you're going after them. I've heard horror stories from these dealers who got a little too close to their business. It's not pretty. So you know their location then. You know where to stay away from. I do. But I care too much about you and the Gammas to send you there. Look, Faye, I appreciate that. But this isn't about me, it's about Bira and the 2 men who are Mark killed. How would you feel if you were in my position? Jet asked. Now wait, help me connect the dots. How do you know your Mark is with these traffickers? Phelan asked in return, ignoring the hypothetical Jet had proposed. A little reconnaissance gives us reason to believe he found something in 1313, Jet said, acknowledging Norley with a quick nod. She smirked at him in return, placing a hand on her hip. A bit of a stretch, don't you think? Phelan asked inquisitively. We're angry enough to verify our suspicions. Now tell us what you know about their base of operations. Jet demanded, standing from his chair. We have no more time to waste. Phelan sighed heavily. You have to promise me you'll be careful. I don't know exactly what's down there, but it's not good. Bring your full armament and decent gear. Chances are you're gonna be killing more than just your Mark, he said. I appreciate your concern, but it's not necessary, Jet replied thoughtfully. Ever heard of the Hearth of Anre? People don't talk about it much. It's a little pocket in 1313. Used to be a great place for trading, and a checkpoint for different mob agents passing through the sector. There was a big bust there about 30 years ago by the Sib, and they hold off the joint by building a stone atrium around the central fortress. There's actually a link to the surface level through its roof, but it was only left so that the Sib would have a direct link to monitor the area if they suspected something was happening down there. Don't know why they didn't just blow the place up to begin with. Something about it must be load-bearing for other parts of 1313, Phelan explained. Jet hummed for a brief moment, trying to recall if he had ever heard of the Hearth of Anre. This is all news to me. Do you have its coordinates? I can't believe you're making me do this. Are you confident enough you can bring your men out of this alive, Jet? The hologram asked. This is my first big chance to lead an operation like this. If we do good, which I know we will, then I'll be in this game for life. And it'll be thanks to you, Faye, Jet smiled. The curve of his lips carried a hint of sinisterness with it. Leave my name out of this, man, Faye responded. I'll try and find them for you. You never disappoint, my friend. I'll speak with you again soon, Jet said as he ended the transmission on his communicator. He replaced the device and looked to the ceiling of his quarters, about a third meter above his tall stature. The Kiffer stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, his long black hair styled into a simple series of dreadlocks. This room used to belong to Nakira. His presence in the Gammas feels like an eternity ago. He was a good leader, Jet, Norley said. Then what am I? Norley approached him as his gaze fell to her. Unproven. He crossed his arms as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Then let's change that. I'm gonna lead the Gammas to the hearth and make sure that Killer suffers as much as we can make him. Beskar ain't enough to stop the force of 40 men with a vengeance. Norley developed a sinister smile in her face, reminiscent of the one Jet had displayed moments ago with Phelan, but more bold in his intentions. We'll rip him limb from limb and anyone else who gets in our way. The Gammas will respect you. Then it's what I have to do. Jet cracked his knuckles as he turned to his desk. He began preparing his utility jacket. Tell the troop to gear up and get the speeder envoy ready. I want us en route to 1313 in the next 10 minutes. Farah had peeled the pipes walling enough to create an opening large enough she could try and fit through. She examined the atrium from her limited view one more time to make sure nothing about the camp of men had changed. Everything seemed to be in order still, and she couldn't make out any of them on patrol in the fortress. It was time to move. She climbed up 3 rungs and positioned one leg through the hole she had made. She bent it to grip the outer pipe and, holding both hands on their current rung, sent her other leg through. She couldn't feel the calcium platform yet, but she figured she wouldn't be able to. Feroh reached one hand out and gripped the upper edge of the hole, praying it wouldn't peel away with the weight she was about to place on it. She reached her other hand to a spot next to the previous one and quickly maneuvered her body through the hole, feeling the weight of her body strain on the pipe's crumbling structure. All but her neck, head, shoulders, and arms were through the hole. She used her elbows as a means of further support in a less pressured weight dispensation on the interior of the pipe. If she simply dropped to the calcium platform, she could slip and fall 15 meters to her death. And if she survived somehow, the Skulled Man would make sure her pain didn't last long. Ever so gently, she pulled her elbows in, letting her body sink lower down the length of the pipe. Straightening her arms and lowering herself even more, she could feel the rusted metal crumble between her fingers. Her heart racing, she angled her feet downwards to see if she was close enough to the pale yellow calcium to make a safe landing. Just barely, she could feel the slimy texture on the toes of her boots. Taking a shaky breath, she let go of the hole's edge and dropped the last few centimeters onto the platform. The surface of it was slippery, but the material on the bottom of her boots counteracted the calcium. Upon letting go of the hole's edge, she heard even more of its material break off and fall down the chasm of the pipe. Grimacing again, she was relieved to notice that none of the men had noticed her yet. With her back against the wall and her feet not even fully fitting on the calcium platform, facing straightwards, anyways, Feroh turned left to the series of bolts along the stone wall. There would only be enough room for 1 foot on each bolt, and there was nothing to hold on to at the level of her head or arms, so it went without saying that she'd have to be careful. Luckily, the first bolt was a close step away. Her worry now was that the bolts would collapse under her weight. It was time to see if the neglect of the underworld would be her downfall. Gently, she stretched her left foot over to the bolt and kicked it. It appeared to be sturdy against the kick, but a kick was far different than Feroh's full weight plus the suit of Beskar. She positioned her foot above the bolt and began placing weight on it, seeing if it would break then. Miraculously, it maintained its integrity, giving Feroh the confidence to shift her weight onto that leg, leaning onto it and lifting her right from the calcium platform. Balance was not a skill she had ever focused on in her training. She was always more concerned with packing the hardest punch possible. But she supposed now was the time to develop those skills, or die trying. Approximately 29 speeders of varying models, states of repair, and passenger capabilities careened down the underworld porthole. Their collective grumble of whirring engines and spattering thrusters was enough to drown out all the other traffic descending and ascending the hole. In front of the envoy was Jet, sitting atop his dark gray, half-circled Razalan speeder. His goggles protected him from errant debris, and his black mask covering his jaw and nose served the same function. The two accessories worked in tandem to hide his identity and give him a foreboding look. The communication tab on his speeder's console beeped, grabbing his attention. He activated the tab, whose audio patched through to the earpiece on his goggles. The familiar hologram of Phelan materialized on the console, and he spoke, "I take it you and the men are on your way to level 1313. Indeed. The coordinates?" Jet asked, his tone indicating that any patience he had before was dried up. Phelan knew how Jet could get in times of crisis or excitement, and dismissed his impatience as a result of that behavior. "No coordinates exactly, but I have an alternative. Switch to your alternate holodab. I have a schematic I've whipped up for you." Jet pressed the small square button next to the hologram's activation switch, changing the image of Phelan to that of a render of some kind of dome. "Is that the Hearth of Anre?" "Yes, sir. You're gonna need the element of surprise. So I figured moving in from the surface level was out of the question and too time-consuming. But I found out from a scan of public schematics that there's a maintenance duct that stretches just below the dome. On the hologram, A small red line illuminated below the dome. It's accessible through a hatchway on the adjacent wall of 1313. I got you the exact location of it. A small red message light ignited on Jet's console. Perfect, Jet said. You and the troop need to go through the duct and place an explosive charge on his roof about 2 kilometers in. That will give you access to the atrium from the ground. From there, you'll need to find your mark on your own, Phelan commented. All right, Jet said after switching the visual back to his falling friend. You've outdone yourself. I just hate that it was for a mission that puts the gang in so much danger, Faye said, crossing his arms. We're gonna be fine, Faye. We'll communicate again after I have the killer's head on my desk, Jet said, hastily deactivating the hologram. He switched his communication dial to instead speak to the Gammas. Keep following me. We're approaching 1313 quickly. I've got the coordinates for a service duct we're gonna follow. We're almost there. Cheers and whoops of excitement and affirmation rang through his earpiece from the other members. Something inside Jet was sitting out of place, however. He figured at first it was just Phelan's paranoia dripping onto him. But as he thought about it all a bit more, he realized that he really didn't have any idea what he was getting himself into. And sitting against this factor was the pursuit he had been in regarding the Gammas since Nakira's disappearance. His men didn't truly respect him. Not yet, anyways. They were his friends and were loyal to him, of course, but he could never sense the admiration or respect that gleamed off their faces when Nakira ordered them around. Perhaps it took time. Or perhaps, Jet now figured, it took action. If they raided the Hearth of Anre successfully and caught the man who killed Bira, Iketach, and Haxon, then perhaps things would finally change for the Gammas. Jet's entire livelihood as their leader stood upon this hope, but he wondered if that hope had blinded him. No, he thought. There's still room for hope. Feroh didn't believe in a higher power. This left her thoughtless when she felt the need to thank someone for preventing the atrium's old bolts from collapsing under her. She had arrived at the spot along the wall closest to the protruding wing of the starship the camp was in possession of. She'd have to clear a 5-meter gap between her position and the wing. Maybe if I was a stinking Jedi, Feroh thought as she rolled her eyes. She'd have to take a different approach. Reviewing her arsenal like muscle memory, she perused her gaze across her wrist gauntlets. About a dozen notches, switches, and dials between her 2 gauntlets, and she still remembered what each one did. It was almost frightening to her how quickly she used her hunting cable to incapacitate the Deveronian behind the bar. It was only a few hours prior when she donned the armor again for the first time in years. And here she was, engaging in the same action she had in her glory days. It was time to use the cable again. She pressed a button on her left gauntlet, activating her helmet's weapons diagnostic review. On her visor appeared a collection of data organized into squares, each revealing the status of the suit's weapons. She looked to her hunting cable and reviewed its remaining material, 10 meters. When she got back to the Enigma, she could restore it to its maximum capacity. She closed the diagnostic review and positioned her right wrist pointing ahead of her. The natural daylight of Coruscant illuminated the top of the ship, and in the crux of the wing and the main hull was revealed a small series of scorch marks and frayed metal. The damage must not have affected the hull's integrity, but Feroh guessed the right spot could support her weight. And if the ship was damaged further by her sudden pull of weight on the metal, it was no skin off her back. Aiming carefully, she pressed the button with her left hand and shot the cord from her gauntlet. Doing its job, the cable detected its target and wrapped into itself, choking the protruding piece of metal in the process. Feroh took a deep breath. I should have asked Kenshi for double, she thought. She bent her knees and leapt off her position along the wall, retracting the cable with a flick of her wrist. The power of the retraction pulled her along fast, allowing her to clear the gap with an accompanying grunt of fear from the investigator, who decided to look down as she flew. She ungracefully landed on the wing's edge, creating a clatter of metal against metal, and began sliding down the length of the wing. Blast! She was surprised she could keep her mouth shut despite the pain of the impact and the panic she was now experiencing. Feroh clambered to stop her slide, but was unable to help the lack of friction between the Beskar and the ship's material. Her feet were off the edge of the wing when she began to feel stupid. The cable. She flicked her wrist again, which retracted the cord further and stopped her slide. When she realized she had stopped moving, she breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't quell her racing heart, but at least she was stable once again. Carefully rising to her feet, she peered over the edge of the ship to see if her commotion had attracted the attention of the masked men down below. It hadn't appeared to. And if there were guards inside the fortress, there were no signs of them either. Another sigh passed her lips before she began to gently hoist herself up the wing. When Feroh was comfortable with her position on the wing, she stepped to the left edge of it and peered down to the roof of the fortress sitting below her. So long as she made the jump quietly, she didn't think there'd be any issues. Looking back to the fray her cord was attached to, she yanked her wrist back and snapped the cord, finally freeing herself. She crouched down and hopped to the roof, impressed with the lack of noise her armor made on impact this time. Feroh, though she loved and appreciated her armor, knew the suit was just a tool. In this instance, amid her conflicting feelings regarding Kenshi, she was glad she remembered every button and dial, every quirk and nuance, and every atom of the armor touching her body. Frankly, she was impressed with herself. Years out of the game, and it still came back. She worried that this was a sign of some sort, however. What if her familiarity with her suit and her weapons meant she wasn't truly done with her job yet? Is not that, she thought as she crouched walked towards a hatchway on the roof leading to the building's interior. I've used this armor for years. Muscle memory doesn't decay with age. Rationalizing it that way kept the thoughts from intruding too much, holding her doubts about retirement away like a torch to a wampa. It was only having to actually use the armor and its systems again that triggered these thoughts, she knew. When she rescued the kid and got out of this hellhole, then she could finally lay the suit to rest forever. What to tell Kenshi though, she thought as she climbed down the short ladder in the hatch, snapping to a nearby pillar and hiding behind it. She faced away from the corridor as she feared a patrolman would be lurking. How she leapt to the pillar with such tenacity made her wince as she processed these thoughts. If we make it out of here alive, I'm done with this mission. It was dangerous stepping back into this game without knowing how the rules have changed. And now I might pay the price for it, she quietly sighed. No one left for dead though, right? But it's okay. The kid's pretty smart. Maybe he can make it on his own when this is over. And his dad's probably dead now anyways. Dead before I got involved. She withdrew her blaster and peered around the corner, sticking it out to face the stretch of the corridor. When she could see no one, she activated her helmet's flashlight and checked again to find the same results. She stepped out, blaster still at the ready, and proceeded down the hallway. Feroh reached a doorway and performed the same maneuver of hiding and revealing herself with the blaster down the next hallway, but was now greeted by a visually cacophonic mass hanging from the ceiling at the end of the corridor. Her train of thought killed in an instant. She cautiously approached the mass, stepping forward enough to reveal the hallway was only half-lengthed, and simply introduced her to a larger den. Scanning the room, she found a dozen more of the white masses adorning the floor and a few more attached instead to the ceiling. Crossing to the one she originally spotted, she saw upon closer inspection that the mass was made of a thick webbing. The sight was oddly similar to the work of the Chthons. Feroh had only encountered the wretched creatures once before, far deeper towards the core of Coruscant. From her understanding, the goblin creatures were once humans who had been banished to the lowest levels of the planet for reasons she had never cared to look into. And instead of progressing as the outward expanding humans did over the course of centuries upon centuries, they morphed into terrifying creatures that skirted the line between sentience and pure impulse. Their pale white skin and gangly bodies looked far from human, but the notion that they once were had stuck with Feroh since she had encountered the beings. Some were capable of using technology and weaponry, but they were among the most advanced of their kind. The majority of the Chthons simply acted in response to the inhuman barks of their alphas. They dragged whoever stepped into their traps down to their nests where they ripped the victims apart piece by piece and consumed them. Feroh had watched a member of Hondo's crew fall victim to the savage trappings of the Chthons. It was a spiked mechanism used for hunting game in the Outer Rim that they had been intelligent enough to set and hide right in the path of her squad. The image of her friend's leg being ripped in half was a scar that showed its etches whenever she thought of the lowest levels of the underworld. Putting that experience aside, she remembered learning from further research that those who the Chthons didn't immediately consume were placed in organic traps whose makings were secreted by mold on the walls of their nest. They would preserve the bodies in the material and save them for later. She knew not what the material looked like on its own, let alone how it looked when it preserved a body. But she was willing to guess that if these Gora monsters had been here long enough to steal children from the levels above, chances are they had been low enough to learn a thing or two from the Chthons. Feroh carefully dragged her finger down the mass and reviewed its tip afterwards, showing the material's residue had remained. She wiped the material on the stone wall and looked behind her in search of a skull-masked attacker to kill. When there was still none, she reholstered her blaster and unsheathed her knife instead. Carefully, she ran the edge of the blade down the material the same way she had with her finger. She was willing to bet that in the time it took her to get from the atrium's pike to here, the kidnappers had likely begun the preservation process on Kenshi. And if that was the case, she had to act fast. The blade trailed all the way down the mass. She set it on the ground and proceeded to pull the two edges of the cut apart, revealing the inactive body of a human who had been placed in the pot upside down. Dripping from his mouth was bubbly foam. It carelessly rolled down his face, leading Feroh's attention by the metaphorical hand to his eyes. Both were open, revealing no color to them at all. They both appeared to be black wells of nothing, biological abysses. But before she could materialize a thought on this discovery, the smell that raged from the pot's opening wafted towards her and was revealed to be unbearable, like rotting fruit. Sighing in frustration, she picked up the knife and turned to the den, realizing she'd have to spend time cutting the next 12 masses laying before her. As if the kid didn't owe me enough at this point. The blast marks will go away with the repair kit. I'm not worried about it. But it was close, the Weequay pilot said as he viewed his onboard computer's location tracker. He was about 4 minutes away from the porthole to the hearth. Placing another piece of candy in his mouth, he looked back to his rusty communication console. "So how was the Spire last night?" his friend asked through the speaker. "Amazing. The drinks were so damn expensive though. I hate having to shell out half my chip bag for a shot of Malastarian ale. Worth it though. And the caffeine kept me going till now. I'm feeling a little sleepy though, gotta admit." "Nice. How many you got for him this time?" "4. 2 girls from the Spire, and 2 more I found after working the avenues a bit. I'm telling ya, Bar, you should look into this gig too. Be my partner or something. The more we deliver to the hearth, the more we get paid. We could split it," the pilot offered. 50-50. Bar asked. The pilot introduced his response with a hum of thought, retorting with 70-30 to start. "Prove your worth, we'll talk." A smile on his face followed the offer. "You're a blasted idiot, you know that," the pilot's friend asked in earnest. The Weequay chuckled. "Would an idiot be able to afford a night at 500 Republica? They wouldn't take your hide and you know it." The two chuckled. "Look man, I gotta get going. Hit my line if you want to grab some drinks later. It'll be on you, apparently." "Sounds good, my friend. Chat with you later." His friend Bar ended the communication, releasing his attention to the canopy in front of him. Coruscant's daylight made everything a bit too pale and yellow for his vision to comfortably accommodate. At least, right now. He had been up for the past rotation, hopping from place to place and pulling some tricks. It was a nice deal he had with the boneheads, as he called his contacts in private. He would gather some guys and gals, drop them off at the little castle tucked away in 1313, and get paid directly to his hand. He knew the game well enough to know that what the boneheads wanted with the bodies was none of his business, and he was comfortable with that. He was worried he'd be late with this deposit because of the scuffle at the Crimson Spire. It was foolish to think he would escape such a public place without being spotted, and even further, he hadn't anticipated being shot at either. But his ship took the brunt of the damage, and he worried she was affected by it somehow. After he made his escape from the landing platform, he stopped at a rest stop to investigate the damage. It was minimal, thank the stars, and mostly surface level. There weren't many internal mechanics in the storage walls anyways. Looking back as the ship followed its course, he saw the 4 bodies laying neatly on their blankets in the cargo hold. Typically, he'd only been able to collect humans, Twi'leks, and the occasional fellow Weequay or Rodian, but today's deposit held quite some variety. A Rodian, a Mon Calamari, a Thelan, and the prize jewel, an Umbaran. Rarely did her kind ever stick their toes into the galactic pool. What a shame that one of the rare times they do, they get drugged and kidnapped. The pilot huffed humorously, turning back to his view. He could see the discreet hole that led to the hearth of Onray. He began his dissension protocols. Reaching the last mass in the corner of the den with no luck, Feroh repeated the slice one more time down the length of the sack. Pulling it apart, she gasped out of a snap judgment. What was at first Kenshi was revealed to instead be another Zabrak. This one was much shorter and stockier than him, and a close inspection revealed a missing horn on his head. His eyes were completely blacked out like all the previous victims, his mouth also foaming. Suddenly, the connection made itself known. She thought back to her chase outside Sato's pub. What she had assumed was the broken chip of Kenshi's horn may have been an incorrect placement of ownership. It was now clear to her that she had solved the mystery of Bando Gora's disappearance. Here he was, laying in a sack of tan webbing that had been preserving him for what she assumed were days now. And he didn't appear to be conscious. Kenshi had made it clear that he would try to accept whatever they found regarding Bando on the course of this mission. It was unfortunate that this was the outcome of the investigation, but she was prepared for it. She just hoped Kenshi was being honest when he said he was too. With the mystery solved but the issue of finding Kenshi and escaping in one piece facing her off like a charging Nexu, Feroh rose to her feet. She hoped there would be no more cut-in web masses today, but there had been no guarantees allotted to her thus far. She was rational enough to believe that trend wouldn't change. She heard footsteps around the corner of the corridor she entered from and instinctively deactivated her flashlight and flattened herself against the wall that ran parallel to the den's entrance. She quickly flipped her knife, opting for a reverse grip more suited for slicing than stabbing. A quick slit of her opponent's throat was obviously not a new move for her. Not even for this mission would it have been news. Gripping the handle to the point she could tell her skin would peel, she waited in pounding anticipation of the kill to come. It was a quench to the thirst she told herself she'd put away for Kenshi. But Kenshi wasn't here. The footsteps ceased when they were practically right at the den's entrance, and the heaving grunt of a distorted voice rang out. A large white web mass flew through the entranceway and hit the ground of the den with a thud. The stone used to make the fortress was so dense, however, that the impact was not felt under Feroh's feet. The footsteps resumed and became quieter with time, giving Feroh the confidence to finally bound the corner in her attack stance. But luck was in the air again as she was greeted by an empty hallway. Turning now to the newly deposited white mass, she could see it twitch as if the sack itself was alive. She approached it, once again slicing its hull carefully with her blade. She sheathed it and pulled the cut apart to reveal Kenshi Dehstar inside. Feroh, for the first time since they left with Kenshi's speeder, removed her helmet. The sweat on her face was palpable as she examined his in the peripheral of her helmet's activated flashlight. His eyes had not been blacked out, nor did his mouth foam. He seemed more tired and dizzy than unconscious. She pulled him from the sarcophagus and hugged him. "Kenshi," she said, ignoring her volume for this brief moment. The sight of the boy, safe and sound, let tears well in her eyes. Repressing them with might, she helped the young man sit up. He slowly raised his hand to his face, rubbing it deeply. "What's going on?" he asked. His voice was weak and tired. "It's Feroh. Can you see me?" Feroh asked. He looked at her, squinting against the flashlight's emissions. Feroh. He smiled gently as he removed his hand from his face. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Don't be sorry. We're going to be okay. I promise. Feroh hugged him again, and this time felt his embrace in response, albeit gently. After being held for a moment, they broke. We're getting out of here now. Can you stand? Feroh asked. I think I need a minute, Kenshi whispered. I don't remember much of the last, however long it's been. Feroh chuckled gently. Well, you better get ready quick, kiddo. We're not gonna have much time before the goons here notice I've sliced up their meal kits. Feroh rose to her feet. I'm gonna see if there are any changes in the camp outside. Try to wake yourself up. She crossed down the corridor. The Zabrak rubbed his eyes as the sight of his surroundings were finally introduced to him. His body was damp and warm, but something about his current location was depleting that warmth quickly. He almost considered snuggling back inside the pouch he was in for a little bit longer. Wherever he was made of stone and laden with the disgusting white sacks. A little bit of torchlight rayed into the room, revealing that the sacks had been cut open. It was like a melting pot of species he had seen around Cocoa Town. More and more unblurred by the second, he looked to the room's far corner. The sack there had someone in it, though the identity was hidden by the torchlight's inability to reach that far into the room. He twisted slightly and picked up Feroh's helmet, pointing it and his flashlight towards the mass. The light revealed his father sitting motionless inside it, dropping his jaw in an instant. Oh no, 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 Kenshi murmured as he found the strength to pick himself up from the pouch. On all fours after setting the helmet down, he crawled to his father's body. He placed both his hands on his face, now feeling the tears well in his eyes. Oh, Dad, he whimpered. Can you hear me? His words elicited no response from Brada, whose black eyes didn't even blink. Kenshi gripped his father's shoulders, pulling him in for a hug. He dug his face into his chest, letting the tears flow freely. You're gonna be okay. I promise you. I'm gonna fix this. His rapid, fragmented breathing that accompanied his cry disallowed him from speaking further. He simply breathed as he could into his father's chest, feeling the warmth exit his own body completely now. The stones beneath his knees felt hard and cold, and his father's skin held no comfort either. Feroh finally stepped back into the den, seeing Kenshi in the corner. She balled her hands into fists, squeezing her lips together. Kenshi, I'm so sorry. I didn't want it to be this way, Feroh lamented. But now we need to focus on getting ourselves out of here. The Zabrak turned his face to her, revealing his tears and bloodshot eyes. We have to save him. We have to save all of them, he said, gesturing around the den. We can't leave without fixing this. Of course his big heart has to get in the way, Feroh thought. I don't have the time to explain to you why that's not possible, kid. All that's left for us now is the chance to save our own skins. They're beyond saving, Feroh said bluntly. She approached her helmet and replaced it on her head. She watched Kenshi slowly and shakily rise to his feet. He took a step towards her with her help, and eventually held onto her with his whole left arm across the back of her shoulders. Then at least promise me we'll come back. Maybe the Jedi, Kenshi started. He remembered the folly of that avenue of thought. Or the Sib. Someone has to know about this. Suddenly Feroh had a conundrum on her hands. On paper and in brief proposal, telling the Coruscant Investigation Bureau, or perhaps even the Jedi about their discovery here was a good idea. Exposing whatever this was would be a decent end to her career, which at this point she was 100% sure would be the result of this mission whether she lived or died. But thinking about it again told her that exposing anything to the government would expose a lot of things about her record to them as well. Things that Kenshi didn't need to know about. Things that would get other people in trouble too. As far as the Sib and, hopefully the Jedi were concerned, she and her record didn't even exist. She had paid off a lot of people to make sure it was that way. So what was she to tell Kenshi now? He was right. Feroh resorted to her usual method of rationalization. If we don't report it, then it's not like I'm leaving them for dead. They're already dead. It's as simple as that. I can deal with the regret later. But damn it, if I haven't earned a peaceful retirement. She took this rationalization and transformed it into a way to delay the proposal Kenshi had made. We'll see, Kenshi. I promise we'll do something, Feroh said. She grimaced when she realized she had made any kind of promise to Kenshi. Deactivating her flashlight, Feroh carefully led Kenshi to the corridor where an empty window slot was located. The two peered over the encampment of the masked men, who were now rising from their trances one by one. They were gathering in a circle around one of the fires they had lit. She noticed that since she last looked, the sunlight in the atrium had been lessened significantly. Ignoring this, she pointed across the atrium to the left of the pipe she had broken through. I can't throw a smoke bomb over there. That'll distract them for a bit. Then you and I will need to make a run for the ladder in that pipe. There's a ship parked up top, but I won't be able to fly it without some kind of key. The ladder is our best bet, Feroh explained. Understand? Kenshi's returning sense of hearing allowed him to recognize the hum of something approaching. There's another ship coming in, Feroh, he said. What? Feroh asked, snapping her head to him. From the top of the atrium, I think, Kenshi clarified. The sensors on Feroh's helmet now picked up the same noise. Good ears, kid. Let's let this play out and plan from there, she decided. They crouched down, keeping their eyes above the window pane. Indeed, a ship entered the atrium very cautiously. The two recognized it as the small cargo ship they encountered on the landing platform of the Crimson Spire. The ship landed to the left of the circle of masked men, slowly opening its boarding ramp. Out stepped the Weequay pilot, who greeted the man that stepped forward to him. Kenshi listened in. On time today, the masked man said. His voice was inhuman and forced from his throat. Yes, sir, the pilot responded. 4 new additions for you guys. Check the ship, the man ordered. 4 of the masked men boarded the ship and were unseen for a moment. I expect my payment in full this time, man. I don't want to have to come back to this creepy circus again anytime soon, the Weequay remarked, looking around the atrium in disgust. You will take the payment as it is given to you, slime, the leading man said. Oh, I'm the slime, the pilot asked bravely. The 4 masked men emerged from the ship just in time before their leader could rip the face off of the pilot. 4 additions as specified, Captain, one of the men said in a similarly inhuman voice. Very well. Remove them and pay, the leader said. Prepare the spindle. These 4 will complete this donation to the High Priestess army. He and 7 men approached the fortress as 4 others boarded the ship. The pilot stumbled out of the way as they marched aboard. Not good, Feroh, Kenshi whispered. We need to get out of here. That's what I've been saying. I think we need to head to the roof. Maybe from there we can, Feroh started. Wait, Kenshi interrupted. Do you feel that? Feel what? Feroh asked, looking at him. Something feels wrong, he replied, touching his stomach. Something's. As suddenly as the firing of a blaster, the ground beneath the group of masked men exploded with a fiery blaze reaching 4 meters high, shaking the entire atrium and sending the men airborne around the area. The heat and force was enough to launch Feroh and Kenshi onto their backsides from where they hid. The sound deafened Kenshi for a brief moment, but left Feroh unaffected. Are you okay, kid? Feroh asked, coming to her knees after the daze wore off. Kenshi, writhing in diminishing pain, spoke. What the hell was that? Feroh could tell the Zabrik's hearts were racing. In confusion, the 2 rose to their feet and returned to the window to see a new party of beings in black robes emerge from the crater of the explosion. They carried blasters in their arms and began firing at the scattered men as soon as they stood in the atrium. The Gora monsters rose to their feet and began howling and barking as they engaged the emerging warriors in combat. Some were gunned down by the blasters before they could reach the party, but others avoided the spray of fire and reached their attackers. Kenshi noticed a masked man pounce on a human with a blaster and dig his fingernails into his head, slowly ripping his entire frontal lobe and eyes out. Another soldier interrupted the action too late, spraying bolts against the masked man and knocking him off the body of his comrade. For the Gammas, Jet yelled as they engaged the first wave of attacking creatures. His volley rifle shot 3 thick bolts of Tabana at once. He aimed the barrel at the head of a jumping creature and fired, obliterating its entire cranium in an instant. The bloody mess that followed fell onto him, but didn't stop him from giving his next command among the firing and screaming into the fortress. Find the armored killer. He slowly proceeded deeper into the atrium, reloading his rifle and providing quick warnings to his men as they attempted to maintain their group composition. When his rifle was reloaded, he turned its adjuster dial to 1 volley shot as opposed to 3. He used 1 shot to cover the 6 of Norlay, who was too busy engaging with the masked soldier hand-to-hand to notice the other approaching her. He noticed after the fact that the soldier already had 3 blades plunged into his abdomen but was still fighting. He made the split decision to tackle the soldier she was fighting, proceeding to punch his face with such force that the mask shattered along with his face. Another soldier jumped onto Jet's massive back, clawing into his skin through his signature cloak. Norlay shrieked his name, leaping onto the attacker and twisting herself to rip him off of Jet. He turned as he heard her grunting in conflict. After dragging the masked man off of her by his ankles, he gripped his throat with his other large hand and slammed his back onto his bent knee with as much force as he could. He could feel the body snap in half internally, and he tossed the carcass aside like a plaything. He helped Norlay to her feet and retrieved his volley rifle. "Are you okay?" Jet asked her. She smiled viciously as opposed to speaking her answer. Turning back to the fortress, Jet's gaze turned up to the empty window slot on the 2nd floor. He saw, for a brief moment, the helmet that Norlay's scouts had gotten on holotape, the mark. Inside the fortress, "Fight on," Jet yelled, raising a fist. Feroh grabbed Kenshi's wrist and led him into the corridor she had first entered from in a sprint. In a corner of the corridor was another hatchway leading to the 1st floor, where Feroh spotted one of the masked men speaking to the others in the room. "Gather the bodies from the nest and fill the ship immediately. I know not who these attackers are, but they will be dealt with. You, prepare the poisons," he ordered. Turning her attention back to Kenshi, Feroh urged him up the ladder. "Go. We might be able to buy some extra time on the roof," she exclaimed. He began his ascension, and she positioned herself on the ladder before one of the men down below grabbed her ankle from the hatchway. He emitted a ferocious squeal as Feroh grunted in surprise. Kenshi stopped climbing to view the situation. "Kenshi, go," she yelled before the man ripped her off the ladder. "Go," she urged once more after she hit the ground. Kenshi continued up as the creature leapt up and pounced on her, only to be caught by the bottom of Feroh's boots, who sat on the ends of her bent legs from the floor. When he landed on her soles, she let out a hearty grunt as she straightened her legs over her head towards the wall behind her, launching the man into the wall. This gave Feroh enough time to recover and withdraw her blade. The man recovered as well, but Feroh took the advantage and lunged at him, plunging her knife into his abdomen. Screeching with power, Feroh raised her blade inside him towards his chest, essentially in the reverse motion of how she opened the preservation sacks in the den. She removed her blade, watching the black blood spill from the creature's front as he fell in a crumple to the floor. She sheathed her blade and practically jumped to the ladder, finally following Kenshi. Jet and his remaining men reached the fortress main entrance. "I'll take the lead," he exclaimed, stepping inside. A stupid idea, he thought, but a surefire risk the Gammas would remember. He stepped inside the main room, whose ceiling was about 1.5 meters above his head. He heard the footsteps of his men behind him. It was completely dark besides a large table in the center of the room that sported a lit lantern, a small locked chest, and some sort of spindle device built into it. He looked around and finally saw, lining the walls, 20 pairs of red eyes watching him. "Open fire." The walls. Loyally, the Gammas began firing their weapons into the walls of the room, not anticipating what the response would be. Glass orbs were flung at them, each containing liquids of dark green. Horrified, Jet saw the liquids corrode the clothes and skin of his men who were doused in them. They screamed as their bodies began to liquefy instantly. He turned to Norlay and grabbed her by the waist, diving under the table in the center of the room for protection. "Get out or take cover here. Now," Jet ordered. For 6 of the remaining 20 men, it was too late. Puddles of what were once sentient men and women lined the stone floor, spreading to the boots of the 14 who scattered throughout the room and back outside screaming. The masked soldiers hopped into the dim light of the room, engaging the remaining men inside as Jet rose, lifting the table with him. The lantern and spindle built into the table fell off and shattered into pieces on the floor in the process, though the chest remained intact as it fell. He held the table by his legs and the board against his back. He bent his legs and pushed off the ground backwards, propelling into and crushing 2 soldiers behind him. The table shattered as he recovered, and he primed his volley rifle as Norlay began firing her pistol at the attacking creatures. The Gamma men in the room had already been doing so to little effect. The creatures emitted a dusty but visible red aura. It appeared to give them resistance to the Tabana bolts they didn't have upon their initial engagement. Jet didn't know what order to give now, or how to stop these creatures in time. He watched in panic next to Norlay as the monsters ripped his men apart, tearing their skin and flesh apart like Ronto meat. They seemed not to notice Jet and Norlay retreating to the shadows as they gathered up on certain men to continue the torturous slaughter. "This isn't happening," Jet yelled, turning to the ladder to the next floor. "Nora." He grabbed her by the wrist and put her on the ladder. "Jet, our men. They're dying," she cried out. "Just go," Jet screamed. She hurriedly climbed the ladder, leaving Jet to face the monsters, some of whom now approached him. Kenshi waited for Feroh by the side entrance doorway of the ship on the roof. His sweat was gleaming and he was moving his feet in a panic. "Other side of the ship, Kenshi. Just get in the corner," Feroh ordered. He nodded and sprinted around the ship. As Feroh was about to follow, the ginormous boarding ramp of the parked ship began to open. Feroh turned back to see 4 Gora monsters climb up from the edges of the roof, all of which had the partially preserved victims from the den strapped to their backs as Kenshi had been earlier. When they reached the roof, Feroh prepared her blade again only to find that the men weren't interested in her. They ran to the boarding ramp, climbing aboard. Next, a woman emerged from the hatchway. Her feathered hair and bodysuit were soaked in blood and wounds, and she was completely out of breath. She fell to her knees in pain and shock, only to look up and see a confused Feroh. She pointed a finger at her. You're the reason we're here." She reached into her holster and removed her blaster pistol slowly. "And I'll be damned if I..." Suddenly, an unburdened Gora creature sprung from the hatchway, screaming intensely as it landed on the woman. She screamed in pain at the impact. The soldier removed a glass orb from his rope belt and shattered it on her head, releasing a foul green liquid all over her. Her screams became gurgled and stifled as her head liquefied. Feroh shrieked as she turned to cross around the parked ship. The man crawled rapidly on his hands and feet towards Feroh, grabbing her ankles and tackling her on the boarding ramp. As she recovered and prepared to fight, she saw more soldiers climb to the roof with unconscious bodies tied to their backs. In her brief distraction, the soldier raised his clawed hands to sink into Feroh's vulnerable spots. She braced for impact in a split second until something knocked the man off of her. Kenshi had lunged at the man, sending them both about a meter away from her. She quickly got to her feet, removing her blaster. "Kenshi, get off," she barked. He immediately obeyed, removing himself and watching Feroh fire 4 rounds into the man's chest and throat and dispatching him with a brutal stomp. "Thanks, kid," she exclaimed. "You did the same for me," he replied. "They're boarding the ship with everyone who had a pod downstairs," Feroh reasoned. "The boarding men seem to be ignoring us." She briefly turned to the ruined atrium below them and observed that the explosive entrance the new soldiers had made destroyed the Weequay pilot's ship in the process. "Mine is one way out of there," However, she could spot that the crater of the explosion led to a tunnel underneath. Our escape route is through the crater. We need to get back down there, Feroh yelled. She turned to see Kenshi about to speak, not seeing the huge Kiffer man emerging from the hatchway 7 meters behind him, brandishing a large rifle. She took Kenshi by the waist and dragged him back towards her. He turned in the process, seeing him as well. The Kiffer noticed the partially liquefied corpse of the woman on the ground. He fell to his knees in shock. "Who are you?" Feroh demanded, pointing her blaster pistol at him. When his gaze turned to her, she could tell it was no longer sorrow or determination leading his actions. It was now pure, uncut rage that dwelled within his eyes. "You killed my men. You killed all my men, leading them to this trap. I'll kill you," he screamed, almost as loud as the explosion he and his men entered with. He rose to his feet and prepared his rifle. "Kenshi, find a way down there. I'll deal with him," Feroh said. "No, I'm not leaving you with him," Kenshi cried. "I've dealt with worse, kid. Go," Feroh yelled. She could hear Kenshi take a few steps back, and she hoped it was so he could observe a way down from the roof. She had to prepare for a fight to the death, it seemed. In the heat of chaos, however, it seemed that she found some kind of bizarre sense of diplomacy within her all of a sudden, or at least the need to try. She lowered her blaster. "You need to stop this. I don't know who you are or what you think I did." "What I know you did. You mess with one Gamma, you mess with all of us, slime," he yelled in response. He aimed his rifle at Feroh, who quickly deployed her smoke grenade from her utility belt and chucked it at the man. It activated when it hit his head, unleashing a huge plume of smoke. So much for diplomacy, Feroh thought. She replaced her pistol with her knife now, and entered the smoke storm ready to strike. The Hulk, however, was bold enough to begin swinging blindly, slamming his fist into Feroh's helmet and knocking her down hard. The Beskar absorbed most of the strike's force, leaving her a bit dazed and shocked but able to begin to rise again. She recovered her blade and turned her head to where the swing came from, seeing the massive Kiffer emerge from the smoke. He shed his black cloak he had entered the fray with. His dreadlocks were caked with bits of innards and blood. "All of this carnage to find you," he yelled, pointing at Feroh. "And I will have your head." He sprinted at her, but she managed to dive out of the way in time. He tripped over and nearly flew off the edge of the fortress roof. The man screamed in frustration as Feroh prepared her blade. She used his moment of recovery to charge at him, leading with her shoulder. Feroh hit him hard enough to elicit the satisfying, brutal sound of the wind getting knocked out of him on her shoulder's impact. He was launched back as Feroh finished her charge, falling to the ground with him. On the ground, he grabbed her throat by surprise. Feroh hadn't anticipated the strike's impact on his respiratory system would be so short-lived. Similarly to how she handled the Ithorian in the parking garage, she attempted to strike her knee into the crux of the man's arm but was cut off by the Kiffer's anticipation of the strike. He pulled her to his side effortlessly, throwing her off of the building entirely. She could hear Kenshi scream as she began her descent. And like muscle memory, or perhaps just a split-second recollection of her strategy regarding the wing of the parked ship, she shot her hunting cable from her wrist. She aimed at the Kiffer, not having seen any other points to attach her cable to so obvious as him. Kenshi, feeling useless and helpless once again, watched as the Kiffer now turned his attention to him. And as the lumbering maniac slowly began his approach, a cable wrapped around his neck at the speed of hyperspace. He gagged, and was suddenly flung to the ground in horror and dragged to the edge of the roof. However, his shoulder ran into the lip of the roof, preventing him from being dragged off completely. His choking and gurgling sounds almost made Kenshi gag. Feroh, relieved that her snap decision worked, began her ascension. She understood the lip of the roof was the only thing keeping the Kiffer from falling off and ending both their lives then and there. But she felt comfortable knowing this move would end one life and save the other. She eventually raised herself to the edge of the roof and hoisted herself partially up with the help of her left arm. She kept her right pulled back off the roof to keep the pressure on the kiffer's neck. She saw him struggling to her right, and saw Kenshi among the dissipating cloud of smoke. An alert appeared on her visor, coming from her weapon diagnostic system, cable integrity diminishing. And to her surprise, she saw indeed that the cable was beginning to wear thin as the kiffer attempted to tear its wrapping from his neck. Feroh hoisted her hip to her right hand briefly, grabbing her blaster pistol and tossing it to Kenshi's feet across the roof. "Shoot him. He's gonna break my cable," she yelled to him. "Feroh," Kenshi yelled back. She wanted to roll her eyes at his lack of response to her demand, but it wasn't in her. In her left hand was still her vibroblade. If Kenshi wouldn't shoot, then perhaps she could still end him while he was stuck on her cord. Knowing the risk she was about to take when she considered how thin her cable was running, she released her hold from the roof's lip and swung freely off his side. She cocked her left arm and swung her blade over his lip, plunging the blade into the kiffer's neck. She felt the warmth of his blood on her undersuit. The satisfaction of hitting his major artery with such an improvisational shot would have fulfilled her for hours under normal circumstances, but Kenshi's endangerment prevented her from relishing the feelings. The man stopped struggling at last. Feroh swung herself closer to the lip and regripped it with her arm. Struggling at first until Kenshi scrambled to her aid, she found herself laying on the roof flat. She tried to detach her cable from its dispenser wheel in her gauntlet, but in pulling her wrist too far snapped it completely. Realizing how close she really was to falling to her death, she groaned and removed her helmet. She could now hear with her own ears the sounds of the crackling flames around the atrium and the stray blaster fire of who she assumed were miscellaneous soldiers fighting for their lives. But above all, she could hear Kenshi breathing, his panic finally seeming to disappear. "I think he started, looking to the kiffer." She sat up and turned to him. She observed his finger still twitching, but not enough to indicate a sign of consciousness. His throat was a deep shade of purple, his face inflamed as well. "He's dead," she finished for him. She looked back at him and saw two more masked goons with white cocoons on their backs board the ship, which she failed to notice had begun its liftoff procedures. Small hatches on the sides of the ship shot out thin plumes of smoke as the vessel lifted off the ground. Kenshi noticed at last, standing up and running to the boarding ramp as it closed. "Kenshi!" Feroh yelled. "Dad! No! They have him. They have them all!" Kenshi cried as the ship ascended into the atrium ceiling. He turned back to Feroh, who rose to her feet. "It's a gully jumper. It's an NR2 gully jumper. We have to track it." "What? How?" "I don't have any trackers with me," Feroh told him. "Maybe we can," Kenshi started. Panic overtook him now. "Oh no. Oh no. Feroh, we have to think of something. We have to do something now." "Kenshi, stay calm." She grabbed his shoulders. "Look, you told me you'd accept whatever we found on this investigation. And look what we found. He was dead. Unresponsive. What happens to him from here is out of our hands." She let go of him. "My job is done." It was harsh, but she felt Kenshi needed to realize this. The look in his eyes was something she hadn't seen on him yet. It fell somewhere where anger and sorrow shook hands. She had seen him hopeless and scared countless times before, and even a few glints of joy came across him. But this scared Feroh. It was the first big crack in his demeanor she had encountered thus far. "Then I'm gonna find it myself. Maybe you're ready to slink back to the Crimson Spire and party for the rest of your life, but my father is headed somewhere he shouldn't be. I'm tired of being helpless, Feroh. If I don't do something, all those people will be lost. And even if they're dead, I owe it to them to bring their bodies home." Kenshi sighed. "Thanks for getting me this far, I guess." He turned and approached the other side of the rooftop, crossing his arms. It was Feroh's turn to sigh. "How long do you want me to drag my return to this job out, kid? How is this fair to me?" Kenshi snapped back to face her. "Fair to you. You selfish slime. You took on this mission for me, and you're just quitting. We're not done yet. You promised me we'd do something to help them. Just leave me alone now." I have work to do. He turned back once again. You were right when you said I shouldn't have gotten attached to you. Wordless, Feroh's gaze fell down. She crouched down and reached for her helmet, but was met with the surprised grip of the Kiffer's fist on her wrist. She briefly screamed in surprise as she saw him rise, emitting a gurgling howl of anger. Blood sprayed on her face as he cocked his fist, punching her straight in the face as she attempted to break free of his grip. Being used to her helmet absorbing the impacts to her head, she felt the grip of haze drip over her forehead and left eye. He finally let go of her wrist as she crawled away from him, groaning in fragments as she felt his approach behind her. Reaching for her knife, she realized the blade was still plunged in his throat. He slammed himself onto her as she turned her torso to face him, holding her on the ground with his massive weight. He gripped her throat with both his hands and began squeezing. She scrambled as well as she could, trying to slap and slam her fists into the man's head with no results. His smile was frightening, and his gurgled speech was indecipherable. Hilt, she thought as she reached around the front of his neck for the knife. Her vision, already damaged from the punch, was beginning to leave completely. And with it, her energy and willpower disappeared as well. Her hands fell limp as she stared at the man in defeat. With the shock that ignited her whole body, a red blaster bolt shot through the man's head, sending a trail of smoke through the hole it had created. 1, 2, 3 more bolts shot through his head, destroying his frontal lobe, jaw, and cheeks with violent accuracy. With his head in shambles, his grip released on Feroh's throat and he fell prone on her body, finally destroyed. Breathing coarsely and deeply, Feroh's senses slowly returned to her. The ruined mass of the Kiffer's head let his blood flow like a waterfall onto her armor. She turned to the source of the blaster fire, seeing Kenshi holding her smoking blaster. He was grimacing, his grip on the blaster shaky and panicked. He dropped the weapon and sat himself down, breathing shakily once again. Kenshi, Feroh started once she felt she could speak again between her breaths. She struggled to roll the Kiffer attacker's body off her own, but eventually freed herself. Are you okay? I had no choice. He was gonna kill you, Kenshi reasoned. Feroh wasn't sure if it was in response to her question or if he was simply speaking his rationalization to the universe. Kenshi, she vocally stomped. Are you okay? She rose to her feet carefully and approached him. I'm sorry, Kenshi replied, burying his face in his hands. Feroh crouched next to him. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have trusted that bartender. I should have known that I'm weak. None of this would have happened. It's all my fault. No, Feroh started. It's not your fault. All of this, was already happening whether you got involved or not. It just so happens that somehow, we saw to his destruction. They won't come back here, Kenshi. You've saved a lot of people by getting involved. No, you did. I was just the bait that led you here, Kenshi retorted. Don't act like I'm some hero. Then I won't. But I'm not gonna pretend you didn't just save my life. You could have just left me and gone your own way like you said you would, but you decided to save me, Feroh told him. And now I'm a killer. He was a killer, she corrected as she pointed at the mutilated carcass of the Kiffer behind her. You just stopped him from killing more. You don't see how that's not helpless. You just have to unlock it is all. That's what I was hoping a little time down here would do for you anyways, Feroh admitted. Do you think that's starting to come true? Even a little bit? Kenshi thought for a moment. Feroh's logic was starting to make sense as he considered it more. That was the first time he had killed anything. And if it was to save the best protection he had down here, then perhaps it was justified. That was selfish thinking, he knew, but it was becoming clear that at least down here, there was no selflessness. He didn't want to even think about fitting in with the scum of the underworld, but no matter how he sliced it, he felt he was becoming a part of it. It makes a little sense, at least, he said as he began to control his breathing again. I did what I had to do. For you. He looked at her. But the job's not done yet. I've made it this far, and I can't give up now. Feroh smiled, with an ounce of hesitation that Kenshi didn't detect. And I'm coming with you. Kenshi returned the smile. You are. Really? You're stubborn, kid. But with it comes persistence. I know there's no stopping you. And you've proven to me that you're not a liar or a piece of poodoo who turn your back on me when it gets rough. You're worth it, Kenshi. And I'm gonna help you see this through to the end. Feroh's explanation drew the welling of tears in Kenshi's eyes, and the two embraced in a silent hug. You're worth it, Dahlia. Hondo wants you on the crew. I want you on the crew, Feroh had emphasized 17 years ago. She took the teenage girl's hand and held it between her own two. I'm gonna keep you safe. And I'm gonna help you make a name for yourself out there. You've got potential, and I want to see it come to life. The girl sitting on the cot across from her cried with joy. Thank you. I don't know what to say. The two said nothing as they hugged. This had happened a lifetime ago for Feroh Tara, but that lifetime has since ended, only existing in memory now. The fatal blow of this lifetime was seared into the fibers of her very being, even as more pleasant moments tainted by that critical decision aboard Line of Darkness. And now the woman was left with the phantom that floated around her existence, one that only she could see. And yet, the phantom was controlling her in ways she had failed to comprehend yet. And whether she realized it or not, the phantom was beginning to claim his next victim. Chapter 14. For the hunt. Your Highness, under the circumstances, I suggest you come to Coruscant with us. Thank you, Ambassador, but my place is with my people. Right from the beginning, Blackstar's mission was off to a tolerable start. Her exit from hyperspace an hour earlier had been smoother than anticipated. What her A-20 sleuth usually experienced, the cacophony of jittering ship components held together by unorthodox means, didn't come to pass on the exit. Just like her, she found her unnamed ship continually switched between periods of infrastructural distress and absolute peak performance. It seemed this mission was looking in her favor. But now, she had been taking her time to study the schematic data Gardulis Fob provided in regards to the intergalactic banking clan sprawl across Scipio. Her target was the main headquarter dome and its subsidiary structures in the Sideria mountain cluster near it. Based on more detailed readouts of other structure clusters in conjunction with their mountainous supports, it would stand to reason that a crime or attack perpetrated in one sector of the IBC's dominion would stay contained to that sector. On this notion, Komari Vosa was locked somewhere in the headquarters sector. It was a matter of planning how she would infiltrate the prison when she got closer to her destination, but for now she let her ship graze the tundra at a comfortable speed. Using her onboard positioning system in concurrence with the FOB data, she found she was 3 clicks away from the main headquarter cluster. Until then, she figured all she'd have to do is sit patiently. The FOB data on Scipio, which was collected over the course of a few dozen reconnaissance missions and hunting exposés from members of the Bounty Hunters Guild, in sync with the little information in Republic records about the planet, informed her that the smart cookies in the IBC value security enough to install automated laser turrets around their banking clusters. Various hunters found that if one lacked an appointment with the clan or a cloaking device on their ship, whether sensor or physical, the best way to avoid the direct fire would be to stay low and stay slow through the mountain passes. This method, Blackstar figured, would only work for ships with decent maneuverability like her A-20. So when she located the cluster Komari was likely being held in, all she'd have to do is keep her ship low enough in the mountain range until she could find out where exactly she was being held. Killing Komari was another task altogether. As much as she had wanted to, she had never tangled with the Force-sensitive before. Blackstar had done her research, and she had seen Jedi in action on the Hala News against the likes of the Yanchori or the Nebula Front. But she wondered if that even mattered considering how different Komari was from a Jedi. The Bando Gora were no Jedi either. They didn't have protocol or rigidity, though to be fair, what they did have behind them was mostly unknown to Blackstar. Once again without a first-hand encounter, only relying on information provided to her by passing voices in the BHG, she could determine that the cult was capable of using the Force to grant its members powers and abilities, making them deadlier than even the most skilled warriors of the guild. And Blackstar alone was about to face their leader. It wasn't the alone part that bothered her. She honestly wouldn't have it any other way. She had been alone for 12 years and some change, and had left her mark on the bounty hunting landscape in that time. But she was no Jedi, and she knew that only a Jedi could tussle with a Jedi, or whatever Komari was. It was to be a thrilling fight, of course, and it was one Blackstar knew would invigorate her attitude and outlook for a while. Her reputation would be set in stone too, but she was smart enough to always consider the possibility she would fail. So many of her peers in the guild never came home because they were stupid and prideful. She had seen many hunters walk carelessly into traps and ambushes because they thought they were invincible. Hell, she herself once felt that way. But years of continual suffering and being told repeatedly by medical professionals of the Coruscant underworld that she was living on borrowed time kept the idea of death hanging in the center of her mind at all times. Death was always an option she faced, and if it was picked for her, she took pleasure knowing that she tried her damnedest to avoid it. Since her last visit to Gardulla's palace, however, she wondered if death really was the final option. She remembered so clearly how the mechanical spider droid led her into the pool chamber, and how it felt to be talked to by them without actually being talked to by them. She almost felt honored being beckoned into the pool. Reviewing the fluid stain on her fingers, she started to wonder why she felt so attracted to the idea in hindsight. Echo. Aura. Broken. Fix. That's what they said. But they're just brains in jars. They only think. They don't feel. Perhaps, she thought, she had just hit the mark. Was she tired of feeling? The physical brought nothing to her but darkness. Her suit was more than just armor, after all. It was the only thing keeping her alive. If she were to just leave the physical and exist in pure thought, would she be free of the pain? Was she ready to become a ponderer of the cosmic? No. Not yet. Not until I finish my work here in the physical. How about this? She said to herself out loud. If I kill Komari Vosa, then I will seriously consider the brain slice. How unfair it would be to me if I committed to the idea, and that's where those dead bounty hunters would have finished this conversation. That foresight is what kept her alive. That's what kept her superior. And that's how Blackstar struck her name into the underbelly of the universe like a knife. Kenshi locked the garage door connected to his apartment. The Zero was safely parked inside, and he grabbed a bag with a couple tools and items along with a change of clothes. He now sported black work pants, a gray garb, and a thick blue jacket. He carried his bag on his back as he exited through the front door. Breathing a heavy sigh, he turned and locked it. Feroh, donning her inconspicuous green jumpsuit again, waited outside. Kenshi rested his head against the door and breathed deeply. Feroh approached him, placing a hand on his back. You're gonna see this place again? Have hope, she said. I've never even left Coruscant before. I don't feel ready, Kenshi admitted. You're never ready for the biggest changes or opportunities, kid. You just have to do your best to adapt and accept what comes to you. You've shown me that you're adaptable. Feroh smiled. Kenshi lifted his head from the door and met her gaze. He smirked and nodded slightly. Then let's go adapt, Kenshi said. Let's. Feroh and Kenshi turned as the young man sighed once more. But the two began their stride from the apartment, down the sidewalk leading to the landing sector the Enigma waited in. What have you heard about the Inner Rim? Feroh asked. Not much. I usually only hear stories from the core worlds, or maybe the Mid and Outer Rim from my buddies at work, Kenshi recalled. But the Inner Rim is a mystery to me still, which is weird, considering how close it is to us. It's a fly-through zone for people looking for fun without jurisdiction. The Outer Rim has opportunity and excitement. The Mid Rim has commerce and real estate. But the difference is that the Republic's reach doesn't always stretch to those worlds. It's a breeding zone for new hunts and riches to seek, Feroh explained. Then what about the Inner Rim? Kenshi asked. It's got a few of those things, but less fun and more procedure and protocol. Mostly industrial outposts, governmental meeting zones, and some unnotable zones that just exist. It seems like a pretty convenient place for a deadly cult to be lurking, right? right under the nose of the Republic. Feroh asked jokingly, though the question she posed was truthful. After the two had agreed to track the slave ship together in the heart of Anre, the two had made their way through the graphic aftermath of the fight that had ensued. Their first goal was to uncover whatever information they could about the Gora monsters while they were still in the area. On the bottom floor of the fortress, they found a locked chest that Feroh opened with her vibroblade. Inside was a collection of variously colored liquids inside round glass vials plus a ragged, leather-bound journal. Luckily for the two, the journal's author wrote and scrawled basic. It appeared that the author was the leader who greeted the Weequay slave trader when he arrived in the hearth. He had been detailing his practice of tapping into the dark side, a concept Kenshi and Feroh were only vaguely familiar with, and recording occasional updates on their slave operation. From analyzing small parts of the journal on their way back upwards through the Underworld porthole, Kenshi found out that the base of operations of the cult, the Bando Gora, was somewhere in the Inner Rim. The author was very careful to not specify which planet in the Inner Rim, but it was enough to give Kenshi an invigorated sense of hope in their quest. The two came back to Kenshi's apartment to allow him to gather some things and a fresh change of clothes. But most important to Kenshi was the returning of Zara. He had only just gotten the speeder back, and he wasn't ready to lose it again. Their plan, while skeletal and lacking a strong foundation of evidence and resources, was to attempt to track the NR2 gully jumper using various Republic relay stations scattered across the Inner Rim. By their logic, which hadn't failed them too often at this point, a ship as distinct and old as the gully jumper would be easily identifiable and trackable to the relay stations. The logistics would have to be worked out when they got there, though. Feroh had told Kenshi the mantra that had been playing in her head since their business in the Underworld, one thing at a time. And their first order of business was to simply come back to the Enigma. If Kenshi could leave his apartment behind, Feroh figured he'd have no difficulty leaving Coruscant as a whole. He didn't seem to have any love for the planet. It appeared to her that the only thing really holding him there was his father and their work. But once both of those things had been put on hold, as morbid as it was to phrase it that way, she hoped taking him away would be relatively easy. She looked at him as they continued down the sidewalk, seeing if she could detect his emotions in passing. Feroh knew people put on faces or could temporarily change their emotions just by having a conversation with someone. She did it all the time. But in the brief moments where there was no conversation and no reason to save face, one usually showed their true self. It was often in silence, and the look on Kenshi's face in the evening fog of the work's living rayon seemed hopeful. Or at the very least, that he had a pleasant thought on his mind. Feroh wanted to inquire, but Kenshi had gathered the courage to speak first. "I'm excited to see what's outside Coruscant with my own eyes," he said, keeping his gaze towards the ground in front of them. "I think you'll like it, kid," Feroh told him, turning her look away from him. "Do you think," Kenshi started, before awkwardly huffing, "do you think we'll go into hyperspace? How else are we gonna get to the Inner Rim before that ship is beyond tracking?" It clicked then that the kid had never seen hyperspace before. It wasn't much to her, of course, and she couldn't remember how her first time seeing it felt. But for Dahlia, shaking the memory away, she felt assured now that he was ready. And if he wasn't, then he had to get ready. The Enigma was ready to fly. Feroh was ready for Coruscant to become another little light in the night sky. Kenshi would eventually find the groove of it all, she hoped. The communication console beeped rapidly, telling Blackstar a hailing signal requested her response. Briefly viewing her radar before answering, it revealed 2 dots to her left and right. As far as she knew, she hadn't entered a sector of the IBC yet. But then again, she was on one of the most economically healthy planets in the galaxy. She couldn't blame the Moons for being protective of their territory, even if this cinch made her plans a lot more difficult. She allowed the hailing signal through with the press of a button. "Who am I speaking to?" she asked into the console. "Starship, license number 0117-686929. You are speaking to Homeland Security Chief of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Dor Callahan. You are trespassing on private land and are therefore considered a threat to the clan's safety. Is that clear? The caller asked. Black Star rolled her eyes. Understood, Callahan. She let him continue as she prepared her next move. The problem now was that the element of surprise in regards to executing Vosa was gone. She had hoped that coming into the headquarters sector through the tundra and maneuvering the mountain range the way she had planned would allow her to get in and out before IBC security could fry her, but the security forces came to her. The only way she figured the clan would be intelligent enough to pull this off would be if something recent had already made them nervous. And in this case, that something must have been Vosa. If you are prepared to surrender peacefully, you may bring your ship to a halt and we will proceed from there. You may do otherwise, but you will be eliminated if you try. Our weapons are currently trained on you, Callahan said. Black Star smiled as she eyed her thruster brake. Mind if I give otherwise a shot, Chief? She yanked on her parking brake as Callahan uttered a confused noise through her console. Her ship stopped suddenly, letting the two security ships fly ahead of her at their same speed. To her surprise, the ships were revealed to be unmanned Vulture droid starships. They were no mere security ships, she knew. This was military hardware. She knew that the Trade Federation had a whole stock of them to accompany their travels, and also claimed them as security measures. The droids' offensive capabilities were designed to kill efficiently and mercilessly, not merely protect. Putting away the thought, thinking to come back to it later, she engaged her ship's own weapons, two medium-sized, dual-barrel turrets that emerged from sliding slots on both sides of her cockpit hull. Her targeting computer ignited with light upon priming the lasers, and she took aim at the Vulture droids. The droids had realized the treachery and reversed course, now flying towards her idle ship. When the left droid was in frame, she used the targeting joystick to fire. The turrets fired 6 rounds apiece, the first 2 missing, the next 3 damaging the hull, and the final from each being the killing blow. The droid's carcass fell to the snowy field, crashing and stopping directly in front of her ship as it dragged across the ground. The remaining Vulture droid performed an evasive maneuver, anticipating more fire on Black Star's part. The droid was correct, she could admit, as she was about to open fire on him. But she refrained, instead shifting her attention to her thrusters. She aimed the ship's bow upwards, using her thruster to propel her ship into the sky in pursuit of the Vulture droid. The 2 starfighters were at the other's throat in terms of speed, but the Vulture droid outclassed Black Star when it came to firepower. She knew she would have to play the evasive game, striking when she could find the droid in a vulnerable position. But to draw an opponent behind you, you must first draw towards you, Black Star had been taught. And the droid played right into her game when it realized she was tracking it. It performed an immediate reversal, first spinning its forked wings the opposite direction as the central droid component followed a moment later. It spun on an axle, allowing the component to remain more independent of the wings. Black Star had heard horror stories of Vulture droids who were capable of walking. Nevertheless, she readied her cannons until she realized the droid was priming his own. Instead, she performed an evasive barrel roll to her right, avoiding the sudden onslaught of blaster fire from the droid's primary cannons. The two passed each other in opposite directions. Feroh now performed a reversal, hoping she could turn just the right amount to get her opponent in targeting range. After performing the maneuver, she realized she had failed. Not by her own doing, but by the Vulture droid's own measure of moving out of her range. Sighing in frustration, she viewed her radar, revealing the starfighter had veered a hard left, practically undoing her reversal. Waste of time, Black Star yelled. Out of frustration and a strong dislike of back and forths of the sort, she simply deactivated the flight capabilities of her ship with the simple flick of the engine's power source. It was a move that any elitist star pilot or racer would object to, but Black Star was willing to fix the damage to the engine later during the time she'd saved by performing the maneuver in the first place. Seeing her thrusters were running on the remaining power from before the engine shut off, she aimed them downwards to begin to flip the ship forwards. After an intense few moments of her ship falling towards the unforgiving ground, she quickly reactivated the engine, to success, when she faced backwards and upside down. Straightening her thrusters, the ship boomed forward, nearly at top speed. She righted the orientation of the ship. Black Star now enjoyed a lower position to her opponent, aiming her turrets upwards at the Vulture droid's underbelly and opening fire. Black Star learned now that the underbelly was the droid's weak spot, being destroyed in 4 total shots from her ship's cannons. She sped through the rain of fried ship debris and continued towards her original vector. However, her communication board lit up again and drew her racing heart's attention. Black Star answered with a huff. An impressive display. But can you perform with the same expertise against, say, a squadron of Vulture droids? Rain Callahan. Black Star knew he wouldn't be able to communicate with her unless there was an active Vulture droid nearby to relay the comm signal, which drew her to her radar. Increasing his field of detection, the scan revealed, indeed, a squadron of 6 dots on the horizon. Looking through her canopy with her own eyes, against the white of the approaching mountain range, were 6 black objects on approach. "Let me pass. I'm not after you or the clan," Black Star yelled. "I'm afraid recent events do not warrant such a plea's viability," Callahan said. She could imagine the wretched, frustrating grin on his face as he shot her demand down. "But I will be merciful and give you one more chance to surrender yourself to the incoming squadron of Vulture droids. I can try and fight them, but I almost had to bust my engine fighting too. 6 droid brains thinking at once would leave me vulnerable somewhere, and playing keep away would only last so long. I might just have to try my hand in combat." For the first time on this trip, Black Star was truly unsure about something. The next few minutes, she figured, were going to make a brain removal seem painless. On board, Kenshi stowed his backpack in a vacant cabinet beside the main computer board. He turned to the seat left and behind the empty pilot seat. Freezing for a moment, he stepped hastily to the hatchway at the back of the somewhat spacious cockpit. Looking past the small cargo bay, he could see the landing platform the Enigma was parked on. There was no sign of Feroh, who had told him she would be preparing a pre-flight inspection. He interlocked his fingers together, turning back to the solitary front seat. Gingerly, he stepped over to it and sat down in it. Zara's controls were dwarfed in complexity when compared to a spacefaring craft like the Enigma. He recognized what could have been a few of the same buttons, or dials, but for the most part the Enigma's digital switchboards and secondary functions were unknown to him. It was one thing for him to study new ship models in the Holocene, but it was another thing entirely to try and apply the written to the practical. He was wise enough to recognize that much. Kenshi swiveled the chair backwards after hearing a thump outside. There was still no sign of Feroh. He considered exiting the ship and seeing if she needed help, but felt that she would have called for it if she needed it. He repositioned the chair forward, looking close at the flight consoles. The words accompanying many of the modules didn't mean anything to him. Perhaps it would be okay if Feroh taught him a thing or two. What if they had to make a quick getaway, and he just happened to be at the helm? But that's stupid, he thought. This mission should be pretty straightforward. Well, until we find where in the inner rim they took Dad. What if there's a whole planet of these Bando Gora? We only beat a small camp of those guys with the help of a random blaster gang. Maybe we could convince the Republic too. His thought ran cold. I have to stop thinking they're gonna help us. But the Jedi can't turn something like this down if we ask them, right? I mean, we're on the verge of discovering a whole base with these guys. Maybe when we get to the last relay station before we find where the ship ended up, we can make a point to ask. Kenshi's gaze had been glazed with this train of thought, and he failed to notice it had risen up, striking through the canopy. I wonder why Feroh was so dodgy when I mentioned the Sib back in the camp. There's no way a private investigator would stir up trouble with the government, right? But he remembered the murders in the parking garage. That was self-defense. Very brutal self-defense, but we would have been killed if she didn't act. The Republic would see it that way, right? I wonder if she'd answer any of my questions. Kenshi's consciousness awakened with the end of that thought. A chill ran down his spine simultaneously. An odd chill, an otherworldly chill. Shaking it away, he continued observing the controls, and on the far left found a small digital panel, lit bright blue. On it were 4 buttons. From top to bottom, they read, System Scan, COMM Status, Hologram Sys Scan, and Personal Log. Kenshi hummed quietly and thought, what a stark coincidence it was that his gaze had been drawn to the personal log right after he had started to wonder about what Feroh wasn't telling him. Being the nervous creature he was, he pivoted the chair one more time to check for the ship's captain. The results of his check were still the same. Turning back, he let out a shaky sigh as he reached for the button to reveal the personal log. Kenshi pressed it, and saw a small holographic page appeared on the hologram device embedded into the console's counter space. The page read password required, with 6 blank lines below it denoting 6 characters that were required. A typing keyboard materialized on the digital panel he had accessed before. Obviously, this was a dead end for his snooping. Suddenly, his chair snapped around by no choice of his own, nearly giving him whiplash. He was met with the flushed face of Feroh, whose white hair had been styled into a bun again. Get out of my seat, she said, clearly holding back a flood of anger. Kenshi practically leapt out of the chair, immediately arriving at the seat he had been eyeing a few minutes ago. I'm sorry, Kenshi said quickly. I was just looking at the controls. Feroh sat and faced the seat forward, seeing that her personal log had been primed. Yeah, that's clearly what you were doing. She exited the log and began the ship's interior flight procedures. Well, it was for a little bit, he replied. Feroh sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose between 2 of her fingers. Look, Kenshi, it's okay. I shouldn't be mad. And I guess I'm not, she explained. But I really don't appreciate you doing that. Feroh, I'm sorry. But I've been asking you questions this entire trip, and I feel like I don't know anything about you still, Kenshi told her. Maybe it didn't matter if the mission ended at the Bando Gora camp, but here we are, about to take off to the Inner Rim. I've been honest with you this whole time. If we're gonna do this, I need to know you've been honest with me. Feroh released her pinch and slowly resumed the procedures. You have a point. But even though this mission's runtime got extended by another few days, that doesn't mean we're here to share our life stories. I'm willing to say you're my friend at this point, kid, but that doesn't mean you get to know my entire past. And I'd like to keep it that way. Can you live with that? Kenshi sucked in his lips. Her final statement on the subject didn't leave him satisfied. I guess can live with never meeting the skeletons in your closet. But can you please just promise me you've been honest with me this far? Feroh stopped in her tracks. She opened her mouth and turned to him, placing her hand on his shoulder. I have been, and I'm going to keep it up. But you won't get to know everything. I'm okay with that, Kenshi assured. Feroh smiled wryly, removing her hand. If that's the case, then we're off, kiddo. Enigma's exterior is ready for flight, and it looks like the interior is too. Strap in. She heard Kenshi do so as she turned back to her console. Systems are engaged, thrusters are ready. Fuel should be good until we find a relay station. Gently, she pulled the thruster throttle back and felt the ship lift off its platform. Let's head for the stars. The Enigma flew towards the dimming sky, reaching its top in orbit speed in a matter of minutes. Kenshi's heart began racing as he felt the rumble of the ship below his feet. The ship flew so gracefully to him, though his standards of riding in starships had only just begun to develop. It felt graceful. It felt beautiful. He was tempted to ask Feroh if there was a rearview screen to view, but it felt more liberating to not look back on the planet that had made its claim on him all his life. For 19 years he had belonged to Coruscant. For 19 years he had belonged to the works. For 19 years he had belonged to Limerick and the routine he lived almost every day. But as he sensed the cityscape diminishing behind him, he no longer felt like any of those things could hold him back. He wasn't Coruscant, or the works, or Limerick. He was Kenshi Dehstar, and it was time to see what exactly that meant. From the balcony of his master's 500 Republica apartment, the cloaked Dathomirian Zabrak watched as a small shine of a ship picked up speed and blasted towards the planet's dark atmosphere. He reached out with the Force to it to discover why it attracted his attention in the first place. And when he visualized his grasp of the vehicle in his mind, he saw why it was another star courier. He could feel his own seminar, gifted to him by Darth Sidious, was far superior to the one he sensed leaving the planet. That superiority had been gifted to it by numerous enhancements he himself had installed over the last few years. It reminded him of himself in some ways. Had he not been sent on the assignments his master had sent him on, he would never have a chance to install his own modifications and maintain his status as the ultimate servant of the dark side. More accurately, he figured, the ultimate servant of the Sith. Cog Hive 7 had taught him that the squabbles of those below him were irrelevant and a waste to his time that could be better spent dedicating himself further to the dark side. The destruction of the Black Sun had taught him to never let his weakness show, as a cunning enemy will take advantage of one single, measly moment of vulnerability. This was not the way of a Sith warrior, he had learned. And his encounter with the young Jedi Padawan and the Coruscant underworld, and near loss of the holocron her accompanying scoundrel friend was in possession of taught him that the Jedi, when unsure of themselves and facing a true Sith warrior, were nothing more than lambs for the slaughter. These were the modifications of Darth Maul, lessons that he had accrued over his time as a vetted Sith assassin. But it wasn't enough. He could practically see inside the fleeing star courier, a feat that most Jedi would not be capable of. But when he returned to his Dark Master at the end of every mission, he told Maul that it was never enough. There would always be more to learn, more to do, more to destroy. If Maul and Sidious had grown stagnant in their efforts to maintain the Sith Order, then they would be no better than the Jedi. And to be inferior to the Jedi was not a way Maul knew. So he endured the pain he took in Cog Hive 7, swallowing it like a massive pill, and continuing onwards. He took the slice Alexi Garen had left on his hand and patched it up. And he heard the disparaging words of Sidious upon his failure to procure the holocron, and simply vowed to learn from his mistake. He knew that when it was time to reveal themselves to the wretched Jedi Order, that he could not let his mistakes be repeated. What he had dealt with then were pirates, criminals, and scum of the lowest order. But the Jedi Order was a different beast entirely. There was no room for error, no matter how inferior the clueless Jedi Knights were. And in the chasms of the spectral force, Maul could feel the critical moment coming. The Sith would make their existence known, and nothing would be done until Sidious was too high up in the food chain for the useless Jedi to reach him. A war the Sith had prepared for a millennia in secret, and one the Jedi didn't even know was coming. A war through which Maul would cement his place on the eternal throne of the Sith Empire. But notoriety didn't matter to him. Only the final, unequivocal destruction of the Jedi from the ground up, as his powerful Dark Master had been laying out for decades. The twilight of the Jedi was coming, and Maul kept bleeding to see it through. Inside the apartment, Sidious and Plagueis sat in the private study. As Plagueis reviewed a document sent to him from the security department on Scipio regarding Komari Vosa's infiltration of their headquarters, a sniff in the Force attracted his attention from the datapad to Sidious, sitting in a chair facing the discreet window of the study. His eyes were closed, the middles of his lips just barely separated while the sides stuck to each other. "What is it?" Plagueis asked quietly. "Maul. He's excited. He's anticipating," Sidious explained. "What exactly do you think he's anticipating?" "War." Sidious smiled, opening his eyes. "And he shall have it in due time." "He shall. But for now, we deconstruct the Republic without them knowing we're even doing it," Plagueis reminded him. Komari Vosa left quite the impact on Scipio, it seems. Sidious rose from his chair and approached the one across from Plagueis. "What do you feel of Dooku?" Plagueis finished. Sitting down, Sidious finally responded. "I am unsure if he was able to discover her location. I think the message on behalf of Hago Damask is ready to be sent. It will send him in the right direction," Sidious concluded. Plagueis nodded as they both turned to the small, central holographic table in the center of the study. Sidious primed the pre-recorded message and readied it to be transmitted to Dooku's starship, which he predicted was in the mid-rim at that point. Without an astromech droid, the message still won't reach him for a few rotations. But with the elongation of the Naboo crisis, perhaps keeping Dooku off our plates for a while longer is a blessing. When he finds Komari Vosa, how sure are you that she will prove her darkness to Dooku? Plagueis asked suspiciously. Sidious sensed the deep facade of his inquisitivity effortlessly. His feeble master had grown to the point where he faked a thorough investigation of Sidious' doings to act like he was still steering his apprentice on the right track. It was a habit that Sidious had grown immensely tired of dealing with, as it only assured him that his suspicions regarding Plagueis' worthiness of leading the Sith Empire were absolutely true. But Sidious didn't need assurance regarding this notion anymore. He only needed the right moment to act upon it. Until that moment came, he would continue to allow his master to fall deeper into the facade until the fog prevented him from seeing anything. Have faith in the dark side, my master, Sidious said. The Bando Gora are a powerful force. They will serve their purpose to us now, and when the time is right we will destroy them. Just as I have planned for you and my dear apprentice, Plagueis thought. And I you, master, Sidious replied as he silently intercepted Plagueis' thought. He had intercepted a mere thought of someone standing beside him, and he had done it silently. Sidious had done it many times, but this particular instance nearly astounded him. How he could think so dangerously, so closely to the barrier of Plagueis and still be able to mask himself effortlessly. He could rip the old man apart piece by piece with a flick of his wrist where they stood, yet he refrained. Maul waits for the return of the Sith, and he shall have his day. Until then, he shall savor the final moments of waiting. I wait for the precise moment where I can destroy the old ways of the Sith and Plagueis. But I cannot, will not, do it until there is opportunity for me to revel in it. When I have taken the supreme chancellorship, and my part in the coming war is cemented, only then can I end the miserable, stale existence of Hagel Damask. And I will have my day. When Queen Amidala signs the treaty, I will step in and seize control when the incompetent Senate decides Valorum is finished. Until then, I shall savor the final moments of waiting. The message had been sent. Dodging as much incoming flak as she could, Black Star weaved her starfighter through the small horde of vulture droids, who had been acting as one unit in this engagement. It made taking out the outliers of the group easier on an individual level, but she found herself having to play more evasively due to the intense hellfire she was constantly facing from them. Her ship's hull integrity had taken a few hits, some of which would be unfixable, but those were problems to be dealt with later. If there was a later, of course. No, there will be, she thought hopefully. Not so much a hope born from living to see another day, but out of determination to turn the vulture droids to scrap metal and to feel the warm spurt of Komari Vosa's blood on her jumpsuit when she removed her head from her body. There was some kind of odd connection between Black Star's contemplation regarding her own lobotomy into a Biamar monk droid and the idea of removing Komari Vosa's head when she found her. Things were usually lost on Black Star, however, and she didn't have time to think about this one. She had weaved out of the vulture unit's hive mind-like formation, turning herself around in the sky to face back towards the unit. Each of the remaining 5 ships in the formation scattered to reform their shape, giving Black Star enough time to fire a few rounds their way. Since the engagement started, she felt her ship beginning to lose the luster and promise it had shown during her arrival at Scipio. One of her turret barrels had deactivated, allowing her now only 3 working lasers. On the right turret, whose bottom barrel had stopped working, she managed to divert all his mechanical power to the barrel still in operation. This would conserve his motor and slightly increase his firing rate to make up for the missing lower fire. Laying her barge onto the droid unit, she saw the sparks of impact hit 1, 2, 3 of the enemies. None were taken out by the blast, but it was better than nothing. As the unit resumed its form despite the blanket of fire Black Star had laid on them, she pulled her ship from its nosedive towards them and flew straight, ending up to the unit's right. If she were caught for too long in front of the vulture unit's targeting zone, she'd get fried in a near instant. Her turrets couldn't rotate all the way backwards, and she had no shield. After all, scout ships were meant for speed more than fortification. With that thought in mind, she had an idea. If the vulture droids moved in a unit and were determined to keep it for whatever reason, then perhaps she could nick a few off without firing a single laser by leading them through the tight curves of the mountain range nearby. It was worth a shot, and once again, better than nothing. She took a harsh right towards her original vector, what she assumed to be the mountain cluster housing the headquarter dome, and led the vulture droids along with her as expected. As her speed increased, new alerts appeared on her console regarding the diminished integrity of her ship's various internal systems. She dismissed them, hoping the ship would stay together long enough to take its well-deserved break when Komari Vosa was dead. After 4 long, agonizing minutes of chase and continued alerts from her ship telling her that its stability was depleting rapidly, the 2 units reached the cusp of the massive mountain range. Blackstar spotted the entrance of a valley, which she dove into. The entrance's width was just wide enough for her to fit in with a normal orientation. She assumed the vulture unit would have to adapt, which her radar showed they did. Instead of the broken hexagon they had staunchly maintained before, they shifted into a single file line now. Not exactly ideal, but as long as she could knock a few out with the help of the valley, she could get the jump on the rest afterwards. She had to decrease her speed dramatically to not get herself killed, but of course this decrease was balanced out by the determined vultures having to do the same. The curves of the valley walls would have been deadly at speeds any higher, at least with ships this big. She imagined a spry pod racer would make these turns with ease and even faster than she was going. Not the time nor the place to be jealous of a pod racer, Blackstar thought. Looking ahead, she spotted a wall of ice that had frozen across the width of the valley. It would be too easy and ineffective to go over it, as the trail of enemies would mimic her avoidance of the wall. She thought perhaps she could nick a few off if she were to fly through it instead. It was a dumb move, but when she viewed the lead vulture droid following her priming a secondary torpedo launcher, she figured it would be her best bet. She primed her cannons, but was alerted by a shrill beep from her targeting computer. A message appeared on the screen, reading weapon cooldown in effect. "Kark!" Blackstar yelled, abruptly pulling her ship up over the ice wall. She heard a harsh metallic scrape on the bottom of her hull as it passed over, and another beep, though this time from her central console. "Critical damage," the first line read. Below it read "Damage Assessment Engaged." It was apparent to her now that the bottom of her hull had taken a hit against the top of the wall. Her pull upwards was slightly too late. Blackstar's breathing intensified as the computer ran its assessment, restricting many of the ship's other digital systems from running like the targeting computer and radar. The ship was a model behind Incom's latest release, the A-21, and its computer systems were more fallible and distracted. Suddenly, none of that mattered when Blackstar, resetting her ship's distance from the ground of the valley, remembered the leading vulture droid had been preparing its torpedoes the entire time. Switching her small visual monitor display to the rear side, she witnessed the droid fighter launch 2 bright, orange spheres of powerful light from the central firing barrels of each wing. In an effort to mislead the torpedoes, she jerked the ship control's directional stick to the right, forgetting in the chaos that she was closely trenched between the 2 walls of the valley, which were barely slick enough to hold the width of her ship. Before she realized she had made a mistake, the right edge of the scout ship's wingspan groaned in industrious pain. The 10-foot stretch of metal scraped off in an explosion of sparks and a scream of tearing material. And for a split second, as she pulled her ship off the wall, reeling in the unraveling of her composure, the torpedoes that she had neglected consumed her starship in a grip of fire, whose causal explosion ripped her ship to shreds. In the moments Blackstar existed in the explosive grip of the projectiles, she felt the force of 1,000 rocks flung at her from all sides. She felt her suit try its best to absorb the pressure of her cabin exploding around her, and felt her helmet attempt to dampen the sudden cacophony of destruction. But what pressure and what noise her suit could not expel instead spilled onto her body beneath. The pain and overstimulation stunted her consciousness, cutting it out almost completely. But what Blackstar didn't feel was the heat. The fire, burning thousands of degrees, would have incinerated any normal being in an instant. It would have ended their thoughts, their suffering, and their existence. But Blackstar, it seemed, wasn't allowed to have that ending. The heat didn't touch her skin, which already existed in a perpetual state of searing pain and scorched agony. It was only the pressure that hurt her, not the heat which would have killed her. The floor and the seat she sat on gave way, burned to nothingness in half a second. But Black Star remained. She fell through the sphere of the explosion, her suit once again attempting to absorb the brunt of the heat. It took the heavy impact of her body to the snowy ground at the speed of her ship, sending her rolling on the rocky ground for 10 meters before stopping. In her last moment, feeling but a scrap of sense as the pain consumed her mind, she didn't anticipate the flaming hunks of torn metal that would impact the ground around her. The debris onslaught shook the valley, almost as if it were attempting to wake her back into full consciousness. But with her agency slipping, her body's internal klaxon ringing, she let go of reality as she lay face down in the snow. "Commander, target neutralized," the robotic voice chirped from the comlink. Retrieving the device, Dor Callahan activated it to respond, "As expected of you. Return to base at once. I shall send an investigative party out to survey the wreckage." He ended the communication and noticed a drop of sweat manifesting atop his elongated forehead. Dor felt his skin grow clammy over the course of a few moments, and the comlink became increasingly difficult to hold as a result. There was a familiar twinge in his stomach. It occurred whenever the pattern he knew so well was about to begin again. It was protocol, and Dor lived for protocol. It was how he had gained his position in the banking clan, and how he had kept such high standards regarding the security of Scipio. He wouldn't have defeated the intruder a few moments ago if it weren't for his adherence to the practices he himself helped develop. But this protocol was the only one he dreaded. It was not one that had been instituted by his own choice. And while Dor Callahan would rather keep the matters of Scipio within the realm of Scipio, he knew that the one man who needed to hear the information regarding this intruder and their defeat would be waiting for his report if he heard about the situation from another member of the clan. There would be hell to pay if Dor was not the one to speak this information. To an outsider, it seemed as if what he was about to do was standard and unassuming. Dor was simply relaying important information to his superior. But most knew not the way he felt regarding his superior. The fears he kept locked inside, the rumors his mind drew to corroborate from the communications the two had shared, and the sickly, rotten feeling he felt inside whenever he saw his hologram appear in front of him. He hadn't known any other superior in the sense of Magister Damask, but Dor knew there was something different about him. What scared him most was that there was no room to question the Magister's intentions without stirring the pot of disloyalty among his associates. All these fears and questions could not leave his own inner monologue, though he supposed that was exactly how Damask wanted it to be. Anxiously sighing, he activated the switchboard to his left and primed the communication channel to the Magister. It indicated the hailing request had been sent, and Dor placed himself in front of the hologram table. A moment of intense wait later, the hologram of Magister Higo Damask manifested on the table. He wore a heavy cloak and stood with his signature walking cane acting as a sort of third leg. "Speak, Callahan," he growled. Dor nearly gulped, his throat attempting to remain normal as the words squeezed out of him. "I felt compelled by standard protocol," and he stopped in an attempt to regain his composure, though he knew in a visual sense the attempt came off more as an odd interruption to himself as opposed to a restructuring of his personal presentation. "And a sense of general interest to inform you of an attempted intrusion near the Sidaria mountain cluster here, on Scipio." Damask's head snapped slightly upright upon hearing that statement. "Tell me more." Vulture droids were deployed to engage the starship and succeeded after a short engagement, Dor revealed. Damask's left hand released his cane, balling into a fist instead. Was the ship a sprite? Dor found the question to be oddly specific. He put a pin in it, vowing privately to follow up if he could after he revealed the appropriate response. "No, Magister." Droid scans indicate the ship was a slightly modified A-20 scout vessel, manufactured by Income. "I see," Damask responded with a sigh. He released his fist. "You acted appropriately then, Callahan. I need not inform you of the high-value assets we have locked in the Sidaria cluster." I am sending an investigative team to search the wreckage of the vessel to find clues as to its pilot and target. I fear it's possible the intruder was headed for Sideria 2, Door started, but was stopped by Damask raising his hand. I've no need for speculation until after the investigation, Callahan, Damask interrupted. Absolutely, Magister, Door said as he bowed. Is that all you have for me? Door thought for a moment, nearly pulling his question back. But, feeling bold and getting the sense that Damask was in a decent mood, he cleared his throat and acted on his thought. You mentioned a sprite. May I inquire why such a ship was assumed to be the intruder on your part? A brief silence before Damask spoke. I feel now it is appropriate to inform you that I am expecting a visitor to the Sideria cluster within the next few rotations. He will be flying a sprite, which as you are aware is a Jedi vessel. I will inform the security team in the headquarters of this information as well. His visit to Scipio falls under the business of he and I, though your mandate will be made known to you when the time comes. You and your forces are not to interfere as long as he is here. Is that understood? Damask explained. Yes, Magister. I will withdraw my forces at your discretion. Door bowed. The communication simply ended. When the light from the hologram subsided, the low light of the chief's office resumed their light effect. A Jedi on Scipio. Door pondered, raising a hand to his moist chin. After the incident regarding our previous intruder, I don't see why we would allow another lightsaber-wielding maniac into our headquarters. Not much of Magister Damask made sense to Door, but he was wise enough to know it wasn't his place to question his actions out loud. Instead, his mind ran wild with relief that Damask had thought his actions appropriate regarding the Vulture droid engagement. But above that was the lingering fear, that which kept his brow shiny with sweat and his work suit feeling as if it was made of bantha wool. Moving now to engage communications with the investigative team, protocols didn't distract Door from the retch in the pit of his stomach regarding the arrival of Scipio's next visitor, who he could only hope would not be a disaster for his clan. Chapter 15. Redirection. The death toll is catastrophic. We must bow to their wishes. You must contact me. An explosion around his sentience echoed across the stars, reverberating back unto itself. It was deafening. It was quick. It was painful, but only briefly. And as he fell at 1,000,000 kilometers a second, hitting the rocky floor, Kenshi woke up with a jerk in his preferred passenger seat in the Enigma. He gasped confusedly when he jolted, startling Feroh in the process. She looked back at him from the pilot seat, her look one that blended confusion and annoyance. You okay? She asked. Her vocal tone had an odd inflection of bemusement in there too. Kenshi nodded drowsily, feeling something warm run down his chin. He wiped the warmth away with his jacket sleeve, seeing it was just his drool. The young man began to rub his eyes in an attempt to clear his vision from the nap he had taken. Normally, when he had had a bad dream, or any quality of dream for that matter, the memory of it didn't last long because, he figured, it didn't actually happen. It was merely an illusory performance, and didn't register as something important enough to be stored in his head. But what he had just seen in his nap was ingrained into his head. And not only his head, but his chest as well. There was a certain tightness to it that he hadn't felt since the gang of warriors attacked the Bando Gora camp on Coruscant. It only came about when something made him very anxious. After a moment, he figured the tightness was just a symptom of hyperspace travel. Feroh had said first-timers usually experience an odd side effect or two. He was content with assuming that this was a byproduct of that. But the feeling he had in that camp and the one he had now were eerily similar. Figuring he needed more sleep, he assumed the napping position he had found in his seat again. Feroh looked back one more time. There are cots in here. I can show you how to pull one out, she suggested. Oh no, this is fine. I'm comfy, Kenshi gently smiled. He couldn't imagine or process the level of tired confusion that spread across his face. It drew a smirk out of Feroh. All right, you doing okay so far? She asked. Kenshi nodded one more time, prompting her to resume monitoring the Enigma's hyperspace activity. How the fire felt, how it didn't feel, How I hit the ground so fast, so hard. It doesn't make sense, Kenshi thought. That wasn't just a nightmare. It didn't feel like anything I've experienced before. He finally tried closing his eyes again. As he drifted into sleep once more, somehow, the nightmare resumed. He heard the crackle of flames and falling scraps around him. He was laying in snow, face down, body intact but sprawled across the ground. He couldn't move. Kenshi couldn't tell if he was paralyzed or asleep or dead, but the fact of the matter was that he was immobile. The impact of the flaming shrapnel hitting the frigid rocks around him was deafening, but nothing compared to the momentary destruction he felt in the dream's previous segment. That experience felt like the end of everything all at once, yet somehow a wave of relief as it pulled back like the tide. Here, he experienced what he could only describe as alarming peace. He was in danger and he could detect it, but there was a certain level of resolution hiding within him too. Above him, he heard the whoosh of 5 starfighters flying overhead. Behind the veil of the petrifying thruster screams was an odd kind of vocalization chatter. It was low, incredibly gargled, and not understandable to him at all. He heard something from each ship at the peak of their thruster screams. And as the thrusters faded, Kenshi realized now the lack of agency he had in this dream body, as it balled one of his hands into a fist without him performing the action. He could feel it happen without looking, but he hadn't activated the muscles to do it. Kenshi awoke with another jolt, screaming, "Scipio!" Feroh was startled once again, and turned once more. "Scipio?" she asked, adjusting her loose bangs away from her eyes. "Scipio, that's..." Kenshi started, looking at his hands in confusion. "I don't know. I had a nightmare. Take it easy, kid. I think hyperspace might be giving you the heebie-jeebies," Feroh guessed. "No. This wasn't just anxiety, Feroh. It was like I was living in someone else's body, just for a second. There was an explosion, I think, and I was on the ground. My chest still hurts, I think. I'm not gonna lie and say it hasn't been a very 12 hours or so. A lot happened," Feroh started. "I think you're just reeling from it a bit is all." Kenshi's breathing slowed down a bit. His gaze finally raised from his hands, coming to Feroh. "Something bad happened on Scipio." Feroh was once again awestruck by the range this kid would exude on occasion. The palpable fear on his face almost drove her to comfort the kid personally, but she decided to play along from a distance instead. "What happened on Scipio?" "I thought you said you'd never left Coruscant." "I've never left that planet before this, I swear. But in my dream, I was somewhere else. I was someone else. And I didn't know what planet it was when I was living it, dreaming it, but the only thing in my head right now is the name of the planet, Scipio, being read to me in my own voice over and over again. Something's calling me there," Kenshi spilled. "You think that's where the Bando Gora really are? I thought we were gonna scan the inner rim," Feroh said. "I wouldn't put it past them to lie in that journal. Throw off their scent, maybe," Kenshi reasoned amidst the chaos. "I think we should give them the benefit of the doubt, considering we're already en route to the Dartesek system to refuel and locate the first relay station," Feroh said. But after the statement floated in the air for a moment, she placed her hand on her chin and swiveled back to her console. She pulled a chip from her jumpsuit and plugged it into the computer. A small hologram manifested from the hologram device. It showed what appeared to be a bank statement, revealing to Kenshi that perhaps she and him weren't too different when it came to finances. "Blast it!" Feroh exclaimed in frustration. "What's wrong?" Kenshi asked. "Most of my credits are back at the Crimson Spire in my apartment. I've only got my on-person funds with me," Feroh told him. "It won't be enough for a round trip across the inner rim." "Then should we turn back?" Kenshi asked. "I don't think so. I think my apartment is officially compromised. I didn't even think to check it before we left orbit. I thought I had everything I needed," she said. Kenshi wanted to ask how she figured that, but considering their last conversation about his prying, he figured it was best to leave this one to his imagination. "It's okay. I've had to restart like this before. It's a small loss. I've got my armor, ship, weapons, and personal info with me. Oh, what made you check your bank account anyways? Kenshi asked instead. He hoped this question didn't come off as snooping. My primary account is with the intergalactic banking clan on Scipio. They're really top secret and secure. That's why I like them, Feroh said. Go figure, Kenshi thought as he resisted an eye roll. Feroh groaned in frustration as she removed the bank chip and placed it back into her jumpsuit pocket. We're gonna have to go to Scipio if we want to make this trip work, kiddo. Huh, Kenshi said. That doesn't explain how or why I dreamt about it though. It doesn't matter. I'm just glad you mentioned it now before we got to a point where we were out of money, Feroh commented. It'll just be a quick trip to the inner fringe of the Outer Rim, okay? The Outer Rim? Kenshi asked frustratedly. Feroh, we're already on borrowed time maybe with our current plan. Look, Kenshi, without my money we're up a creek. We won't be able to afford fuel, escort fees, repairs, or information without it. Feroh explained. It will only be maybe an extra 10 days. 10 days? Kenshi asked. Kirk. He threw his hands against his forehead. Okay, Kenshi, look. We can either turn back to Coruscant now and give up, or let me change our hyperspace vector and get the 10 rotations over with. I'm willing to do either. But it's up to you, Feroh said. The ultimatum withdrew a frustrated sigh from the Zabrak, who freed his face from his hands. Fine. Let's go to Scipio as fast as we can, please. It's the only thing that's gonna keep this mission even close to alive, Feroh said as she canceled the hyperspace travel. The jolt of the exit would have thrown Kenshi from his chair had he not been wearing his seatbelt. Punching a series of coordinates into her computer, she adjusted the direction of the ship and checked the hyperspace engine status. All his readings were average, it appeared, and she executed another jump. It'll be a little while, but it's our only hope if we want this plan to have a chance. Got that? She asked. Okay, I can live with it, Kenshi replied. It had been 3 days, according to his ship's clock, in hyperspace, and Dooku was finding his starfighter's hyperspace ring growing exhausted on fuel and integrity. The ancillary devices, while a helpful replacement and handier than taking a whole consular ship, could not withstand hyperspace jumps that lasted longer than a few days. It was a major complaint on the part of the Jedi pilots who used the rings often. Transgal Meg Industries, the ring's manufacturer, had been dismissive of the Order's request for an updated, stronger model. Luckily for Dooku and the ring, however, their destination was on their doorstep anyway. He began disengaging the ring's hyperdrive, which brought the ship from its swirling blue tunnel into reality snaps so hard it dizzied the Jedi Master's vision. In view of his canopy was a white and silver planet, dotted with sporadic green circles. Its orbital hue was bright, which surprised Dooku considering the planet's destructive history. He figured its hue would have been damaged and lessened in vibrancy from the workings of the racket and industrial hell that lay beneath the surface. And somewhere in that hell was Komari Vosa. Pulling the hyperspace ring to a stop, Dooku unlocked his sprite from the hyperspace ring's docking clamps and was shaken a bit as his ship lowered from beneath the ring's middle bar. He ignited the starship's thrusters, but didn't get too far before his ship's onboard communication device chirped. He disabled his thrusters and viewed the device, which showed him a new message had been received from an unknown contact. Had it been the Council or Palpatine, it would have told Dooku as such. Hesitantly, he opened the holographic message which displayed on his console. It was that of a Muin dressed in a thick cloak, sitting in an upholstered chair. He had his hands folded in his lap, and as soon as Dooku could make out the breathing apparatus on the man's face, he recognized him as Magister Hego Damask of Damask Holdings and the Intergalactic Banking Clan. The message began on his own. Jedi Master Dooku. I am Hego Damask. I'm sure you remember me from our all-too-brief meetings on Sereno and in the Senate Rotunda years ago. To be frank, I have seen how close you've grown to my political disciple, Palpatine. And I hope to be able to trust you in the matters I intend to present to you now with that notion in mind. I have a developing situation you may be able to help alleviate, Around 4 or 5 days ago, the headquarter base of the banking clan on Scipio was infiltrated by a Force-sensitive assassin. She ruthlessly murdered 3 of my close associates and many of my security personnel before she was captured. We dare not report this matter to the Republic or the Senate with the fear that mistrust would spread within the Rotunda regarding your Jedi Order. Considering the state of the Senate, which I remember you and I saw very similarly from our discussion on Sereno following the Selenon mediation, and the turmoil that you may or may not be aware of developing on Naboo, we felt it best to bring this issue to you privately. After a data scan of her ship, we found the captured assassin's name to be Komari Vosa. Dooku's face paled, turning as cold and white as Belsaba's surface in an instant. And after some research and discussions with Palpatine, I am aware of your history with this character. I ask not for apologies, and I ask not for reparations on my account or that of the banking clan. Stated plainly, I wish for you to come to Scipio, alone, to retrieve her. She has not been harmed, and we have no intentions of bringing her harm so long as I can mitigate the Tonat family's involvement in the matter. Thinking between his words, Dooku remembered the Tonat family from his brief research of the IBC before the Selenon mediation years prior. The family formed the top echelon of the clan's hegemony, though they were stationed on the bank's origin point of Moonilist. Scipio was a more recent stretch of the clan's expansion, and was where Hago Damask and his own financial organization, Damask Holdings, were allowed more reign to lead. He had thought it illuminating that the Tonat family had decided to remain on Moonilist instead of overseeing the expansion towards the core worlds they had been achieving over the past decades. Dooku thought that if the elitist Tonat family were to grasp the situation Damask was spilling to him, Komari would surely be executed. Dooku almost felt the need to speak, but remembered the message was pre-recorded. I can't keep this information hidden from the prowling eyes of the Tonat family for a bit longer. But if you wish to free your former comrade, I ask you come to Scipio quickly. I will not be in attendance, but my men have been informed of your arrival. I look forward to the sudden issue's mutual resolution, Master Dooku. Safe travels. The message ended. With his thrusters still silenced, and his ship's onboard computers still quietly priming for independent travel, Dooku reflected on the information he had just heard. He knew not where to begin processing Damask's message until his gaze rose to Belsaba's. To begin, he was shocked that he hadn't considered Scipio to be Komari's location of imprisonment. It was not in the grasp of the Republic by the standard definition of the concept. It was independently owned by the banking clan Expanse, but still agreed to be counted under Republic jurisdiction. There was no Republic presence on the planet, so Komari's capture would have been kept a secret from the Senate and the Jedi regardless of Damask's choice to keep it away from them anyways. Scipio was located in the Outer Rim, the same as Belsaba's, but on nearly the opposite side of the galaxy. The thought of abandoning Komari over a few days' extra travel felt asinine to Dooku. He had been willing to cross half of Republic space to reach Belsaba's, and he now felt that crossing double the length to find her wouldn't be much more of a commitment. However, he remembered the integrity of his hyperspace ring. Dooku figured it had sustained its damage from traveling to Belsaba's on an unspecified route. The Republic's previously established trade routes were much safer for hyperspace travel than unmarked paths. He summoned a map of the galaxy on his hologram display, reviewing his current position in relation to Scipio. If he stopped at the nearby world of Iridu to repair his hyperspace ring and refuel, he could then follow the Hydean way, disengage in its bend at the core, and reach Scipio in a matter of, he figured, 4 or 5 more days. As for the Tonat family, Dooku would have their heads on a platter if they were to touch Komari. It was kind enough of Damask to inform him of her capture, and it seemed almost odd that the two events of him searching for his lost pupil and Damask informing him of her capture happened simultaneously. But it was a matter he was willing to leave to the machinations of the Force. It was an excuse he would never use lightly, preferring to use his own logic and experience to solve situations like this. But a smart Jedi knew when to accept the possibility that there were machinations of the Force at play. And in the chaos of his feelings, he was willing to accept that for the time being. With his mind made up, and his heart set. Not coming since his apprentice's name was spoken in the message, Dooku then repositioned his starfighter and activated the magnetic clamps of his hyperspace ring. When his computer indicated the two were securely attached, he pivoted his ship away from Belsavis and towards his new target, Eridu. He activated his hyperspace ring for a short jump to the planet and sped off through the stars. "And what of your scan of their current location?" Sidious asked as he and his apprentice walked in equal pace down the length of the outdoor balcony of his 500 Republica apartment. "Tatooine is sparsely populated," Maul started. "If the trace was correct, I will find them quickly, Master. Move against the Jedi first. You will then have no difficulty in taking the Queen to Naboo to sign the treaty," Sidious commanded as he assumed a position at the railed edge of the balcony. "At last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have revenge," Maul concluded as he assumed his newly oriented position at Sidious's side. His master could feel the smile within Maul's being at the thought of this notion finally coming to pass. But Maul dared not show it. "You have been well trained, my young apprentice," Sidious said after a brief moment of silent calculation. "They will be no match for you." "Thank you, my master," Maul said. His inner smile was wrought with anticipation now. "Prepare the scimitar for departure. Inform me when you have arrived, and when the Queen is in your possession," Sidious commanded. He turned his head to Maul. "The destiny of the Sith is all but set in stone. How hastily it comes to fruition depends on you. Bring us forth with the ferocity that has been bred within you." Sidious almost mentioned Maul's mistake against Alexi Garen again as a deterrent of performing with too much haste and blinding anger. But he weighed the statement against Maul's heavy anticipation and wondered if deflating him in this way would be more discouraging than reminding. This is the most critical piece of the Sith imperative that we have come to so far. I need not make myself more clear, shall I? "There is no need, Lord Sidious," Maul assured him, genuflecting as he did so. This move caught the full attention of Sidious's position, seeing him turn fully to his kneeling apprentice as a result. "I am a servant of the Sith. I am a servant of you, and I shall not fail you," he promised. Maul felt Sidious's hand gently on his shoulder. Suddenly, Sidious saw the hatred in Maul fluster. His face was down towards the stone floor of the balcony. Sidious felt shame radiating from his young apprentice. "You have done well, Maul. You need not fret in regards to your own abilities. You have learned violence with control. You have learned anger with restraint. You have learned skill with purpose. You are the dark side in its strongest physical manifestation, a living equilibrium of efficiency and intent. Two mere Jedi stand no chance against a warrior whose training and skills have been kept a secret his entire existence." "I will not underestimate them," Maul informed his master. "As you shouldn't. But I sense instability in your confidence and wisdom. You will tell me its source before I will be confident enough to send you to Tatooine," Sidious commanded. Maul sighed briefly, almost a huff of hesitation, and regret that he'd even think of vocalizing his anxieties. "Master, what will happen when we are revealed to the galaxy?" "I thought you were excited over the prospect," Sidious commented. "I am. Not to the point where I am blinded, but the Force does not show me a clear path beyond the precipice we stand on," Maul said. "The Jedi will unravel. The Senate will unravel," Sidious said, smiling slyly. "The Republic will unravel. You and I will be the calculators of a war that will send us to a place no one can reach, and the Sith will be forever." The red aura Sidious felt radiating from his apprentice faded with his statement. Maul looked up. "But only if the pieces fall into place. The Queen must sign the treaty, and you will see to it that she does." Sidious finally retracted his hand from Maul's shoulder, placing both his arms in the opposite sleeves of his cloak. "Rise," and Maul did. After coming to his feet, he knew what he had to do without another word being spoken. He crossed away down the balcony in the direction they arrived to their current position from. Sidious then turned to face the cityscape. It was nighttime on Coruscant, but the ocean of lights from structures, outdoor lamps, and bustling starships almost made it seem as if nighttime had never existed. Coruscant was always awake, and it was always in motion. While this side of the capital would astonish any novice from around the galaxy, Sidious was unfazed. Instead, he let his ebb of the Force float freely, seeing where it would be magnetically pulled to. To his surprise, he felt a tug behind him, inside his apartment suite. He closed his eyes, giving himself into the tug entirely. Allowing his ebb to visualize itself in Sidious consciousness, he was shown two figures standing far behind the tinted window border in the balcony, Darth Plagueis and his droid, 11-4D. The droid was, naturally, harder to detect with the Force. But the machine often accompanied Plagueis as his private assistant. No doubt, their attention through the window was directed at Sidious and Maul's conversation using the droid's audio receptors. Now, he wondered why the two had been listening. Perhaps the thought of revealing the Sith, though Plagueis was the one who initially suggested it upon reaching into the well of the dark side, was bringing his teacher anxiety. Sidious considered where his fears had stemmed from. It could be from Maul's abilities. The two had never interacted or seen each other with the other aware. He had made sure to keep Plagueis a well-guarded secret from his apprentice, for he felt it futile to show Maul a piece on the game board that would soon be removed anyway. And Plagueis had never shown interest in Maul besides the man being their errand boy. At least, the errand boy for when someone needed to be killed. And even then, only when their Sun Guards were busy doing something else. Now, when the Neimoidian's lips were becoming slippery, and the Viceroy knew Gunray needed an incentive to keep his measly confidence alive, it was Sidious who was appointed to do so. Or when it was to futilely speak with his peers in the Senate to make Ego Damask a promising candidate for Vice-Chancellor after Damask had grown tired of performing the campaign himself, it was Palpatine who was appointed to do so. Or when it was to mediate a crisis between the benefactors of Damask Holdings, Hego Damask's own financial party, and those of the Trade Federation, it was Sidious who was appointed to do so. It was a pattern Plagueis didn't seem to recognize he was perpetuating. Sidious was the errand boy appointed to make sure Hego Damask was a strong character. And when Sidious dedicated himself to the trivial matters of his teacher's image and those of his companies, it distracted him from focusing not only on the Sith imperative, but on the dark side itself. Plagueis was too distracted in his quest for immortality, leaving all the monotonous pieces for Sidious to clean in his wake. Sidious theorized that had he himself had more time to dedicate to Valorum and developing the Naboo crisis, he could have anticipated the Supreme Chancellor's decision to send Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi to the blockade. He could have had time to organize a stronger offensive against the two Jedi Knights. He wouldn't have had to push the invasion ahead of schedule, and Queen Amidala would not be on Tatooine as he laid the map of mishaps and surprises out in his mind. The plan that, once in development, seemed foolproof as the manipulative powers of Palpatine rooted deeper and deeper, had now devolved to a series of second-guessing, hopeful decision-making, and educated guesses. He found himself working twice as hard to maintain the integrity of the Sith imperative, which wanted to unfold beneath his own feet. The kicker, Sidious realized, was that had they anticipated Qui-Gon's departure to Naboo, the Sith would never have had to reveal themselves. Had the invasion worked, the treaty been signed, and the Jedi been killed by the droids aboard Gunray's ship, Palpatine would have garnered more than enough sympathy to earn him the chancellorship and help him ascend to the highest point in the Republic. With the Sith about to be revealed in a rotation's time, the plans for war would have to accelerate. The idea of a clone army had already been implanted in the head of Sif Odias, a close associate of Dooku, and the ball would hopefully begin its journey soon. But Sidious figured he would still have more time to carpet the house of the idea before its execution. With each complication, however, Sidious had no choice but to create an opportunity of it. It was the way the dark side nudged him, and he knew no reason to deny the Force when it operated in concurrence with his own logic. Had Sidious, Palpatine, even, not been such an opportunistic person, the Sith would be forced to stay in hiding for another 1,000 years. This was where Plagueis failed. Where complications arose in their plans, the Muin feigned a reliance on the dark side. The goal of his feigns was always to pass responsibility off to Sidious. The goal was always to appoint Sidious to solve the problems of their plan. And that's why Sidious took no issue in writing Plagueis out of the script entirely, because Plagueis had already written himself out. Why would a playwright give credit to his partner who only occasionally corrected a spelling mistake? When he pictured himself at the top of the Republic, overseeing the Jedi, and all his peers who had helped him gain the position he found himself in, he pictured himself standing alone on the Chancellor's podium. There was no room for a Vice-Chancellor in this vision. There was no room for Hago Damask II, head of Damask Holdings, Magister of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Secret Sith Lord Darth Plagueis, teacher of the dark side of the Force, selfish egotistical chaser of immortality, lazy, incompetent mediator between factions he had stakes in. There was only room for one Sith to lead everything, and it occurred to Sidious now that Plagueis had long since bowed out of the candidacy. Maul's departure for Tatooine was simply another opportunity in the inevitable unraveling of everything that stood before him. Sidious had to treat the return of the Sith like it was inevitable. Otherwise, the opposite would come true. The dark side was the truth to Sidious, but he knew when to listen and when to make his own decisions with his whispers. Plagueis chose to rely on it entirely, and that's where the divide between them was clear, Sidious knew. So watch, Master. Listen with your droid. Doubt Maul. Doubt me? But you will still fail to realize your own hubris, Sidious thought. When I seize the throne of the galaxy, you won't even be in the castle. Chapter 16. A critical intersection. It's so wonderful, Ani. You have brought hope to those who have none. I'm so very proud of you. Since they changed directions, it had been 5 days of continual travel aboard the Enigma. After a bit of loosening from Kenshi's persistence, Feroh had begun to teach him the basics of the Star Courier's controls and special properties. Since they had been in hyperspace for days, he couldn't fly the vessel anywhere, of course, but the woman taught him how to make sure the ship remained on course, plus how to check its stability against the magnitude of hyperspace travel. She wasn't sure if she was ready to let him try flying the ship just yet, but she figured it would be helpful if he could learn to fill the blanks if she dozed off accidentally. She checked the Enigma's location tracker, seeing that Scipio was finally within hyperspace descent range. Kenshi, she said, turning to the young man seated behind her right. He looked up from the datapad he was viewing. Care to bring us out of hyperspace? Kenshi smiled, rising from his seat and excitedly approaching the control board. You remember how? She asked him. I think so, he said. He reached for a small lever and pulled it down gently. Suddenly, the extended and distorted ocean of stars they flew through resumed its normal appearance. It was something neither of the two had seen in days. At first, the sight was too dim for Kenshi, but after a few moments his eyes began to adjust. In their view was Scipio. It was a snowy, rocky planet from the outset. Its planetary aura was bright blue, indicating to Feroh that the planet had not been tainted by pollution or unnatural sources yet. Not that it mattered, but it was an observation she noticed herself making. The sight had distracted the two for a moment, causing Feroh to shake her head briefly and return her attention to Kenshi. Sorry. So now, you need to, she let him into the thought. Reset Enigma's thruster and engine output to normal levels and adjust them as needed, he recited. Good. Do you remember why? Feroh asked. Because they operate differently in hyperspace. And if we want them to be operating optimally, then they need to be at the appropriate output level. Right? Kenshi asked, looking at her. Her smile was beaming. You do listen sometimes, she joked. Kenshi rolled his eyes. Sometimes. He activated the primary display on the center console, showing the adjustment indicators for the ship's major components including the thrusters, engines, and weapons. He began to reach for a lever, but restrained himself. I don't remember which one it is, he admitted, returning his hand to meet his opposite inner elbow. It's okay, kid. You're still learning, Feroh assured him. She effortlessly yet gently pulled a switch down on the control board. On the display, it showed the output level indicator of the engine returning towards the middle of the spectrum where it was meant to be in sub-light speeds. She did the same with another switch, adjusting the thruster indicator this time. Kenshi made his frustration known with a huff and returned to his seat. You'll get it. It just takes practice. Most pilots don't give a damn if their ship operates differently at different speeds of travel, but it's important if you want to maintain your ship's health. It's been 5 days. I think I just need to get out of here, Kenshi admitted. No offense to the Enigma, but I want to breathe air I haven't already processed, you know. You'll get to in a little bit here. Scipio is cold though, so you might even get to see your breath. Such a simple concept left Kenshi a bit confused, but the thought drew a subtle smile to his face as he pictured what a snowy planet was like. He had heard stories from his co-workers at Limerick who had traveled to other planets, and Dexter Jetster had described some outer rim planets in good detail too. But there was always a stark separation between words and experience. To see his breath and feel the snow on his skin would be something entirely different than hearing Dexter describe it. We're going to be inhaling rain soon. The banking clan is never really too keen on impromptu visitors, so I'm hoping they'll actually see us, Feroh said. So you're saying there's a chance we're wasting our time? Kenshi asked. Honestly, yeah. But this is a risk we have to take, or else we're backed in a corner. The iron composite of the prison cell naturally grew and shrunk in varying degrees of frigid as the weather of Scipio reached its short peaks and deep valleys. Komari Vosa, for days, had tried to use the force to warm either herself or the cell floor, but her strength had never been lower. And after multiple attempts to contact Maul through force meditation, she realized that her very connection to the force was warped and unrecognizable. Further proof of this was when the Neimoidian guards came to her cell gate with her daily meal, and she had attempted to use a mind trick to get her released. But every time, the guard saw through her attempt and laughed. And it didn't matter in the most recent days anyways, because the Neimoidian credence had been replaced with battle droids belonging to the Trade Federation. There was an odd relationship the two factions seemed to have been developing. Komari still didn't know what Higo Damask had planned for her, or why she had been told nothing about the extent of her imprisonment. She couldn't even tell if they were planning to execute her or simply leave her in the cell to rot. But she did know that whoever Higo Damask was, he knew how to break one's connection to the Force. The stunted slime, Komari thought, futilely trying to warm herself once again. If I escape, I'm going to find out who he is. There's something about him he's hiding. Perhaps a strong connection to the Force that I couldn't detect before. The idea seemed ever more plausible when she thought back to the day she and her best men piloted the bombing shuttle over Sojourn. It started as a discreet affair. King Ars Varuna of Naboo made no effort to disguise his involvement in the matter, though he relied on a liaison to contact her and the Bando Gora. Essentially, the deal was that Varuna would give Komari a small armament of weapons he had procured from various sources, a pool of hosts for her growing army, thus simultaneously scrubbing the planet of some of his homeless population, and immunity through the Dustic sector through an establishment of contact between her and a Dug crime lord who had intense political influence in the sector. To receive these, Komari and her men would first have to infiltrate the gambling prison called Cog Hive 7 and retrieve a nuclear device with the help of a Dathomirian Night Brother, Maul. And with the bomb secured, she would fly it to the hidden moon of Sojourn, which the king had discovered was the location of Higo Damask's residence. The moon's air was brisk the morning she and her men arrived with the payload. They flew an unmarked ship provided by Varuna, anonymous to trackers and governmental lookups. She and her men gathered in psionic prayer that the mission would bring great tribute to the plight of the Bando Gora. But not a word was said on the part of Komari. She was smart to keep distance between the Bando Gora and the insignificant political squabbles of the Republic. But when she had an opportunity to gain from said squabbles, she took the matter seriously. Still, she didn't bother to research the feud between Varuna and the Magister. She and her men had their objective and it would be seen through. And when Damask's castle was overhead, still without a word, Komari released the primed warhead from their ship. They reached top speed a moment later in an attempt to escape the blast radius. Its speed was enough, and Komari viewed the explosion as it occurred. The white light completely enveloped the obsidian castle, taking the surrounding wildlife with it. She felt, in the force, the power of the bomb as it consumed the small moon and fire. She hadn't bothered to follow up on the moon's status with Varuna or his men after the fact, simply accepting the rewards and continuing on with her business as if nothing had happened. It was of no use to dwell on the destruction. She simply moved to take what she could away from the endeavor. Something about the Sojourn mission was out of place in the back of Komari's mind its entire duration. Why had Varuna been so vehement on the annihilation of an entire moon for the sake of one target? She didn't research what drove Varuna to seek Damask's death at the time, though even in the present when her mind dwelled on it, she had to restrain herself from looking deeper. Later on, when her operation with Gardella Basadii, Sabolto, and Canis Trail had taken liftoff, it was revealed to her by the Hutt that Damask was indeed still alive. And soon after, she had discovered that Varuna had died in his sleep. To Komari, it was obvious that Varuna's death was carried out and performed. It was too simple that he had orchestrated the destruction of Damask, only to fail completely and end up dying in his sleep. The Force did not work in ways of karma, as morality was not a spectrum in an infinite universe. It was much simpler to believe that his murder had been carried out to make it look like a natural death, most certainly on the account of Damask. He was the chairman of Damask Holdings, after all. It was a party rooted deeply in lobbyist principles in the center of a series of complex networks and connections. But how then had he survived the attack on Sojourn? How could Varuna, in all his certainty and connections of his own, have been mistaken about Damask's presence on the moon at the time of the attack? Even Komari had felt his presence there when they arrived. It was unmistakably his. And how had Gardella, similarly to Varuna, been duped so effortlessly by Damask? Komari had distance on Sojourn when she dropped the bomb. But here, on Scipio, she fell directly into the moon's trap because Gardella failed her. Damask had outsmarted her. Jabba had outsmarted her. Komari allowed herself to fall prey to the squabbles of lesser beings. It was a mistake she wouldn't make again. She could continue her partnership with Gardella, she figured. But never again would she be trusting enough of her business partners to use the assets and valuable time of the Bando Gora to tie up their loose ends. The most worrying mystery regarding Damask was his knowledge of her past. It was a completely unexpected violation, and was what had stuck in her mind above all else regarding this mission. Some Jedi were well known across the galaxy. Yoda, Mace Windu, and Plo Koon were notable among the Republic for their finely tuned skills of peacekeeping and diplomacy. But how had a drip in the river, Komari Vosa, been so exposed to Damask without her knowing? How much did the Republic know about the Bando Gora? Was she as elusive as she assumed she had been for the past 2 years? Were her business partners perpetuating the image that Komari and the Bando Gora were a top-secret organization to maintain her confidence? Her hatred of being helpless compounded, with nowhere to unleash it. But after all, Komari's mind was concluded. All she had to do now was escape Scipio and the clutches of Hego Damask. All she had to do was wait for the critical moment where she could break the mechanical necks of her captors and return to Kalma. She would decide later if revenge against Damask was appropriate or not. "We've accepted your impromptu appointment request, Star Courier," Dora Callahan spoke through Enigma's communication console. "You have engaged the course towards our facilities at an acceptable speed and on the appropriate lane of travel. We do not accept you as a threat at this time but are prepared to use force to eliminate you if that notion changes." A brief pause, one which Feroh assumed was to let her process the threat. "You are free to land on platform number 3. A security envoy will escort you inside momentarily. Prepare for a weapon scan, ship scan, and rigorous identification validation." The communique ended when Callahan, in all his haughty effort, abruptly ended the transmission. Kenshi hummed in suspicion. "They're quite jumpy. A bit strict." Feroh slowed her ship down a bit more than the near crawl it had been approaching the large green dome at. "They're usually not this bad. Something must have happened that really set them off. They seem like they don't want us here. We're wasting our time," Kenshi claimed. The impatience in his voice was palpable. "You heard him. He said they'd take us, Feroh rebutted. But he also said they. I heard him. Look, it's either here or Moonlands, which is even deeper in the Outer Rim. So pick your poison. We're already here. The silence between the two let the enigma's inner ambiance take center stage. In the view of the windshield, Kenshi saw the dark hue of the dome's outer surface. It had a faint reflective quality to it, being uncomfortable to his eyes in the plain sunlight that shone off it. I don't get why you're being a nerf herder all of a sudden, Feroh unexpectedly jabbed. I can't do without your unsolicited thoughts, she heard from the seat behind her. The Star Courier hovered above the landing platform. I wouldn't say them if they didn't need to be heard, Feroh bit back. Now, the ship initiated her landing procedures. I think I've made the reason I'm angry clear, Feroh. What I don't understand is how you're so unsympathetic, Kenshi reversed, crossing his arms. Feroh turned her chair after a sigh and moment of thought. No, I'm not gonna justify this trip to you again. I don't need you to, Kenshi said. Then why are you being like this? Feroh asked at a higher volume than the conversation had maintained, gesturing her hands and shoulders in question. Because the Bando Gora has my dad and we are here trying to make a withdrawal. Kenshi exclaimed as the ship jolted into its final resting position on the platform. Don't you see how ridiculous this is? Don't you see how far I've had to extend my hand to help you, kid? I had to give up my lifestyle, my retirement, my apartment, just to make sure you saw this through to the end. She rose. You proved to me back on Coruscant that you have a good heart. I was hoping you keep that energy for me. She crossed to the exit hatchway after grabbing the ship's startup key from its slot. Stay on the ship. Learn some patience, she requested as the door opened. She exited. Kenshi scowled, still facing towards the slim canopy. Stepping outside, Feroh was greeted by a sprinkling of snowflakes dotting her hair. The sudden shift in temperature wouldn't have normally affected her in the heyday of her career, but the controlled temperature of Coruscant and the similarly set temperature of the Enigma's cabin had been all she had felt for the last few years. Feroh felt, stepping out of the ship's outline and exposing herself fully to the light snowfall on the landing platform, that even a slight whisper of wind could shatter her entirely. She crossed her arms. And just as the confusion of what to do next stepped in, the door placed at the end of the platform's attached bridge opened. 4 droids stepped out from inside the building. Each was slender-legged, with a slim lower spine of sorts connecting their legs by their tops. It led to a scarish central torso, engraved with the outline of a shape nearly resembling a vest, but the torsos were all one piece of machinery. The arms were as slender as the legs, and each droid held an E5 blaster rifle. But what drew Feroh's attention primarily, and almost withdrew a chuckle from her, were the droids' heads. At the top of their necks, which looked like they could be snapped with her 2 bare hands, sat the odd headpieces that resembled the image of a sharp, drawn angle that had fallen over. And to give the machines some form of connectivity to whichever unfortunate souls would find themselves in contact with them, 2 small visual receptors were added to the fronts of their faces in the form of 2 small black circles with a diagonal strip in each. State your name, the droid who had taken the frontmost position commanded. Its tone was far less expressive than Feroh had known most speaking droids to be. Peri Jiran, Feroh stated. Her pseudonym she had used in many of her public records came to her memory surprisingly fast. She had a small log of different aliases, passwords, and personal numbers she had had to juggle over the years. The leading droid, who bore a yellow circle on the front of his torso and head, shifted his head slightly to the left in a jarring motion. Your name is attached to your starship's license number. Identity confirmed. The security chief called that rigorous. I'd hate to see what his version of easygoing is, Feroh thought. State your reason for visitation, the droid then commanded. I have to meet with the financier and make a withdrawal, Feroh said. You want my life story while I'm at it? She added sarcastically. Not required, the droid said curtly. He turned to his inferior on his left. Inform Chief Callahan of her request. We will perform a weapon scan in the interim. Roger, Roger, the inferior responded. He turned around, marching inside the dome. The remaining 3 droids stepped closer to Feroh. "We will now perform a weapon scan," the leader spoke. The 2 behind him fell to one knee each, priming and aiming their blasters at Feroh. She was visibly startled, taking a quick step back. "No sudden movements. Do as I command, and no harm will come to you," the droid spoke once more. "Place your hands above your head." Feroh followed the droid's order, her stomach feeling queasy. She now sat on the precipice of being shot and killed. She had left her armor aboard the Enigma as a gesture of peace towards the Moon financiers, but had not anticipated their switch to unfeeling machines built to follow procedure with rigor and efficiency. Feroh carried no blaster, but feeling the intensity of 2 weapons pointed directly at her and no way to fight back without endangering her current mission displaced her mentally. She could take the droids out before they could pull the triggers, but that would endanger both her and Kenshi in the process. On the thought of Kenshi, Feroh understood why he was upset. It was an urgent situation, and one that required great care and sensitivity. But Feroh knew in her very being that Kenshi's father was no more. They were chasing a corpse as far as she was concerned. But the Zabrak had a big heart and a hopeful outlook. She wasn't sure he had really let go of that hope yet. Maybe he heard a heartbeat when they found him in the fortress on Coruscant. Or maybe he could just feel something about the situation. But the urgency he held wasn't shared by her. At least, not on the same level. Kenshi had a lot to learn. He walked and talked like a kid from Coruscant who thought he could change the universe somehow. But this trip, Feroh had been hoping, would show him a thing or two about how things were like outside his little bubble. There would be inconveniences and unplanned stops and complications. It was the name of the game, and nothing Feroh wasn't used to. But his patience was running thin, and he had to learn to thicken it. A lot of the chase is the waiting, and a lot of the finding is being lost at first. At first, Feroh repeated in her mind as the lead droid removed a forked device from the magnetic holster on his back. "Because we will find him eventually. But this is gonna take all the strength I have to make sure I remember that he's learning. I will now commence the weapon scan," the droid chimed in monotone, interrupting her thought. "What is the device you are currently in possession of?" The droid's friends audibly primed their weapons. Confused and a bit more anxious, Feroh looked at her hands in the air. Then the question made sense. "It's the startup key for my ship." "Confirmed," the droid said after a moment. "Commencing scan." The droid began waving the device around Feroh. Her stare darted from the device to the 2 droids crouching in wait. She hadn't encountered these types of security droids before. She wasn't even sure if they were security droids. They seemed to be capable of more than just security. And she also found it odd that the intergalactic banking clan would be relying on machines for such matters as security, when they had always seemed to rely on organics to fulfill such needs. The droid finished his scan of Feroh's person. "I have concluded you are carrying no weapons. You are permitted to enter," the lead droid spoke. "Follow us." His compatriots rose to their feet, and Feroh watched as the 3 droids turned in unison towards the door they came from and marched through it. She followed the trio, minding her distance from the machines, now understanding that there may be a deeper, more deadly prerogative with their implementation at the bank's headquarters. The stirrings of Kenshi's running thoughts overpowered the sensory droll of the Enigma's idling computer systems that Feroh had failed to shut completely off. Perhaps she had anticipated the appointment would take a few minutes at most, but Kenshi had dismissed the estimate as soon as he heard the security chief's communication. He didn't understand why Feroh wasn't taking the situation more seriously. The visit to Scipio would set them back so far, possibly so far as to eliminate their chances of saving his father. And all this for a chunk of credits that she had irresponsibly left at the Crimson Spire. The journal, which he had kept in his backpack, didn't allude to what the Bando Gora did with their slaves. Or at the very least, he didn't remember it mentioning anything in that realm. But Kenshi wanted the peace of mind that came with scanning the entire journal. He rose from his seat and crossed to the subtle cabinet he had placed his bag in. He opened the door, then his bag, and retrieved the withered book from the main pocket. Returning to his seat, he he noted the mysterious splotches of what he could only assume were ink or blood on his cover. The cover was made of old cracked leather from a creature of unknown origins. There was no writing to denote the title, purpose, or ownership of the journal. But when he opened it and revisited the rotting pages made of paper, a rare commodity on Coruscant, it was decipherable from the scrawl of basic that the owner of the journal was indeed something called the Bando Gora. Not even from Dexter Jetster had Kenshi heard a whisper of the Bando Gora. He tried to remember anything that alluded to them, but nothing came to the forefront of his memory. That was a consequence of being sheltered in the overworld, he knew. It was a part of himself that he had been growing to despise every day. Life in the works, a rinse and repeat of work, home, work, home, had disallowed him the knowledge that someone seasoned like Feroh had. It had never been an issue until he was forced out of his lifestyle and into the underworld. He didn't understand why Feroh kept secrets. He hadn't kept any from her. At least, not any that mattered. But the idea of accessing Feroh's personal log was alluring. The knowledge that she had a bank account with the secretive and isolated intergalactic banking clan, and the idea of her apartment being inaccessible for whatever reason led him to believe that perhaps the Republic had reason to know more about Feroh. And the thought of being stopped on this mission by the government of the galaxy was unsettling to the Zabrak. His father didn't have much time left. He could live with the choice he had made to kill the Kiffer that had attacked Feroh, just as she had lived with the choice to murder the 3 assailants in the parking garage hours before. They were matters of defending one another, something he now accepted would be a distinct possibility of occurring again when they found the Bando Gora dead. But he also realized that he stood on the precipice of his lifestyle changing forever. With the loss of his father, he would be financially crippled, and his co-workers for Limerick would be scrambled, their jobs shaken from the ground up by a company that didn't seem to care about how its workers got results, only that they did. It was clear to him upon recollection of these issues that much more hung in the balance than just his father's life. He was content waiting on the ship to let himself cool down. He recognized that his hostility was flaring, but he had the emotional wisdom to know when it was time to let his feelings pull back like the tide on a beach. When they were back on track in the inner rim, all Kenshi could hope for was that the Bando Gora wouldn't be too fast to act in whatever vile deeds they intended to commit with their captives. This notion drew his attention back to the journal, which he had left open on a random entry about 12 pages in. He skimmed the writing in a way that showed interest but also displayed a lack of understanding. From his estimate, he had stumbled upon an entry regarding Coruscant. He didn't know how long the creatures had been stationed in the underworld, but the journal seemed to imply that it hadn't been all that long at all. Kenshi read the following. The High Priestess' contacts regarding the city's underground were correct in that there would be a handful of secret pockets to reside in safely. More closely, however, was the information regarding the Hearth of Anre. We traveled in the shadows, and let the light of the High Priestess guide our way. Soon, we found the Hearth, and established our essentials as per the colonizational guidelines of the Bando Gora. We first blessed the ground of the Hearth with the blood of Herorako. We know the blood of the Arcanian dragons is blessed once in collusion with the presence of the Bando Gora. We also established our brewing stand, our spindle, and our components in the need of defense and further incantation requirements. The Bando Gora lives in the shadows of reality, and we carry this upon our shoulders as we root ourselves into the unwashed society of the Republic. Through the High Priestess' divine knowledge and key contacts, we have brokered deals with the unholy scum of this planet under a simple exchange that grips their incessant vice. For the delivery of suitable wraith hosts, we give the Cretans a small sum of currency. In addition, we have made more personable deals with businessmen around this pocket of the planet wherein they capture or lead more hosts to us on a regular basis in exchange for money. We have found in our time here that the latter form of business results in a stronger current of suitable hosts to our clutches. All is to serve the High Priestess. All is to serve the Bando Gora. Kenshi's stomach felt on the verge of exploding with anxiety. Shuddering, he closed the journal and set it on his lap. Suddenly, he found that more and more pieces from the last week were beginning to fall into place. He remembered the line that had formed outside the Jedi Temple, and how he felt when the Marillion Jedi denied his case. Then, on level 1313, when Feroh had admitted to him the volume of missing persons cases she had heard of passing through the Crimson Spire, the Bando Gora had been busy snatching victims and using the greed of the Underworld too. And that's where the train of thought came to a halt. There was nothing to indicate, in or outside the journal, just what the cult wanted with its victims. He didn't know what the white pods were made for in the fortress, and in addition, he didn't remember anything between his taking the drink from the snake Sato and waking up from the pod in the arms of Feroh. He supposed that they could eat the victims, maybe using the pods as a sort of seasoning or preparation. It disgusted him to the core, and was something he refused to mentally elaborate on. Yet, he felt it necessary to make some kind of guess to prime his mind towards a concrete idea of what to expect when they returned to the Inner Rim. How egregious that the Jedi weren't doing anything about this. He guessed many people that were coming to the Jedi were asking for help because of what the Bando Gora had done. They had taken away real, living people with families and friends, and the Jedi were so spread thin that they couldn't do a damn thing. He remembered what Feroh had said about the Nebula Front, how they had been whittled down to nothing more than what local planetary forces could handle. The Jedi's other example, the Black Sun, was a bit more prolific and perhaps worth their time. But Kenshi's anger bubbled at the way the Jedi Order offered themselves to the public only to turn them away anyways. It was asinine. It was heartbreaking. And it should have been the moment Kenshi knew he truly would be alone on this mission. At least, until he took control of the situation and found Feroh. The few times Kenshi had taken charge of his quest, he had found some form of success. He had found Feroh when he traveled to the heart of the city and infiltrated the Crimson Spire. He saved her when he chose to kill the Kiffer attacker in the Underworld. And in a way, his decision to extract information from Sato did lead them to the hearth of Anre and the journal. It was the closest the mission had come to failure, but their luck which saved their hides allowed them a new path to follow. Kenshi just hoped there would be results. Though the IBC bankers were indeed at work in their maze of cubicles within the atrium, there were no voices. There was no laughter, no excitement, and no conversation to act as Feroh's soundtrack. She followed the trio of security droids up the stairs leading to the chief financier's office spaces. With her hand running up its steel banister, she retracted her grip as she felt something foreign on the alloy it was made of. Stopping her climb, she looked at the railing to assess what the sudden change in texture was: dried blood. The impact of her fingers had chipped small pieces of the dried brown spot away, but it was unmistakably blood. It rested atop the alloy, not a part of the banister itself. She paled upon seeing it, observing the crumbs of it on her hand. "Miss Duran, follow us," the lead droid spoke. Her attention snapped back to it, and she continued up the stairs without the help of the banister. She followed the droids to a room called Office 07, where the quartet stopped. Feroh brought up the rear, which allowed her a decent view of the long wall of office entrances as the leading droid requested access to the office. Set off by the blood from the railing earlier, Feroh found herself growing hyper-aware of her surroundings. She viewed the carpet she stood on, seeing the occasional clump of dust build up or stray piece of the outside world that had found its way in on someone's shoe. However, to her right, towards Office 09's entrance, she spotted something rather curious. The carpet, whose maroon hue contrasted with the greens of the dome outside, was dotted with black. Scorch marks, she thought. Like on a ship, the pieces were fitting together, but the picture was still unclear. Something had happened here since she had last visited a few months ago. She hadn't heard anything from passing partygoers in the Crimson Spire, nor had she read anything on the holonews. But then again, Scipio and the intergalactic banking clan were always so secretive. Feroh then thought for a moment she was jumping to conclusions too easily. She examined the pieces of evidence she had gathered to support this claim. For starters, there was the shift from organic guard support, Neimoidians, as she recalled, to automata. Her initial thought regarding this changing of the guard was that a security force of organic beings had failed the Moons somehow, allowing them reason to switch to forces that were less easily tricked. But, correcting herself in an attempt to calm down, She rationalized now that perhaps the switch had been made on a choice of cost-effectiveness. They pay a large sum for a security force of droids now, but they never have to pay again as they would wages for living guards. Perhaps the blood was a spilled drink, or just some random substance that had found its way inside. Perhaps the scorch marks were rot spots on the carpet. Perhaps Feroh's mind was, once again, running wild. It was an aspect of herself she had tried her hardest to tame in her years since retirement. The Muons were civilized and very oriented towards the finer details of their lives. But none of these rationalizations could disparage the odd feeling she had when her fingers broke the integrity of that spot on the banister. Nor could they influence the odd, somber quiet she noticed in the bank's main atrium the quartet had entered through. Something about the headquarters of the IBC felt dead today. It was something that sat like a rock in the pit of her stomach. The office door opened with a swift slide rightwards into its awaiting panel. The leading droid turned, and his two compatriots entered the office. Sheepishly, Feroh followed them inside. The door closed in a quick rush behind her, silencing the ambiance of the atrium. She saw Muon in a silky violet robe and matching bonnet. Both pieces adorned printed etchings of the Muon's native language in gold. His face was shrouded with experience, which contradicted his youthful features. Regardless, his white eyes were incredibly discomforting. "Sit, Miss Duran," he commanded gently. She pulled the chair opposite his desk out and sat in it. She held her hands in one another, now looking around the room in a moment of distraction. Against the maroon walls stood constructed steel shelves carrying datapads and physical collections of files with neatly printed labels indicating their various purposes. And in the spaces where those items weren't, a scattering of finely whittled wooden effigies stood. From her quick, unstudied glances, Feroh assumed they had a relation to some deity or figure in Muon's mythos. Or perhaps this financier was a traveler of sorts, gathering trinkets from the many places he'd visited. "Miss Duran, I assume you're not here to study my possessions." Feroh snapped back to him. "I apologize." At that moment, it had occurred to her that she didn't even know this financier's name. Her assigned financier was named Fon Pala. "Reap Toneth," he finished for her. His tone was far more serious than Feroh felt was required. "I am aware that, reviewing your file, your original administrator of finance was Fon Pala. But as of now, I will be taking on your account here." "Oh," Feroh started. "Did Fon get released from his position?" "Something like that," Reap remarked. The hint of additional information was incredibly palpable, but Feroh decided it was best not to pursue it. At least, not yet. "Well, I suppose it makes no difference to me," Feroh said with an interspersed sigh. She realized she still held the Enigma startup key and casually sat it on Toneth's desk. "And in any case, I'm only here for a withdrawal." "Let's pull your file," Reap replied as he activated the dormant datapad on his desk. Lord Callahan exited the turbolift alone. He had wanted to bring an attachment of at least 2 battle droids with him, but he remembered how distinct the Magister's instructions were regarding the facility's security forces. The exclusive landing platforms located on the headquarters' mountainous foundation were only held for the most special guests to the facility, whether they be members of the board, high-ranking Republic officials, or guests deemed worthy of the privilege by Hago Damask himself. In this case, it was the last option. Callahan approached the Delta 6 sprite with a nervous cough persisting in uneven intervals. His yellow paint job stood bold against the thin columns of exhaust pouring from various orifices in the edges of the starfighter. The front of the 2 cockpit canopies opened, and out hopped an older man whose short hair was a middling gray. His box beard had perhaps at one point been finely trimmed, but looked a bit unkempt as Callahan observed him closer. In addition, his simple brown outfit was very unassuming. Usually a Jedi's robes were a tad more distinct. "This is the Jedi," Callahan thought, aghast. He finally decided to speak as the man approached him. "Welcome, Jedi Master Dooku," Callahan said, trying to make his enthusiasm sound authentic despite having no energy to do so. He extended his hand to Dooku, who reached back with a gentle grip. The intergalactic banking clan, Magister Hego Damask, and I all welcome your visit. The grip released. I am pleased your Magister contacted me. I hope his sending me here does not intrude on your operations, Dooku said with sincerity. Not at all, Master Jedi, Callahan assured him. He noticed Dooku winced ever so slightly upon the name he had just used, though he brought no attention to it. Instead, his attention was drawn to the Jedi's hip, where a reflective gleam of light had been caught just correctly in correlation to Dooku's position. His lightsaber hilt, oddly curved, was attached to his belt by a magnetic lock. Eyeing the hilt, Callahan felt the admonishment he gave himself the night of Komari Vosa's attack. He had never let the incident go, and still failed to recognize why Magister Damask hadn't reprimanded him for the incident. It was a clear tragedy and major oversight in the clan's security measures, his security measures. How he had remained in his position as the security chief of the IBC's Scipio branch eluded him, but he remained thankful nonetheless. Would you care for a quick tour of the facility, or would you prefer to go straight to your quarry? He asked with pregnant hesitation. I would prefer to see her immediately, Dooku responded swiftly. Of course, Master Jedi, Callahan replied as he gestured to the turbolift. Right this way. Now, is there anything else I can help you with, Mr. Ron? Tonith asked. Feroh stopped herself for a moment and collected herself gently before her next question. May I be allowed a moment of candidness, Reap? That will depend on what is in regards to, Tonith began. I am aware that since your last recorded visit, things around here have changed. Some of those things I may be able to shed some light on as per your interest, but you are aware of our high security measures. Sir, if I may interrupt, one of the battle droids behind Feroh asked suddenly, making her jump. Tonith simply looked at the droid with frustration filling the valleys of his wrinkled face. I have just received word that a ship scan for Mr. Ron was, in fact, not performed. This is against newly established protocol, and must. I'm aware of the protocol, Tonith interrupted, looking to Feroh again. You don't mind, do you? Even if you're away from your ship. No, go right ahead. I have a passenger aboard still, but he won't cause any issues, Feroh assured him. She maintained a friendly and allowing tone. She had found through her conversation with Tonith that the man was actually decent, though he seemed to exist in an environment where he was brought down. Perform the ship scan, then, Tonith ordered. Roger, Roger, the droid said, opening the door and stepping outside. These damned automata. Days were spent programming the things, and they can't even perform correctly, Tonith lamented, rubbing his eyes with his hands. My apologies for the delayed security check, Mr. Ron. It's really no problem, Feroh assured him once again. Her anxiety was beginning to peak again after hearing the idea that the droids had taken days to learn all the security measures the IBC required. Now, your moment of candidness, Tonith brought the thought back around. Well, it's funny that happened, because I seem to recall your clan using organic security forces. When did you switch to these droids? Feroh asked, pointing behind her at the remaining droid. About a week ago at this point, we made the switch. We are finding they're as effective and lack the gaps in logic and skill the organics had. For the most part, at least, Tonith explained. Was there a particular incident where their gaps in logic were? Feroh paused briefly. Exploited. Tonith cleared his throat. Frankly, yes. I am not at liberty to divulge just what occurred, but I will say that there was a reason for the switch. And I'm afraid I will have to leave you with that much, he concluded. Feroh had no clue yet whether this eased her fears or not. On the one hand, Reap Tonith had decided to tell her something, which was more than she expected. But on the other, the idea that the numerous Neimoidian security guards had failed to stop something that seemed to have affected the office so starkly made her stomach twist. And how Tonith had phrased the fate of her previous financier didn't help the image she had prematurely painted in her mind. There was an attack, Feroh thought, and they're covering it up. But I'm too good to be blinded. Dooku sat as still and comfortably as he could in the center of the rounded collection of cushioned seats in the back of the sky ferry belonging to the facility. It was uncovered, allowing the snowfall, whose intensity was beginning to ramp up, to dampen his outfit. Callahan sat a few spots away from him, his focus mostly attending the direction of the battle droid piloting the ferry. The pilot was the only droid that was in attendance with the two men. They were approaching the central height of a nearby mountain, whose distance had taken the ferry about 5 minutes to close. Dooku, narrowing his own vision, could see the outline of a small series of hive-like cell gates carved into the mountainside. He groaned ever so lightly at the sight of the prison, though the noise still attracted the attention of Callahan, who turned to him. "I would like to take this moment to inform you once again, Master Dooku, that no harm was brought to the prisoner." Truthfully, Callahan finally uncrossed his legs, perhaps as a show of sincerity. "And what of the Tonith family's involvement?" Dooku asked, scowling slightly. "There has been none. I assume Magister Damask informed you of the idea, though. The problems between Damask Holdings and the Tonith family remain out of the reach of our operations here, thankfully. Who knows how long that will last, though," Callahan said with a wry chuckle. "He's right, though. We had to tie our mouths incredibly tight to keep the Tonith family away, especially considering one of their youngest members is a financier in the headquarters. Magister Damask now owes him a steep favor in exchange for his silence." "I hadn't thought the barrier separating Komari and the Toniths was that thin," Dooku commented. "I'm glad I'm here now, though." "As am I," Callahan said. "If I may be frank with you, Master Jedi, having your friend here makes me nervous. Even performing a visitation sends me into a panic. Her removal from my planet will bring me great relief." "Very straightforward of you, Chief Callahan," Dooku said. "Magister Damask may be able to obscure many things from you, often out of necessity. He is the face of many complicated and deeply rooted connections across the Republic. He can't afford to keep his doings and emotions a secret. But I cannot, Master Jedi. This is my planet. This is my job. She is my prisoner. And as the security chief of this planet, I want to make a request here, and now that you and your Jedi Order keep away from the IBC. We don't want you meddling in our affairs any longer. Do I make myself clear?" Dooku could sense it had taken Callahan a long while to build the courage to make such a request. The Muin raised his chin, awaiting Dooku's response. "I will promise you nothing, Chief Callahan, but I will inform you that Komari Vosa is not a representative of the Jedi Order. There was a time when she was, but that's long since past. She is independent from us. In fact, you could even consider me independent from the Jedi Order," Dooku said, gesturing to himself. He startled himself with the declaration, and decided to add a verbal asterisk to the statement. "At least for this mission. It is of no matter to me, Master Jedi. I simply want you and her gone. And I will see to it that it happens swiftly," Callahan finished. He and Dooku held a brief stare. He can't touch me, Dooku thought. I could set him ablaze right here and throw his burning carcass off the ship. You could, the shadow in his mind spoke from nowhere. But you won't. And what brings you to that conclusion? Dooku asked in his mind. Your faith in the light is still too strong. Killing this insolent, prideful slime would prove to Komari that you're no better than she is. And that would defeat the purpose of everything, wouldn't it? You're right. He will be spared then, Dooku concluded. Callahan broke their stare and returned his own to the front of the ferry as the vehicle boarded the extending bridge from the cell's barred gate. The two men rose and approached the lip of the ship, which retracted into itself the same width of the extended bridge. Callahan exited first, as Dooku followed. The Muin removed a small chip from his discreet satchel and placed it in a slot of the gate. He pulled the gate open entirely after removing the chip and ushered Dooku inside. Stepping inside now, Dooku found the cell was exactly how he had seen it in his forced communication with Komari. It was a simple rectangular prism made of dark gray steel. There was no light fixture, and only a latrine and small extension protruding from the wall with simple cushions that acted like a bed. The cell wasn't quite as cold as Dooku imagined it had been, but it would be inhospitable for more than just a few days of imprisonment. And on the protrusion from the wall sat Komari Vosa, plain yet visibly deteriorated. She held her legs together, her back hunched over and arms folded into one another. Her gaze was locked on her knees, disallowing Dooku from seeing her face. He knew not how to begin the conversation. "Komari," he started after a moment of silence. "How are you?" She groaned slightly. "I should have expected disappointment," she said weakly. "I don't want you here. I'm here to take you away from this." "All of this?" Dooku said as he gestured to the air. "We need to go back to Coruscant." "I don't want that. I don't need that." "Yes, you do," Dooku said as he knelt down beside her. "You're broken, Komari. I can't see that. I just want to fix you." Slowly, Komari turned her face to his. "But you're the one who broke me, Master." Her tone embroiling the final word made it clear she used the term sarcastically. "Now you want to fix me. There will be time to admit our mistakes. But for now, we need to leave. So please come with me." Dooku held his hand out. Instead of taking it, Komari rose to her feet. It was an unexpected show of strength that Dooku had not anticipated would happen without his help. "When will you realize that I am not a Jedi any longer? I never will be. My destiny is with the Bando Gora now, Dooku. You are but a sad fool who cannot see what the Force has set into motion." She inhaled sharply. "What I have set into motion." Dooku's look of bewilderment was clear. "But Komari, there is still good in you. I feel it." He rose to his feet. He towered over her, but their difference in height had never bothered either of them. "You can still be saved." "I don't need to be saved," Komari exclaimed. In conjunction with the final word of the exclamation, she crossed further back into the cell. If I had, she was about to admit that her connection to the Force had been weakened by her imprisonment, but she realized that an admittance of weakness would allow Dooku more leverage. Allowing him to believe there was a chance a return to Coruscant would change her would keep the old man there indefinitely. "Just leave. I'd just as soon rot in the cell." Dooku's hands curled into fists. "The child will not face the light," the voice spoke. "Perhaps it's best that you leave her. In these times, when the light has faded from my spirit, I cannot lose this opportunity to make things right," Dooku reasoned. Suddenly, a twang of blaster fire rang from outside the cell. Dooku and Komari both snapped their attention to its source. In the midday light, they saw the body of the piloting battle droid fall off of its chair to the floor of the ferry ship. On their knee and rising was a figure clad in a reflective suit of armor, holding a grappling hook device in one hand and a smoking blaster pistol in the other. Dor Callahan stepped aside as the figure walked past him. There two slits of a helmet visor at Komari as they stepped into the cell, holstering the grappling hook and aiming the blaster pistol right at them. Dooku observed the armor was nearly photoreflective, but had been heavily damaged. "Komari Vosa," the figure said in a clearly modified voice. "Time to die." Komari grimaced, feeling foolish that she hadn't seen this development in the Force before it happened. The damned old man had distracted her from what she should have been focusing on. Dooku activated his blue blade, illuminating the entire cell with his light. "You will not hurt her," he stated. "If I have to kill another Force user today, so be it," the figure said. "Remove yourself from this place," Dooku exclaimed, "by the authority of the Jedi Council." Instead of responding verbally, the armored figure bent her blaster-wielding fist by the wrist to reveal a gauntlet attachment that was covered in holes. From each hole, all of a sudden, came small, yellow, illuminated flechettes that propelled straight at Dooku. He managed to catch the onslaught on his lightsaber blade, allowing him a moment in the attacker's motion to their next move to poke his blade towards them. The attacker managed to avoid the poke, diving backwards and performing a full somersault back to their feet. They fired their blaster pistol now, which Dooku effortlessly blocked the shots of. Komari stood a few meters behind Dooku, watching as the accompanying Muin retreated to the ferry. She grinned sadistically. The excitement of the conflict had awakened something within her that she had been lacking for the past week. She reached her hands out, not caring for the idea of easing herself back into the use of the Force, and gripped the throats of the two combatants. It caught them both off guard, and even more so as she raised them off the ground and slammed them against opposite walls of the cell. Dooku deactivated his lightsaber, but still held onto it as he gripped his throat in panic. The mysterious attacker also gripped their throat, indicating that Komari's power had begun to return at last. She cackled. "I know not how the Force guides us, but I do know that the dark side provides me with every opportunity to strengthen myself. And at last, I have returned to my seat at the table of the Force." She tightened her psychokinetic grip on their throats, now lowering her hands as a flex of power. She stepped out of the cell, closing the door behind her with her mind, and crossed the bridge to the ferry. The Muin, who had spoken to her once or twice since her imprisonment, sat scared on the ferry floor. "Take me back to the office. I need my things," she demanded quietly. "I won't," the Muin dared. "Do it, or I'll turn all your associates to dust and force you to watch," she yelled, stomping. The Muin rose then, seating himself in the pilot's chair and activating the ferry's startup procedures. Komari turned back to the cell, where her grip on the two, weakened with distance, still held the cell's new inmates against the walls. "I know you'll escape when I'm far enough away," she called out as the ferry's engines began to heat up. "But by then, I'll be out of reach." The ferry took off, slowly performing a reversal in direction and heading into the foggy mountainous valley. After a few moments, the grip had finally been released on Dooku and the armored assailant. They fell to their knees, both struggling to breathe again. When Dooku's respite had ended, he shakily rose to his feet and activated his lightsaber. The armored attacker looked up from their position on the ground. "What do you want with Komari Vosa? And why should I not kill you where you sit?" he demanded. "Komari has a price on her head, and I intend to see her execution through." The attacker breathed callously. Dooku could sense their esophagus slowly reinflating. "You won't kill me because you're a Jedi. It's not your way." "But I am no Jedi," Dooku thought as he eyed his blade. "This individual is a danger to Komari. It does not deserve to live." He raised his blade to strike her, but was interrupted by a solid punch to the gut by his target. He heaved in pain as the attacker rose and tackled him against the steel wall. Dooku tried to orient himself, but was struck once again by the attacker's fist, which slammed into his stomach once again. "Refocus," Blackstar thought as the old Jedi fell to his knees once again. "If Komari escapes, this will have been for nothing." It was the side of her that came to reclaim its dominion over her spirit, the cold, dead, quietly intense side. Since her ship's destruction days earlier, she had allowed the fiery and monstrous aspects of her behavior to take control as she weaved through the massive mountainous cluster of Sidaria. The warmth she felt in her blood kept her alive, as did her adrenaline that pumped when she evaded capture from the banking clan's security measures. But now was not the time for her fire to consume her. Blackstar placed her pistol back in its holster. She grabbed the Jedi's blade-wielding arm and used it to pierce the cell door control panel. Blackstar kicked the bar gate open, releasing the old man's wrist. He continued to heave in pain from her passionate strikes as she crossed outside to the bridge which still extended from the cell's entrance. Looking in the direction Komari had hijacked the ferry towards, she turned a dial on her helmet that allowed her to see her view with a heat vision filter. As she had hoped, her sensors indicated a mobile heat signature about a half-kilometer into the valley. It would be close, but her grappling gun could possibly close the distance if she acted fast. She retrieved it from her hip and aimed it slightly above the heat signature to account for the hook's fall from gravity at that distance. Blackstar fired and prepared for the leap of faith she was about to take into the valley. A small green light lit on the gun, indicating that the hook had made secure contact with its target. She jumped off the bridge and began the gun's cable retraction simultaneously. However, her flight was interrupted by the Jedi, who had snuck up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist as she began her initial descent. "Trying to hitch a ride?" Blackstar asked when she realized what he had done. "You will not hurt my apprentice," he yelled back. With both her hands occupied with the grappling gun, she instead attempted to use her legs and feet to loosen the Jedi from her. She slammed the bottom of her boots into the man's thighs, but he wouldn't budge. Instead, he reached one hand from her waist to her throat and whispered to her, "You're lucky I need you alive to cross the valley." She slammed her helmeted head into his face, thinking him a fool for showing such weakness. He grunted, taking the hit and tightening his grip on her throat. Komari turned suddenly as the faint reeling noise she had heard for the past few moments grew to its apex, coming to a conclusion when, at the back of the ferry leapt Dooku, visibly battered but not deterred. "Do you see the light I see in you, Komari?" he asked with boldness. He activated his lightsaber and used his empty hand to raise the mystery guest from under the ferry's back lip with the Force. "I would kill 1,000 more like this one to fix you." "Such unlike your Jedi ways, old man," Komari retorted. "I may disagree with their ways in many aspects, but I do know they can bring back the person you once were. Now how can I prove to you that you are following a dangerous path?" Dooku asked. "I've already followed the path to its conclusion. You and the Jedi left me for dead, and I had to fight for my second chance. I won't let you destroy what I've worked so hard to build for myself." As she finished the sentence, she attempted to propel Dooku off the ship using a force push. In retaliation, Dooku dropped the attacker and used his free hand instead to repel her push. The two were deadlocked for an intense moment. Komari's face showed a dark vigor that had been etched by years of desolation and the development of dark powers beyond the reach of the Jedi. Dooku, whose eyes were beginning to reveal themselves as houses of tears, showed a face whose hope was cracking in the shadow of destruction. Their lock was broken when the attacker climbed from the back of the ferry and blew 2 shots from their pistol at Komari, hitting her left shoulder and side. The shots were sloppy, obviously affected by the damage the attacker had taken from the brief fight before. Nevertheless, the force lock exploded on the impact of these shots, sending the 3 combatants back a few meters each across the open cabin of the ferry. The Muon pilot was even knocked from his seat. Komari grimaced in pain, gripping her shoulder. However, turning her glance to the vector of the ferry, she felt a splash of relief as she made out the shape of the intergalactic banking clan headquarters in the fog. The sonic boom from behind Door Callahan startled him, though the wind that came afterwards disoriented him. He laid on the floor next to the pilot's seat, where he looked up and saw the clan headquarters approaching. Looking back, he saw the prisoner Vosa rise to her feet as the Jedi did. The armored attacker, who he was most perplexed by, rose a moment after. "Your job, fool," a voice inside Callahan yelled. It sounded a lot like Magister Damask. He removed a discreet comlink from his breast pocket and activated it on channel number 4. He hoped he wasn't out of the headquarters signal range to reach the droid in charge of security. "Oh, MA-24, do you copy?" He spoke quietly into it. He consciously chose the volume to not alert Vosa of his doings. "Roger, roger," the droid responded with a light helping of static interference. "Put the station on evacuation mode. I want every chief financier on an escape shuttle, and all staff evacuated to the lower levels. I want all droids in attack mode and present at the ferry dock. Everyone on this ship who isn't me must be executed. Do you hear me?" he asked, losing composure and volume control. "Roger, roger," the droid replied again. The mantra filled Callahan with little faith, but he had nothing else to keep him from feeling like his attempt to save the headquarters from the huge fight about to break out had gone unnoticed. The communication ended, and Callahan gripped the comlink in an intense fist as he waited for the ferry to finish its pre-designated course. He could only hope the mere moments that were left would be enough for the droid's security forces to gather at the dock. A klaxon sounded, startling Feroh and Reap Toneth. The accompanying droid made no sound except the brief click of his joint as it used his hand to prime a communicator located on his head. "Sir, the station is under red alert. You are to go to the evacuation shuttle on the rear landing platform," the droid said. "What's happening?" Toneth asked as he stood. Feroh stood a brief moment later as the droid spoke next. "Unknown, sir. All droid units are to assemble at the ferry dock immediately. The droid opened the office door, allowing Feroh and Tonith to exit. The chief financiers exited their offices in a panic frenzy, with a dozen battle droids that had been stationed around the hall now jogging towards the main atrium. "Mr. Ron, I suggest you return to your shuttle immediately," Tonith said. With her survival instinct officially activated and her odd fears somehow confirmed, she nodded at the Muin as he followed his fleeing financiers to a door at the back of the corridor. To her right, Feroh watched all the battle droids begin to gather in the main atrium. Going to the balcony overlooking the cubicles, she could see the approaching silhouette of a shuttle through the glass dome. The Muin accountant scrambled around the bullpen below. And yet through it all, her mind fell to one word: Kenshi. The droids had been clumsily inspecting the interior of the ship for a few long moments then. Kenshi had made sure to hide and lock the weapons cabinet, along with hiding away any suspicious exposed materials in the cargo bay. The two droids used scanners around the cabin, searching for explosive devices. The Zabrak sat in his favorite seat, arms crossed, waiting for the search to conclude. Or for himself to drop dead, whichever came first. Then, as the monotony and distraction from his emotional reflection was about to put him to sleep, the two droids straightened and placed their wide wedges of fingers against a small button on their heads. Suddenly, the two droids replaced their scanner devices and removed their blaster rifles from their backs. They sprinted out of the cabin, through the cargo hold, and out of the ship entirely, back into the office building. In the brief moment the entrance door was open, Kenshi heard absolute chaos from within. Something in him didn't sit right. Something was happening in there. And Feroh was inside. Looking to the locked weapons cabinet, his mind began to race. The ferry shuttle was about 10 meters away from his docking platform, allowing Komari the peace of mind to propel herself onto it using the Force. She performed a graceful twirl, giggling as she did so. But in her twirl, she bore witness to almost a dozen battle droids aiming their blaster at her. An onslaught of red laser bolts came in her direction. But her renewed connection to the dark side illuminated the location of every bolt to her in real time, allowing her to contort her airborne body to avoid every single shot within the vicinity of her person. In the brief moment where the droids tried to process the avoidance, she used the Force to pull a blaster from the centermost droid's hands and into her own. She fired a handful of shots at the crowd, eliminating 4 droids by the time she landed safely on her feet. The remaining 7 were dispatched with a flurry of shots on her part. And there it is, she thought. There's the thrill once again. The flex. Turning back to the approaching ferry, she saw Dooku now leap from its front and land similarly to how she had. Instead of trying to kill the man or talk him down from his pursuit, she simply ran towards the door leading into the atrium. But before she could reach it, it opened to reveal 6 more battle droids. "Kirk!" she yelled as they opened fire. Dropping her stolen blaster, she performed a series of rolls and cartwheels in her retreat back towards the approaching Dooku. When she realized she had arrived in his vicinity, she expected him to grab her and bring her acrobats to a halt. However, he instead crossed ahead of her as she deemed her distance big enough to anticipate incoming blaster fire. With his blade activated, Dooku began deflecting the blaster shots as he took position in front of Komari. The droids advanced from the door, though Dooku maintained his position. Suddenly, he executed 3 perfect deflections which eliminated their respective targets. The final 3 droids could hardly anticipate the swiftness of Dooku's dash towards them. As powerfully as she remembered him being able to, he performed a short series of beautiful slices that turned the automata to piles of scrap metal. Interrupting the spectacle whose nostalgic element Komari could not bring herself to admit, she was tackled from behind. The clanking of armor was an obvious indicator that the party's mysterious guest had joined the festivities once again. Komari swiveled her waist around, placing both her hands on the shoulders of the assailant in an attempt to free herself from their grasp. It worked, allowing her to escape the grip and return to her feet. The attacker, however, managed to rise as well. They drew their blaster and fired 4 more shots, all of which Komari was able to disband with the power of the Force extending from her right hand. "Who are you?" Komari asked. "Who sent you?" "A friend," the assailant revealed. "But it won't matter to you when you're nothing but a head." From the bottom of the attacker's right boot came a triangularly shaped blade, pointed forwards. They charged Komari, attacking with a bladed kick. In the instant from their charge, Komari knew that reflecting the kick would mean an impalement or the loss of a limb. It was out of the question. But if she could manage to grab the attacker's ankle or leg, then perhaps she could work with that. The kick came to her, but the split-second analysis Komari had performed disallowed her from accurately anticipating the blade's distance from her face. Instead of punishing the kick, Komari simply backed away with a clumsy step, nearly offsetting her balance entirely. The kick swipe finished its journey back to a reset position, where the attacker reset their orientation for another swipe. However, they bent their grounded leg to propel themselves towards Komari as an act of making up the new distance between them. The blade came again, though Komari now bravely stepped into the kick before the blade reached where her neck would have been. This allowed her to grab the attacker's incoming leg and pull it around herself, letting the attacker's body take a brief liftoff and propel a few meters across the platform as she let go of their leg. In a brief moment of hindsight, Komari had wanted to simply snap the attacker's leg in half, but the unexpected unsheathing of the boot blade had caught her sense of awareness awry. As the attacker recovered, Komari witnessed Dooku coming from the air, propelling towards them with his lightsaber blade above his head. He was preparing for a final strike in concurrence with Komari's toss of the opponent. Komari smiled as she anticipated the dismemberment of the attacker, but was quickly ripped from the sinister state of mind when the attacker removed their blaster and fired a round into the Jedi Master's abdomen, breaking his momentum and sending him into a brief fall onto the platform. His body landed prone with a painful smack in front of the attacker, who rose to their feet once again. His lightsaber hilt jumped to the near edge of the docking platform. Komari felt an odd sense of anger swell from witnessing Dooku's defeat, let alone the defeat from an attacker such as this. "You slime!" Komari yelled. "Leave me alone. I'm not done until I slit your throat in half," the attacker replied. Komari looked to Dooku, who gently stirred but not significantly, and as if on cue, interrupting any odd feelings that may have arisen from the sight of her former master's body on the ground, more battle droids emerged from the atrium and opened fire. The new attack took both combatants by surprise, drawing who Komari assumed to be a bounty hunter's attention to it. Komari looked to the atrium entrance, seeing more droids emerging. Then, she remembered the E5 rifle she discarded minutes earlier. Recalling its spot, she looked at it and used the Force to draw it to her hands. Instead of aiming the rifle at the attacking battle droids, she instead fired at the glass atrium's exterior, picking a spot that wouldn't be too much of a leap but would still give her access to the interior. The targeted glass panel shattered on contact with the blaster fire, allowing her to give a brief sprint before leaping with propulsion provided by the Force through the broken panel. Upon recovering from her landing, she realized she found herself once again in the cubicle labyrinth she had snuck above a week prior. It appeared to be mostly empty, save for the distant clicking of battle droid motors and the final escaping accountants. She mentally reviewed her checklist. She needed her lightsabers, her potion belt, and Ranker's ire. Komari figured the first two would be in the primary security office, and that her ship was impounded. It was possible she could find the key to unlock it in the office as well, but she had no idea where the ship was being held. She'd have to figure that out when she reached the security office. Feroh had attempted to make her way back to the exit to the Enigma, but was stopped by the multiple squadrons of battle droids heading towards the ferry platform outside. She figured the next best idea would be to wait and hide until the flak had cleared. In a panic minutes earlier, she had made the decision to hide under a desk in the bullpen and try to contact Kenshi with her comlink. Her stomach tightened when, as she attempted to contact him, the shattering of glass erupted and echoed through the atrium. She heard something stomp onto the ground and approached the labyrinth she had been hoping would protect her. Then, a sudden explosion boomed outside, and another set of footsteps entered the atrium, attracting more blaster fire. The closer set of footsteps from the window sped away, the decrease in volume giving way for relief in Feroh. She calmed herself as much as she could, being caught armorless and weaponless in the middle of an intense firefight. She pressed the call button on her comlink once again. "Kenshi! Kenshi! Do you hear me?" Feroh whispered. "I'm pinned inside. There's a fight going on in here. Listen to me, I need you to get the Enigma startup procedures ready. We need to get out of here as soon as I can get a clear shot to the exit. There's too much flak right now, so you'll need to hang tight for a few minutes. There's too much flak right now, so you'll need to hang tight for a few minutes. Just get the ship ready." The comlink sitting on the control console rang. Kenshi, who had already made up his mind, took the comlink and held the call button. "Where are you?" "I'm gonna come get you," Kenshi exclaimed. "What?" No. Kenshi, get the Enigma ready. Stay on the ship," Feroh exclaimed, sounding crackly from the interference. "I'll find you." "Stay put," Kenshi said. Setting the comlink down, he briefly reviewed his selected arsenal in the unlocked weapons cabinet, a blaster rifle whose make and model were unknown to Kenshi. It looked powerful and sizable, which is why he chose it. It sported a long striped barrel, a simple front grip, an elongated yet minuscule scope attached on top, and, attached both downwards and diagonally, a back grip and elongated butt that went between his right arm and side. He also grabbed 2 thermal detonators, which looked like silver celebratory ornaments. Each had a small red activation dial on top, and he had magnetically attached both grenades to his belt. Finally, he had pocketed a smoke pellet. He didn't know how it was activated, but he figured he could discover its nature on the go. He had taken charge of the mission a few times so far, and he wasn't about to let it all go to waste without a fight. With resolve refreshed, a scared, stupid confidence in his spirit, he stepped out of the cabin, cargo hold, and open boarding ramp. The rifle was heavier than he knew Feroh would make it look, but it didn't matter as long as he could fire it all right. The atrium entranceway opened, revealing the depths of the firefight Feroh had mentioned. The atrium sported countless scorch marks and empty panels where glass was once situated. In the center was a bullpen of cubicles that had been tattered, some set ablaze by blaster fire. A mysterious armored figure danced atop the cubicle walls, avoiding blaster fire and returning their own. Almost 24 battle droids attempted to shoot the assailant. The klaxon he had heard earlier had died out, it seemed, letting the raging firepower overtake the ambiance of the ravished office. There was no sign of Feroh, but he also assumed this was the flak she referred to on her call. He reasoned she could be trapped somewhere in the bullpen. And with his vector set, that confidence gave way to violence. He aimed the hefty rifle at a distracted battle droid's head and pressed the trigger. A large blaster bolt discharged from the barrel, obliterating the automata's head in an instant. Its body fell to the floor. 2 nearby droids noticed the attack and turned to Kenshi, who didn't realize the droids were paying that much attention to their surroundings. Screaming, he charged the 2 droids who were standing next to each other. He slammed the rifle into their torsos before they could shoot, knocking both of them to the ground. He executed them with 2 shots apiece, turning as his instinct told him to anticipate more focus from their fellow soldiers now. His instinct was correct, as 3 more droids had now turned and primed their sights on him. The furthest from him fired but missed the shot, allowing a moment of empty air that Kenshi took advantage of. He fired a shot, hitting the droid's torso and destroying him. The other 2 fired then, not allowing Kenshi time to anticipate. He ducked suddenly, narrowly avoiding both shots. Closer to the ground, he fired a shot towards the closer droid's body but missed. The droid prepared to finish Kenshi, but was stopped by a seemingly errant blaster bolt from the armored target atop the bullpen. The shot, beautiful and precise, dismembered the droid's head from its neck. The impact commanded the attention of the neighboring droid, who turned his attention to his fallen comrade. This gave Kenshi the moment he needed to fire 2 shots, nearly point blank as he rose again to his feet, into the droid's blocky torso. The shots hurled the droid back a meter before it collapsed to the ground. He looked to the armored mark for an opportunity to give his thanks for the assist, but instead found that they had jumped to the balcony overlooking the bullpen and was climbing over its railing. Many of the droids offered their attention to the development, which Kenshi realized was his cue to sprint to the bullpen. On his way there, he tripped over an errant piece of debris and stumbled to the ground. He sat up, feeling an incoming bruise across his ribcage where he had landed on the blaster rifle. A droid who had set Kenshi as his new target approached him, about to pull the trigger on his own rifle. Kenshi attempted to prepare his rifle, but instead saw a dash of green leap from the bullpen and perform a dive kick against the droid. It was knocked over completely, its skimpy legs incapable of handling the power of her dive. Feroh, in her jumpsuit, gracefully landed with one leg bent sharply, the other outstretched to her side. "Feroh," Kenshi exclaimed, smiling. "What's happening?" "No clue, but," Feroh started. "Wait, that's my EE3. Is that what it is?" Kenshi asked in genuine bewilderment. "I just thought it looked effective." "It's a good rifle," Feroh remarked as she rose to her feet, offering Kenshi a hand up. "But above all, it's mine. Give it." Kenshi took her hand, groaning as he did so. He reluctantly handed the blaster to her. "Let's get back to the ship." Blackstar found the turbolift at the back of the upper office corridor, boldly assuming that was where Komari had ventured off to. Stepping inside, she quickly reviewed the lift's available travel history on the button board. Its last destination was the security office, located at the top of the building. She ordered the lift to travel there, and as it slowly prepared itself, an incoming blaster bolt nearly struck her. With her attention strangled, she peered out the closing lift doors to see the remaining battle droids approaching and opening fire. The doors closed while the droids were still at a distance. She felt the jolt of the lift's activation and breathed a sigh of relief. Blackstar had no idea how her suit had managed to hold up not only from the destruction of her ship, but the multiple shots she had taken in the last 20 minutes. She'd repaired the suit when she had access to the right tools, but could live with its current state. The real question was whether it could withstand an intense fight with Komari Vosa, whose presence in the security office was up to conjecture. Blackstar could only guess that the woman's contraband was being held in the office, and that she was too afraid to leave the planet without her toys. It was stupid to have such attachments, but she simultaneously understood and respected Komari's determination to have a strong and reliable defense. The lift stopped and the door opened, revealing the hexagonal office bathed in deep red light. In the room's center, surrounded by two halves of a circular control suite, was Komari Vosa. It appeared she had already retrieved her lightsabers and now donned a belt with small glass vials attached to it. The woman turned to Blackstar and smiled. "You're only happy because now you have the means to defend yourself more strongly," Blackstar told her. "But it doesn't matter." "Oh, but it does." Komari activated her two lightsabers, both of which glowed a crimson that stood bold against the red light that had already enveloped the office. She assumed an attack stance as Blackstar prepared her own with her blaster pistol. "You have one chance to tell me who hired you, and perhaps I will consider mercy." Blackstar answered with a shot. Of course, Komari deflected the bolt against the wall behind Blackstar, but had the foresight to deflect 2, 3, 4 more shots from the pistol. With the quickness of someone who could use the Force, Blackstar pulled, primed, and tossed a thermal detonator at Komari. She dove above it towards Blackstar, landing right in front of her as the explosive detonated at the back of the office. Komari was unperturbed by the explosion, striking violently at Blackstar. She narrowly avoided the strike, somersaulting to her left and feeling the heat of Komari's twin blaze mere centimeters from her back. Blackstar stood once again, popping more shots at Komari. However, almost half the shots missed entirely, tattooing the office walls with scorch marks. Komari laughed as she locked the ends of her hilts together to form one lightsaber, a blade protruding from each end. She spun the lightsaber in a twirl, illuminating her aura with the bright red circle of the blade's motions, and approached Blackstar slowly. Grunting, Blackstar somersaulted again into the center of the room and looked back at Komari, who broke the intimidating twirl approach and leapt into the air to pounce. Taking a page from her playbook, Blackstar used her aerial descent to fire a shot at the attacker, but Komari was not distracted as the old Jedi had been on the ferry platform. She broke the bolt with her saber staff. While the defensive move was a small defeat for Blackstar, in that moment, she found it disallowed Komari from attacking with her weapon upon landing, giving her a brief opportunity of empty air as Komari recovered from her landing. There will be another opportunity to take her head, so long as you track her. On the ground, she's too powerful, but maybe not in the sky, Blackstar thought in this brief moment. Deal with your feelings of cowardice later. Komari began her approach, seemingly as if she felt she had her cornered at last. Blackstar had backed against a wall and quickly scanned for an alternate exit. The turbolift would bring Blackstar straight into the clutches of the droid battalion waiting at the bottom of the shaft. But as the back of her left boot tapped the bottom of the wall, she felt a slight reverberation upon impact. Looking down, she could make out the medium-sized, barred entrance of an air vent. It looked rickety, as if it had fallen out of place before and wasn't properly reattached. It also looked as if it could fit her. Komari closed in, preparing for a final strike. Blackstar grunted as she bent down, grabbed the vent door, ripped it from its placement, and hurled it at Komari in one motion. It was completely unexpected to the woman, who took the gate's impact to the stomach and fell backwards. Scrambling, Blackstar knelt down and compressed herself into the air vent duct, climbing into it and up its length. She breathed heavily, not only from the heat contained in her armor from the past few days of near-constant movement, but from the vent itself. But she now had escaped to continue her hunt. Her new objective: find Komari's mode of transportation off Scipio. Chapter 17. Aftermath of the Titans. Anakin, drop. Go. Tell them to take off. I'm a blasted idiot, Feroh exclaimed as she punched her chair in the Ingamus cabin. What? Why? Kenshi asked, attempting to access the weapons locker. I forgot the startup key in the office. I forgot I even had it. Feroh groaned. She turned to him. I'm gonna go back in and grab it. You need to stay here, Feroh commanded. But those droids will blast you to bits in there. You need cover fire, Kenshi retorted. No. What I need is peace of mind, and I'm only gonna get that if you keep your sheb in this room. Feroh yelled. Do you understand me? No more heroics today. Kenshi's disappointment was obvious. Fine. But please be quick, he requested as he finally opened the cabinet again. Feroh rolled her lips as she once again approached the boarding ramp of the ship. Komari found herself on the uppermost balcony above the office's bullpen. She remembered how she had been in the same position a week ago. It had been the longest week of her life. And finally, she had been freed. Her spirit soared as she absorbed the empty atrium, littered with debris, battle droid parts, and E5 blaster rifles, some of which she could see were still smoking. Ironically, Komari had likely made more of an impact on Hago Damas's operations now than she had on her initial mission to the planet. The defeat of Dooku had yet to fully sink in, she knew. It probably wouldn't until she had escaped from Scipio. She replayed the moment of Dooku's impact to the platform in her mind. It embarrassed her to have seen her former master be defeated by a being so shallow as the armored attacker. And with that thought, she remembered the pain that burned in her shoulder and side from the bounty hunter's pistol. Whoever they were more cunning than Komari had anticipated. But worst of all, they were determined. There would be little rest from either party until one of them was dead. But what struck most boldly to Komari was that the bounty hunter knew she would be locked in that prison cell in the mountains. Had Dooku not arrived beforehand, Komari imagined the hunter would have caught her off guard. Whoever sent the bounty hunter to eliminate her had to have known where she was imprisoned, or what planet she was even on to begin with. Gardala, Komari thought. She didn't want me to squeal, so she sent a hitman after me. The cowardice of the Hutt, she growled in anger. How arrogant of Gardella to believe that Komari would tell Hego Damask of their death stick operation. Did the slug not realize Komari had a stake in it as well? Secrecy was all that kept the Bando Gora alive, and Gardella had the gall to assume she would risk that secrecy. It astounded her. But then again, Komari thought, placing a hand on her chin, Gardella is not known to be that cowardly and stupid. She and I have an understanding. Blood Kanu's trail, this train of thought was dangerous, but she pursued it. All of my associates must talk without me. It would only make sense. Gardella told Kanus and Sabolto of my imprisonment, and one of them sent a hitman to eliminate me. Suddenly, the silence of the atrium broke as a door at the edge of the bullpen opened, and a female human in a green outfit stepped through. She held a blaster in her arms and, after aiming it readily around the bullpen upon entering, deemed the area safe and traveled up the staircase to the chief financier's offices. Komari knew not who she was, but assumed that she arrived in a ship parked outside. Reserving the thought of her associate's treachery for later, she subsequently realized she had failed to procure the impoundment key for the ranker's hire before the bounty hunter attacked. And it appeared this woman had just left her ship incredibly vulnerable. Reaching out with the force, she could feel the ship's still presence on the landing platform outside. And inside was another being, though she could feel nothing imposing regarding the mysterious shadow seated in it. In fact, whoever was inside seemed almost friendly in the ether of the force. It was very odd, and obviously not something Komari had felt in a long time. There was something almost comforting about the individual inside. She decided that they posed no threat, and she leapt from the balcony to approach the ship before the woman's return. Komari exited the door and saw the large star courier parked and waiting. She had seen the ship from a distance a few times, but now enjoyed a much closer view. The boarding ramp was down, and she quietly crossed it into the ship's cargo hold. Two small red dots for lights illuminated both sides, where dozens of crates of varying sizes sat dormant. But into the pilot cabin, she saw the back right of the 3 seats in use by the presence she had sensed from the balcony. Feroh, that was kind of quick. Did you find the presence? A young Zabrak male swiveled his chair around and was cut short in his speech by the sight not of Feroh, presumably the woman who had entered the office moments earlier, but of Komari. He tensed in fear. "Whoa," he exclaimed, attempting to scoot back into the cushions of the chair. "Easy, kid. I'm a friend," Komari said gently. "I'm a friend who wants your ship." She smiled deviously. She couldn't help her jovial nature from time to time. Disregarding her smile, the Zabrak eyed the wall behind Komari, and to her right, which she peered at and saw an open weapons locker. She used the force to close the cabinet doors and turned back to the young man. "You wouldn't want to hurt me, would you?" "I don't know who you are, but you're scaring me," the Zabrak uttered. "I won't hurt you as long as you get off the ship," Komari bargained. "You can't," the Zabrak retorted. "And what's stopping me?" Komari asked. "You need the key." The Zabrak huffed at himself, in a sign that Komari read as a reveal of information he had not intended to display. "Is your friend inside getting the key?" Komari asked. The boy didn't answer. "You can tell me." They both knew it was against his better nature, but the Zabrak still replied, "She won't give it to you." Komari eyed her lightsaber hilts. "I think we can find a way around that." The battalion of battle droids was occupied at the back of the office corridor's turbolift shaft. They had been standing patiently with their weapons aimed at the door. It allowed Feroh to crack into Reep Tonit's office and retrieve her startup key, which sat just where she had left it. And where she stood now was at the exit door to the landing platform, which opened to reveal the Enigma waiting patiently for its owner's return. She breathed a deep sigh of relief knowing that she had withdrawn quite a hefty amount of credits on this trip, because it was likely the Scipio branch of the banking clan would be out of commission for a long time. She had little to do with the events that had just occurred beyond the destruction of one droid and, more recently, the breaking and entering of a chief financier's personal office. She hadn't even glimpsed what had happened on the approaching ferry or just who had stirred the entire facility into a frenzy, but she supposed it didn't matter. She had gotten what she wanted, and she and Kenshi made it out unharmed. And with the chaos of the day said and done, she was proud of Kenshi for taking charge and giving her the chance to break from her cover. It was reckless and quite dumb, but it was something that she would have done at that age for the right person. For the right person, Feroh thought. She smiled faintly. She was Kenshi's right person. It was clear now. Feroh felt so confident in that moment that everything she was doing had been beginning to flourish and pay off. She could see it in Kenshi's bravery. The boy was coming out of his shell, even if he was being yanked by the arms. Feroh stepped on board the Enigma and into the main cabin. She crossed directly to the primary control board and was about to enter the key when she realized Kenshi hadn't said a word since her arrival. She turned around to be greeted by Kenshi, his mouth covered by the hand of a tall, slender woman in an exotic garb with spiked white hair. She bore a sinister smile, careful not to show teeth, but the tension in her lips indicated she could at any moment. She held an activated lightsaber with a red blade and held it terrifyingly close to the Zabrik's throat. Kenshi had his own hands on her arm that was being used to silence him. The look on his face shook Feroh to the bone. "Find your key?" the woman asked. Feroh started. She didn't know how to respond, but she forged a sentence that broke through the adrenaline telling her to shut up and fight. "It appears I did." "Good. Drop it and kick it over to me, or else I'll make your friends suffer," the woman threatened. Feroh eyed the EE-3 in her arms, her instincts telling her to fire a round quick enough to kill the woman and save Kenshi, but the fact that she had a lightsaber meant she was a Jedi of some kind. She dared not try to outspeed a Jedi without her armor as a safeguard. And further proof of this came when the woman responded to Feroh's intentions that she hadn't even voiced. "Go ahead and drop the blaster too. Am I being too unreasonable?" "You need to leave," Feroh yelled, aiming her blaster at the woman. They both tensed, preparing their weapons for their respective strikes. "All I want is your ship. I won't harm either of you if I get what I want," the woman exclaimed. It seemed to Feroh her determination was circular. "It's my ship, and I suggest you step off right now before I send a blaster bolt between your eyes," Feroh threatened. Her voice was usually more intimidating with her helmet on. The woman appeared to study Feroh a moment before responding. "I can sense your stance on this issue isn't going to change. You're steadfast. And yet, so am I. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?" Feroh had no patience for rhetoric. That immovable object was minding her own business before that force showed up. The woman sighed and, after another moment of silence, released Kenshi from her grasp. He breathed deeply, though it didn't seem like the woman was strangling him. He scrambled over to Feroh and hid behind her, leaning and panting against the control board. "Realistically, I could kill you both in an instant without a second thought. But I thought, no, let's be peaceful for once, and look where that got me." Boldly, she deactivated her saber, attached it to her belt, and sat cross-legged on the floor. "But I'll try harder. I've had enough chaos for one day. My ship is being held somewhere I can't find, so I'm not leaving the ship. But perhaps we can find a mutual solution to our problems." Feroh had only lowered her aim to account for the changed location of the woman's head. She let the woman continue. "I've been betrayed, and I need to find out who it was." "Not interested. Get the hell off," Feroh maintained. "Oh, come now. I'm sure there's a reason you two oddballs are out here in the Outer Rim. Is it anything I can help with?" The woman tried. "No," Feroh said, her intensity rising. Suddenly, Kenshi stepped forward. "We're trying to find my father," he interjected. "We're only here to get our credits to fund our trip." "Kenshi," Feroh yelled. "Why would you say that? Where do you think he is?" the woman asked. Feroh started. "Somewhere in the Inner Rim. We're following the kidnappers who are in a ship from the Old Republic," Kenshi exclaimed. "And we don't have any more time to waste." "An Old Republic," the woman started. There was simply no way. The Zabrik, Kenshi, may have just revealed why the Force had sent Komari to the Star Courier after all. Something distinct as an old Republic ship that had taken the boy's father away. It sounded to her exactly like her death stick operation on Coruscant. She may have been given the ultimate bargaining chip for free, fast, and reliable transportation to her new objective. Kenshi, she said. Is that your name? The Zabrak nodded. By chance, were the people who took your father strange looking? They had horned skull masks. They were savages. They cocooned me inside a weird pod, though it's not something I want to revisit, Kenshi said, uncomfortably gripping his shoulders. The Bando Gora? Komari finally asked. She could see the shock wash over both Kenshi and the armed woman simultaneously. Though on the woman, that shock turned into rage as she stepped closer to her. You're in league with the Bando Gora, she yelled. Kenshi rushed over and tried to dissuade her blaster's aim. Feroh, no. Don't shoot her, Kenshi yelled. She threatened to kill you, Kenshi. She wants to take our ship. And now we find out she knows about the crazy cult who kidnapped your dad. I'm gonna blow her brains all over the ground. The woman, Feroh, screamed. Someone else would probably have been intimidated by the threat. And granted, Komari was taking a bit of a gamble by hoping the Zabrak's plight and vigor would be enough to calm her down, but it was a gamble she was ready to take. Feroh, this is our chance to find out more. Please, Kenshi begged his friend. And with a hefty sigh, Feroh released a bit of her tension. Kenshi ushered her back a few steps, giving him room to kneel in front of Komari to match her eye level. What do you know about the Bando Gora? Please, we need more information. He looked so desperate. It almost hurt Komari. It was time to drop the bomb. It just so happens that I am in charge of the Bando Gora. The High Priestess, Kenshi recalled from the journal. You're the High Priestess. How did you know that was my title? The woman asked with genuine curiosity. We have a journal, Kenshi said as he rose to retrieve it from his backpack. In the interim between his journey to the console cabinet and his return, Feroh's gaze locked with the sitting woman's. She hadn't lowered her carbine yet, and had no intentions of doing so. But Kenshi returned and broke the stare. See. The woman eyed the journal at first, then gently took it from Kenshi's hands. Without opening it, she could identify the faint scrawl on the book's cover that Kenshi had failed to decipher, the Hearth of Onray. You're from Coruscant. Kenshi nearly laughed from the excitement that flooded his heart. Finally, he had made some form of real, tangible progress. Yes, and you're really their High Priestess. I am, the woman confirmed. I am Komari Vosa, and I have been leading the Bando Gora for over a year now. Her face curved into a hopeful smile. I know where your father is, she spoke in a near whisper. Kenshi now felt the streams of tears begin their run. I can't believe this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kenshi, Feroh rang from the back. This is all completely unfounded. She could be lying. Kenshi turned back to her. How could she have known about the hearth? About how strange her men looked. About being called the High Priestess. Feroh didn't have an answer, which didn't surprise Kenshi. Her gaps in logic came most often when she found herself dumbstruck or threatened, both of which seemed to be happening to her. How about a new deal, Kenshi? Komari started. Her sultry voice drew Kenshi's attention back to her. If you two help me on my quest first, I'll reunite you with your father. No deal, Feroh said. Stop it, Feroh, Kenshi yelled. The lash against her left her in silence. What exactly is your quest, Komari? I have 3 planets to go to, each with the contact I must interrogate to determine who sent a deadly bounty hunter after me, Komari said, crossing her arms. My cover fire from the atrium? Kenshi figured. And with none of my men here, I could use some protection, Komari added. You don't seem like you need it, Feroh remarked. Normally I wouldn't, but I'm far from my home. My powers are not at their peak, and I seem to be developing certain gaps in my abilities I didn't know I had. Whoa, so is this bounty hunter still alive? Feroh asked. He is, Komari said. So you're telling me we're gonna be pursued? Quite possibly, for they can find a write-off of this planet, Komari guessed. which is why I suggest we make a decision soon. Kenshi looked to Feroh, seeing the disagreement in her eyes but matching it with the urgency in his. The sound of crackling fire combined with the smell of burning metal were enough to wake Dooku from his slumber. He finally rose to his knees, his vision a kaleidoscope of pain and light that had nearly blinded him. All he felt was the burn in his stomach that had somehow persisted through unconsciousness. And feeling a well of buildup in his throat, he opened his mouth and let a thick stream of bile and blood exit onto the platform floor. Dooku attempted to steady himself, realizing now that the pain from his injury was excruciating. He hadn't had to fight in a real combat scenario in years, so jumping back in so recklessly, in hindsight, was a grave error. His vision slowly crawled back to normalcy, allowing him to see the shimmer of his familiar lightsaber hilt laying across the platform from him. He attempted to use the force to bring it to him, only stirring the hilt slightly before collapsing entirely to the floor again. Komari, Dooku slurred. The name had sprung from his lips like a blaster bolt, but brought with it a stunning review of the past moments before his injury. He had attempted to save an unarmed Komari's life and prove his friendship to her, but he had left himself vulnerable. Perhaps in their prime, like on Galadrin, the two could have planned a better offense psionically, but that connection was long gone. No, Dooku resolved silently. Not yet. He attempted to rise again, only to be met with the bitter defeat of his muscles and spirit that held him to the ground. You now find yourself standing in the doorway of a monolithic world of abilities and conveniences you have never experienced before, his shadow repeated from what felt like an eternity earlier. And from this reminder, something broke inside of Dooku. Not physically, but his destruction sent a wave of power through his body. His muscles felt fluid and capable, his integrity of his injury had been halved, and his shaking had stopped. The price for all these sudden steps to healing was a tremendous wave of dark force energy washing over him a few seconds afterwards, nearly drowning him. He struggled to catch his breath as if it had just been taken away from him, though only briefly. When it returned, he climbed to his knees again. His vision was no longer kaleidoscopic, but was surrounded by a pinhole of blackness. This all felt familiar, he knew, and he peered down at his fingers, which had grown a vile purple once again. It was a side effect of whatever it was that was happening, and one that he was particularly disgusted by. Though it was already done, and Dooku allowed himself to give in and breach the doorway. He rose using the force, allowing him to stand again. The pain still existed, but it paled in comparison to the power he felt surging through his veins. He looked to his lightsaber across the platform and, almost in an instant, drew it to his grip with a force pull. How familiar the texture of the pistol grip was, all those contours he knew so well. Suddenly it all seemed to fall to the wayside as he felt something brewing in the heart of his bleeding wound. It burned like fire, but sent thick smoke into his lungs, his nose, and his eyes. Suddenly he felt the tight grip of the darkness take hold completely, as it seemed his process of claiming him had finished. You allowed yourself to be distracted and consumed by the thought of Komari Vosa. You will not make this mistake again. I will not make that mistake again, Dooku confirmed. But I will find her. You may yet have luck. Search this pitiful place, Dooku. Find where she hides. And so he did. So if we agree, you'll tote us around as your bodyguards while you wrap up your petty personal business? Feroh asked. Komari rose to her without the use of her hands, simply unfolding her legs and using invisible propulsion to lift herself. Perhaps if you agree to this arrangement, you'll come to learn why I take so much offense by your use of the word petty in this scenario, Komari growled. Kenshi now rose to his feet too, interlocking his fingers in anxiety. Kenshi, look at it this way, we're gonna be this lady's hostages while she tries to find out who sent a bounty hunter after her that'll be trying to kill all of us when they catch a scent of our blood in the water. We could end her right here and just do what we plan on doing. Nowhere in our checklist was there a point where we'd let a cult queen hitchhike across the galaxy with us. Feroh explained. Kenshi's tears had been quelled, but the damage was done. He pondered the debate for a moment before turning to Komari again. How long would your revenge tour take? Only a few days? One planet here in the outer rim, one in the mid-rim, and Komari tried to remember. I'm not sure where the final one would be, if it came to it. Another flash of silence. Can you promise me that my father won't be hurt? Kenshi asked quietly. Nothing will be done to him that hasn't already been done, Komari told him. I swear by it. Kenshi's heart was set then. It was only after being turned away by the Jedi and what felt like the Republic as a whole that Kenshi finally found someone who wanted to help him. This Komari Vosa asked for a price, but it was nothing compared to the directionless, tedious work he and Feroh would have been performing in the inner rim otherwise. And if it turned out she had been lying, then he couldn't imagine it would have been that difficult to abandon her somewhere. It seemed like a safe bet to him, and one that would bring his quest to a swifter close. Feroh, we're taking Komari up on this. Please? Feroh groaned in frustration. Can't you see the game she's playing? Feroh, if she wanted us dead, she would have done it by now. He crossed to her, finally making her lower her blaster and focus on him. I feel her truth. I don't know how, but I feel it. You have my word that we can trust her. Feroh scoffed, but finally lowered her volume. And if she betrays us anyway, then we'll do something about it. Kenshi's grip on her wrist tightened, indicating his conviction. Feroh looked into Kenshi's eyes for a moment, then finally lowered her blaster entirely. Fine. Go get the boarding ramp closed. Kenshi proceeded to hug Feroh tightly. His grip conveyed all the words he would have said if his heart wasn't so big. After a moment, she returned the loving, trusting grip until he released. He crossed to the back of the ship, giving Feroh time to step over to Komari. If I find out you're lying about anything you've told us here today, your carcass is going to be unrecognizable to your Bando Gora monsters. Do I make myself clear? She pointed a finger in Komari's face while she said this in a low volume. Komari grabbed Feroh's wrist and licked her extended finger slowly, prompting Feroh to yank her arm back in disgust. Komari giggled as Feroh wiped the spit residue on her jumpsuit. And I won't tolerate that disrespect, you slime. Now take a damn seat, Feroh ordered. Komari skipped to the back seat to the front-facing left of Feroh's pilot chair, but was interrupted before she could sit down. Guys, we have an issue, Kenshi called from the back. Immediately, Feroh and Komari jogged to the back of the ship where Kenshi stood. Coming from the atrium entrance was an older man in a brown suit. He clutched his stomach with one hand, whose blood had soaked through his tunic. He looked at the trio, his eyes glowing an odd yellow. Dooku, Komari whispered. He's alive. You know him? Kenshi asked. The man activated his own lightsaber, a bold blue that contrasted with his palpable dark nature. Get the ship off the ground, Komari ordered, stepping off the ship and activating her twin blades. Feroh rushed back to the cabin and inserted the startup key. Kenshi took a few steps back as he watched Komari approach the man. Have I not made myself clear, old man? I will not be saved. So you admit you are broken. The man smiled slyly. Now I know you can be. Komari screamed as she charged the man, meeting his defensive block of her blades. She broke the lock and tried a collection of furious strikes, which the man was able to calculatively deflect. And in her brief moment of reset, the man was able to take a swift step out of her vicinity, making her whiff her next strikes and allowing him an opportunity to reach out his hand and grip her by the throat without touching her. Komari, Kenshi yelled. The engines activated at last, and Kenshi hung onto a hydraulic beam supporting the boarding ramp as the ship took liftoff. Komari, get on. The man refused to release his mental grip on Komari, raising her off the ground completely. Feroh peered back, seeing now that Komari had exited the ship entirely. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated her options. She could allow Komari the next few seconds to board the ship. Or maybe, Feroh at the acceleration throttle. She reached for it, even placing her hand upon it, but was stopped. Hurry! Please! Kenshi yelled at the back of the ship. His voice sounded so worn, so pained. Why did you have to go and trust this woman? Feroh thought, directing the question at Kenshi. You just met her. Then, she remembered her apartment on the Crimson Spire. She could almost laugh at how paranoid she had been, nearly shooting the young Zabrak at the drop of a hat. How strict and cold she had been to him. But the two had spent so much time together that when the idea of losing him became plausible, she felt compelled to risk everything to save him. She had acted the same way with Dahlia all those years ago. And in a way, that pain in Kenshi's voice, begging the High Priestess to board the ship, reminded her of Dahlia too. And with that thought, Feroh breathed a pained sigh and held the ship where it was. I can't do that to you, Feroh said quietly. But we're gonna be on thin ice now. At the back of the ship, Kenshi watched the ferocious sword fight's dark interruption continue, not knowing how to intervene. That cold feeling of helplessness took hold of him once again, stiffening his body and freezing his cheeks. Then suddenly, a feeling inside him reminded him of the smoke grenade he still had in his pocket. He quickly felt for it, still feeling the small sphere where he had left it, and removed it. Thinking quickly, trying to remember how to activate it, he remembered what Feroh had done when she had used one in the hearth of Anre. It appeared from his distance of observation that she had simply thrown the pellet at the Kiffer's head. She hadn't pressed a button or pulled a pin of any kind. Hoping his memory could serve him well, he chucked the grenade directly at the old man. He turned and stopped the grenade midair with his lightsaber-wielding hand, but was startled when the device began spewing a massive plume of smoke from all 6 of its small orifices. It broke his concentrated grip on Komari, dropping her to the ground. She then looked to Kenshi as he called from the boarding ramp. Now, Kenshi yelled. Komari looked back to the man but was met with smoke instead. She refocused back on the Enigma and sprinted now, deactivating her lightsabers and leaping up 3 meters in the air to the extended boarding ramp. Holding onto the hydraulic beam with one hand, Kenshi extended his other to support Komari. She grabbed his hand, managing to get 1 foot onto the ramp as well. Feroh! Kenshi yelled back to the cabin. The two could feel the Enigma's powerful lurch forward as the smoky bridge began to grow smaller in their perceptions. Komari climbed on board completely with the help of Kenshi, who turned to the nearby ramp controls and finally closed the hatch. Blackstar watched from the roof of the office dome as the old Jedi, who had miraculously survived their duel, engaged Komari in front of the Star Courier on the landing platform. The young Zabrak, who had shot a few of the battle droids in the bullpen, tossed a smoke pellet at the Jedi, giving Blackstar's quarry a chance to escape on the ship. She sighed. For any other bounty hunter, this would have been the end of the line. But Blackstar wasn't any other bounty hunter. The chase had only just begun. It was simply a matter now of making her way off of Scipio and using Gardella Besadiai's network of spies to find where the Star Courier was headed. The coldness of her heart intoxicated her. Her suit's life support systems finally leveled out, and she found herself at peace with her situation, even if for but a brief moment. She could take a moment to breathe easy and regain her strength. When this is over, I will be set free. But not until this is over. Blackstar crossed her arms. She can run all she wants, but eventually, she'll play right into my hands. The smoke cleared, and Dooku's spirit flexed as a mysterious feeling overtook him. Komari had escaped him again, yet he felt victory. Not one regarding his mission, but something bigger happening across the stars. He could see the twinkling of the galaxy turn red, setting a hot fire to his being. Something's happened, Dooku thought. Something seismic. A shadow has emerged from the light, one that has hidden itself for far too long. And now it ripples across the galaxy, bathing every star in its cosmic crimson blood. What has happened? Dooku asked aloud. What has shifted? Return to Coruscant, the voice ordered. Dooku was still unsure if the voice that had been speaking to him was an external mind or his own. But he supposed it didn't really matter. It had yet to steer him wrong. And, as he and the Jedi had always purported, the Force indeed worked in mysterious ways. Light and dark worked in tandem, illuminating the entire spectrum of the cosmic force and guiding those who knew to follow it. And if the Force willed him to go to Coruscant, Then he allowed himself to believe that that was the correct course of action. How ignorant of the Jedi to ignore the dark. How ignorant of Yoda, of Mace Windu, and everyone in the Order to act like the dark must be destroyed. Now that the veil of the dark side has been lifted ever so slightly, a power shift is about to occur. And I am the only one who sees it. Times were about to change. In his very spirit, Dooku knew this to be true. The shadow inside him roared in triumph, though he absorbed its monstrous energy and turned in quiet regard to the Atrium's interest to find his starfighter. He had a feeling that Coruscant would feel much different upon his return, even if none of the other Jedi could feel it. And they wouldn't feel it, he knew. He had fully unlocked the other side of the dichotomy of the Force. The light and the dark existed both within him now. Dooku found it rallying that he let the dark take control for now, though. Perhaps if the Jedi could prove to him they were worthy of his light, he would change his mind. Komari fell to a sitting position, panting intensely. Kenshi crouched beside her. "Who was that?" he asked. "A lost, old fool," Komari lamented. "Perhaps when the time is right, I'll tell you more." "Will he be coming after us too?" Kenshi followed. "It's possible. But I'm not certain," Komari replied. "Oh," Kenshi said. "Thank you for your help, Kenshi. That was a smart move." Komari smiled at him. "Something inside me just remembered that I had that smoke bomb. I wasn't about to let him hurt you," Kenshi told her. Komari chuckled quietly. "I think you and I are going to be getting along just fine." She glanced at Feroh in the cabin. "Tell your friend to set a course for Tatooine. We can move along the Entrala route, then shift to the Corellian run." "Good idea," Kenshi commented. He got up and crossed to the cabin. Komari breathed heavily still. She wasn't all that shocked, after all was said and done, that Dooku was still alive. But something in his eyes was incredibly different. Not just from how he had fought on Scipio that day, but from how he fought on Galadrin and Teeth and Opera Sky and all the other missions the two had completed together. She sensed violence and rage and darkness in his spirit. It disturbed her. And if Dooku was going to actively pursue her, she feared he could be a very grave threat. She knew he had always strayed from the strictness of the Jedi Code, but this was something far greater than mere straying. Dooku was actively dipping into the well of the dark side. And with a man as powerful as him, that idea made her heart race with anxiety. She felt the Star Courier purr beneath her body and the intensity of his speed and velocity. Kenshi came back to her, offering her a hand up. She took it gently and followed him into the main cabin. The boy had helped her escape Dooku, and for that she was thankful. There was something special about him she couldn't quite place her finger on just yet, but she could feel it strongly. Perhaps he was just lucky and determined. But Komari knew better. There was no such thing as luck. There was only the Force, and what ways its users could manipulate it. Kenshi had an odd connection to the Force, perhaps subconsciously. He had intuition, and seemed to know what to do and just when to do it. These were traits of the ordinary, of course, but not when Komari could sense that a connection to her he had since she learned of his existence from the atrium balcony. It wasn't something she could sense he was actively aware of, nor was it as strong a muscle within him that he could be aware of. But perhaps she could help him flex it. Perhaps she could help the young man realize what he was capable of. His mind and heart were unpierced and undecided. He was a far cry from his pilot, who had already been set in stone in mind and spirit. And the best part is that Kenshi seemed to like her. They had a natural draw to one another. This would provide her the time and attachment to show him the ways of the Force. And perhaps, if things went the way she hoped, she could groom him into her apprentice. For Kenshi to ascend to the second throne of the Bando Gora, he would have to be ripped from Feroh, and from his father as well. But those would occur in time. The next few days, she decided, were going to be the young man's time to prove his worth to her, whether he knew it or not. She watched Kenshi sit down in his seat, gesturing to Komari that it was time to sit and rest. And so she did, watching the Enigma quickly approach orbit. With the course set for Tatooine, and eventually Gardulla's palace, she remembered how Kenshi had so humorously phrased her mission, a revenge tour. It seemed apt in hindsight. Komari Vosa would walk away from this chance encounter with a refreshed circle of business partners along with a promising young pupil. It seemed the dark side was making up its error towards her in spades. The bounty hunter be damned, Dooku be damned. Komari could see the galaxy in her subconscious, all unified under the rule of the Bando Gora. And perhaps it was hopeful, but she saw Kenshi standing beside her, feeling the warmth from her that Dooku had never given her. It filled her with joy. A sinister, bubbling joy that she hadn't felt in a very long time. Times were about to change. Addendum. Insecurity. Dor Calhoun saw from the ferry how his battle droids had been wasted so effortlessly by the two Jedi and the armored assassin. He shuddered imagining the mess that would have been laid before him had they been Neimoidian guards instead of the automata. He had timed his wait to about 30 minutes, when the chaos had officially stopped. Dor removed his pocketed comlink device and established a signal with UM-194, the pilot droid tasked with leading the convoy of evacuation shuttles away from Sidaria if ever such an event would occur to warrant an evacuation. Have the ships been evacuated successfully? Dor asked, holding his breath after finishing. Affirmative. The convoy is en route to the Stargis mountain cluster. The main vault has accepted our entry, the droid responded. Dor performed a Muin motion of prayer, letting go of his held breath. Good work. Tell the men at Stargis to bring a squadron, 2 squadrons, actually, of battle droids to the facility. I will give you the all-clear when it's safe to return. Roger, Roger, the droid spoke. Dor ended the communication and rose to his feet. At the very least, the chief financiers had made it out in one piece. That was his top priority. It was the priority he had failed to fulfill when Komari Vosa first attacked the facility. Yet, when he reported the event to Hego Damask, there had been no reprimand as he had assumed there would be. While he had fulfilled the bare minimum of his mandate as the security chief today, he would surely face the wrath of Hego Damask now. Or perhaps the Tonith family would break their presence on Moonlands and investigate the matter themselves. Tossing the thoughts aside, he finally stepped off the dock ferry and onto the scorched platform. His stomach had clenched when he witnessed the Jedi take a blaster shot to the stomach at near point-blank range, fearing that the move would attract the eyes of the Galactic Republic and Supreme Chancellor Valorum. A mysterious Jedi death on Scipio would rally suspicion against the banking clan, drawing criticism towards Hego Damask and Damask Holdings, and it had all been under Dor watch. But when the Jedi rose about 15 minutes later as the conflict moved to the upper levels, he had miraculously risen from his state of unconsciousness and physically recuperated. Dor had not said a word, worrying that the Jedi would strike him down if he revealed his presence. He had gone into the atrium for a few minutes, and Dor had assumed the fleeing Star Courier had something to do with him. But through the green glass, he could see the man's figure lurch to the upper corridor inside and presumably to the turbolift. Beyond the small fires from burning debris and heaps of newly appointed scrap metal littering the platform, the entire world around Dor was silent. His footsteps nearly echoed as he cautiously approached the doorway, whose door had been blown completely away by an explosive the armored assailant had lobbed during the firefight. He stepped into the empty atrium, surveying the damage. His shaky hand rose to his chin as he observed the numerous empty window panes, tracing the glass panels' likely descent paths, and finding massive piles of broken glass around the bullpen. He had yet to see an organic corpse, which he supposed was a win of some sort. Traveling up the stairs to the Board of Masters office corridor, he saw more scorch and burn marks across the walls and the carpet, plus a few on the ceiling. The primary site of interest on the scene, however, was the unsightly pile of destroyed battle droids in concentration near the turbolift entrance at the back of the corridor. Their bodies were dismembered in countless ways, some even unrecognizable as battle droids. The strike marks indicated the work had been done by the blade of a lightsaber. Dor stepped into the turbolift and primed it to take him to the headquarters security office. He stepped inside, groaning anxiously when he saw the damage that had been done inside it. The back wall was completely blackened, with various exposed wires and doings in the wall's interior protruding jaggedly. More scratches and burns tattooed the walls, revealing the scars of an intense fight. It seemed to Dor that all three participants in the fight had made sure to dishelve every room in the facility just to amplify his feeling of failure. He crossed to the central control boards, testing a few of the functions to see if they were operational. The test had mixed results. Shuddering, Dor viewed the hollow communicator and realized that now was the time where communication with Hago Damask was in order. Dor activated the communicator, secretly hoping it was inoperable. However, the device sprung to life without a hitch and provided Dor the option to open a call with someone. He gulped, shakily finding the option to hail Hago Damask's primary communicator. He sent out the hail request and stood as still as his anxiety led him. The picture of Hago Damask manifested after a few moments of pregnant wait. "I hear of chaos on Scipio. What has happened?" he demanded. "Your Jedi visitor allowed Komari Vosa to escape," Dor gulped, realizing after speaking the accusatory tone his statement carried with it. "Not that I blame you, of course." Damask interrupted without a gesture or warning. "Where is the Jedi?" Dor interlocked his fingers. "He is alive, sir, but I don't know where he is. Somewhere in the facility, possibly returning to his starfighter." "Excellent," Damask growled. "You have done your job, Chief Callahan. I am pleased." Dor's brow furrowed in unadulterated confusion. "Forgive my confusion, Magister, but what was my job?" "Your job was to keep Komari Vosa imprisoned until the Jedi had a chance to speak with her. And so long as the Jedi lived, your job was completed." Damask crossed his arms in satisfaction. "What of Vosa?" "I failed to track the ship she fled in," Dor admitted. "She is of no importance to you now. Neither is the Republic, nor the Jedi Order. Your focus from here will be rebuilding and fortifying the headquarters. I will transfer a generous lump sum to the office funds in order to make this happen," Damask assured the security chief, who still seemed to be shaking in his boots. "Magister Damask, I apologize. I feel I have failed you," Dor tried once more, bowing in both obedience and fear. "I understand your confusion, Callahan. But rest assured, you did your job well. The machinations of my business are ever in motion, and I feel they may soon reach an apex. You and Vosa were simply means to an end, and now you may exit to the wings of the stage," Damask explained vaguely as Dor rose to a standing position. "Your new role will be performed there on Scipio, and you will return to what you do best. Let the events of the last week fall to the wayside. Business will now return to normal," Damask claimed. "Secure the building and meet the construction envoy I will have sent your way. I expect a full report later." "Thank you, Magister Damask," Dor spoke. The communication ended. Dor stood in silence, his hands still holding one another. He wasn't sure where to begin with Magister Damask. He had anticipated the headquarters' destruction would have led to his execution on Moonlands, but Damask once again showed immense mercy. He was pleased, even. He didn't even want to bring himself to imagine his fate had the Jedi been killed there on that ferry platform. The moment of his resurrection had transformed from a haunting memory to one of great relief. Soon, the security team would arrive from the Stargis vault, allowing a full sweep of the facility to occur. A construction team would arrive from parts unknown, likely from the development projects on the nearby Banking Clan planet Mygedo. Then, when the damage had been repaired and Dor had deemed it ready, the facility would return to its normal operational status. But nothing inside him would be the same again. And that was the real price Dor had paid. Chapter 18. Tatooine Sojourn. Many things will change when we reach the capital, Ani. But my caring for you will remain. It had been the longest 3 days of Feroh's life. It was mostly due to the lack of sleep she had received since Komari Vosa was led aboard. In their time on the Corellian run, when the Enigma was deep in its hyperspace travel, she tried to take short periods of time to rest. But when she laid on her cot in the cabin wall, she found herself stonewalled by a sense of absolute anxiety. After the first day of awkward small talk between Kenshi and Komari, with which Feroh did not engage, the two had begun to grow more casual in their dialogue with one another. In fact, Kenshi had hardly initiated more than a 30-second conversation with Feroh or the occasional question regarding some non sequitur. For what Feroh felt were obvious reasons, this made her nervous. Komari made her nervous. But she tried to put herself in Kenshi's position. He was presented with an opportunity to have absolute peace of mind regarding his father's imprisonment. Whether or not Komari was telling the truth about most of what she said was up for debate. It didn't matter because Kenshi believed her. Beyond her outfit and the occasional erratic display of emotion, Komari seemed like a normal person. As normal as it got in the Outer Rim, at least though she hardly ate, and slept like a rock. Feroh hardly knew anything about the Force, but she had heard that those more avidly familiar with his nature could sustain themselves with this energy for weeks at a time. She supposed the reason Komari ate at all was because, as she claimed on Scipio, her distance from her home drew many of her powers away from her. Feroh counted this as a blessing. As their estimated time of arrival to Tatooine grew closer and closer, Feroh suggested multiple times that the trio come up with a game plan regarding how they would go about getting answers from Gardella the Hutt. Feroh had visited the palace once to meet an information broker, but the meeting was brief. She hardly remembered the layout of the temple, let alone what it would look like in the modern day. More importantly, Feroh didn't remember much about Gardella herself. There were the obvious things, like the temperament of the Hutts. Feroh could assume that Gardella probably shared a lot of those tendencies and shortcomings. And the fact that Gardella, who had been referred to as the Queen of Tatooine by passers-by in the Crimson Spire, also had her own palace and stakes in many Outer Rim enterprises, implying that her security would be vicious and extensive. She hoped that if she and Kenshi had to go into the palace, that Komari could at least make her business with the Hutt quick. Tatooine came into view as the Enigma came out of hyperspace. It was a mild tan in color, with massive splotches of pale purple adorning the surface too. However, Feroh figured the purple was actually a misperception of the massive dune seas. The entire planet was nearly inhospitable, but it was where many came to get their business done. And thinking about it, Feroh found the planet to be pretty convenient in that respect. The Republic had no jurisdiction here. Plus, the planet was littered with shadowy bars, dens, and hidden holes to support smuggling traffic, information exchanges, and all other forms of criminal activity. It reminded her of the Coruscant underworld, but at least here there was less reason to hide. Feroh turned to her two passengers who were locked in their seats. Komari held the Bando Gora journal they had uncovered on Coruscant. She was reading a passage from it aloud to Kenshi, who provided a very curious audience. For Kenshi's sake, Feroh almost felt bad interrupting, but felt no remorse for cutting Komari off. "All right, we're here," Feroh chimed. Komari stopped speaking and gave Feroh the stink eye. The look was unseen by Kenshi, who had already turned his head away from her. "Before I punch in the coordinates for Gardella's palace, should we come up with some kind of plan?" "What is there to plan?" Komari asked. "It seems straightforward to me." "Well, I was just thinking that maybe," Feroh started. Komari's look told her that Feroh sounded very dumb right now. But she didn't bite. "Maybe we should talk about what to expect. Or even better, what exactly we're gonna do down there." "Planning something like this is asinine," Komari said with a huff. Boldly, Kenshi stepped into the ring. "Well, wait, Komari. I think Feroh has a point." Komari blushed at his interjection, feeling mild embarrassment. "It's probably not a good idea to walk in without a plan, right? Something might go wrong. And the Hutts are gangsters. They're dangerous," Feroh added. "Does Gardella have good security?" "What is all of this?" Komari asked, setting the journal down. "Gardella and I are friends. There's no hostility between us." "What are you talking about?" Feroh exclaimed. "Didn't you say she sent an assassin to kill you?" "I said she might have," Komari corrected her. "Okay, but you're still gonna interrogate her, right? If her men see she's in trouble, they're gonna think we're trying to kill her." "So we'll deal with them if that's the case," Komari concluded, crossing her arms. Look, you and I may be ready for combat, but Kenshi isn't, Feroh said as she gestured to him. And this trip is for him. I'm not gonna put him in direct danger if I can help it. Miss Tara. This trip is not just for him. It's for me, too. And I have what you need, she reminded them. But you won't get it until I get what I want. And what I want is your cooperation and trust. You'll forgive me if I'm a bit untrustworthy of the girl who introduced herself by nearly killing my friend and stealing my ship, Feroh said as she now crossed her arms. Her face was growing flushed. Komari chuckled. Fair enough. But that doesn't change the fact that Kenshi's father is in the hands of my men. Feroh looked at Kenshi. Do you see what she's doing? Kenshi turned to Komari, the worry seething in his face. You said he wouldn't be hurt. And he won't be. But you must understand my position here, Komari tried. My entire business is at risk because my people, and I can't trust one another. I need you two to help me fix that. Then, I'll make your entire journey worth it. Kenshi and Feroh shared a look at one another. Then the former returned to Komari with a reply, We trust you. But I've learned that going in without a plan is too risky. I think I've had my share of close calls for one trip. Komari raised both of her hands in acceptance. That's fair, then. I'm glad the three of us can see eye to eye now. We were seeing eye to eye before you came along, Feroh thought. 3 standard hours had passed before the Enigma finally touched down on a solitary landing platform on the edge of Gardulla's palace property. The ship's gentle landing sent the dust and sand covering the platform rocketing away. The Enigma, not having flown in such heated conditions in a long time, stuttered as its engines finally shut down. The heat buildup from the thrusters combined with the twin suns nearly evaporated the coolant that circulated throughout the ship's internal systems, but the interior computer diagnostics showed Feroh that the fluid was indeed doing its job. Kenshi had been digging around the cargo hold for a suitable smorgasbord of armor pieces to wear inside the palace. He and Feroh agreed that if Kenshi were to come along, which he wanted to, he required more protection than a blaster. And coming to think of it, Feroh wasn't sure if she would allow him to carry even that. His stunt on Scipio, as he regaled the events to Komari en route to Tatooine, had seemed to prove he was capable with a firearm. Feroh wasn't sure if she wanted his retelling of events to be hyperbolic or not, but he painted the picture of his accuracy with the EE-3 quite nicely. And of course, his murder of the Kiffer on Coruscant had proven his strong aim as well, though there was a multitude of reasons Feroh could think of that would explain his luck in that situation. With that idea in mind, and the ship completely shut down after its long flight from the other side of the Outer Rim, she approached her weapon locker and reviewed her available arsenal, her guns resting on metal pegs plugged into the back of the cabinet. There was her EE-3, of course. When she was in situations where she could afford to move a bit slower, it was her go-to. Right below it rested a QC-99 blaster shotgun. It was an oddly paired mix of gold and teal pieces held together by silver bolts. The gold barrel was thick and long, meeting the curved intermediary piece frontwards of the teal grip. The grip was made of reupholstered transition hide laid over a durasteel base. Such a practice was a bit more acceptable 50 years ago. It had been passed down to her by her former mentor. The weapon was a keepsake she used proudly in combat, though one she also took meticulous care for. She had her DH-17, the same medium-sized pistol that she had used on Coruscant. Her discreet, all-black, dual palm guns rested below. They were a particularly inexpensive firearm and were used by Feroh as holdout blasters in case her stronger ones lacked ammunition or were damaged. They had a low damage output and average accuracy. Their real advantage, and why they even had a place in her arsenal, was their size. The weapons were incredibly discreet, allowing her to carry them into almost any situation if she needed to. She had considered taking one into the bank on Scipio, but opted not to when the security chief pointed out that she would be scanned for weapons on her person. Below the palm guns rested a crate containing her collection of thermal detonators and smoke pellets. She didn't access it, but she remembered that behind the cabinet, using a subtly placed door handle, rested a PL-8 portable missile launcher. Feroh had only ever had to use it once. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to use it again, but the missiles were so expensive compared to the ratioed price of the power cells required for her other weapons. It was easier for her to find a different solution to a problem that could possibly be solved with a missile launcher. She considered which weapons would suit her best for this particular scenario. The plan the trio had made was too vague, in her opinion, but she would try her best to work with it for Kenshi's sake. Concealed in her armor was her vibroblade, which she'd bring in with her. She felt the need to bring her DH pistol as well. Assuming Gardulla's security force was composed primarily of Gamorrean guards, she figured the EE-3 would be her best bet if she was being charged at. The Gamorreans' thick layer of fat beneath virtually every part of their body could absorb the impact of the smaller bolts from the shotgun, even at a close range. But I won't let them get close, Feroh promised. If they give even a hint that they're gonna hurt Kenshi, I'll slit their throats. And as for Kenshi, while she didn't want him handling a firearm still, she figured it would be best if he did, as she accepted the fact that anyone and everyone could pose a threat to them in the palace. She removed a palm gun from his resting spot and crossed to the cargo bay. Kenshi had searched through 4 crates in his pursuit of makeshift armor. He had found decent gray shoulder pads that Feroh forgot she even owned, plus protective black gloves that happened to fit him nicely. Ta-da! Feroh rang as she presented the tiny firearm to Kenshi. She didn't know what to expect from his face, but it stung a bit when she could read his disappointment. That little thing? Kenshi asked. Did you see me take down those droids on Scipio? Well, actually, no, Feroh answered. But I don't feel comfortable with you using a big blaster like that again. At least, not until I've trained you better. Kenshi crossed his arms from his position on the floor. I'm not gonna look very scary pointing that thing at Gardulla. You won't be pointing anything at Gardulla, Komari interjected, stepping into the cargo hold. Our pilot here is just being paranoid. Can I tell you why I'm being paranoid? Feroh requested, using finger quotes around the final word. I'll humor you, Komari allowed, leaning against the side of the hatch dividing the hold and the cabin. Feroh sighed, a bit nervous but still steadfast. You make me nervous, Komari. You act like a trap that's about to be sprung. And I just think that if Gardulla seems to be withholding anything from you, you're gonna lash out. And that's gonna put us in danger. How will you be in danger? Komari asked in a frustrated tone. Because the entire time you interrogate your Hutt friend, we're gonna be keeping all her friends at gunpoint. And I'm gonna assume Gardulla is very popular. So if they have a reason to suspect you're gonna kill her, then Kenshi and I are gonna take the brunt of their attack. Feroh explained. Kenshi put a hand on his chin. I won't lash out. Have I lashed out on you before, Kenshi? She asked, turning to him. Of course she asked him, Feroh thought. No, you haven't as less than lashed out, I suppose, Kenshi said. He met Feroh's disgruntled stare with a look of remorse. After a brief moment of thought formulation, he raised his brows and turned his attention back to Komari. But I guess that doesn't mean you won't. She threw her hands up in frustration and groaned, leaning off the wall and returning to the cabin. A small win, Feroh thought, holding back a smile. Finally, let's hurry this up, please, Komari rudely requested from behind Feroh. Feroh shook her head and tossed the blaster to Kenshi, who caught it. His reaction to the blaster had gone from disappointment to a slight happiness. Stepping off the Enigma, Komari started the trek down the path-laden sand hill. Kenshi, in his oddly crafted suit of armor, which mostly consisted of basic protective padding and a standard silver Corellian shipyard welding mask, was about to follow. However, Feroh held out an arm in front of him and stepped beside him at the top of the boarding ramp. Hang back for a minute, she requested. We need to talk. Is everything okay? Kenshi asked. I'm not sure, Feroh answered before releasing a sigh. How do you feel about Komari? Really? Kenshi took a moment to think. I like her. She doesn't make you uncomfortable. If there was nothing she could teach me, she would. Teach you? What has she been teaching you? Feroh, it's okay. Look, it's just that ever since we encountered the Bando Gora on Coruscant, I've been thinking about them a lot. When we find out who betrayed Komari, she'll take us to wherever my dad is. And I just think it would help to know as much as I can about the Bando Gora now so Komari, and I can do our best to help him when we find him. What did she say about helping you? She promised me that when we find my dad, she'll help me heal him and reverse his damage. Kenshi chuckled, hiding stark emotional weight. Komari even told me she could make it so he'd never drink again. I know it's stupid, but... Komari has promised us a few things so far, Kenshi. I wouldn't bet on her delivering on anything, Feroh remarked. Kenshi scoffed and crossed his arms after removing his helmet in a gesture of transparency. You see, that's where you and I are so different. It's something I realized after I met you, but didn't remember until now. You are so jaded. You always make these assumptions about people. And when even a small percentage of them happen to be true, you let yourself believe you've seen it all or something. He pointed at himself. But me. I'm hopeful. I have faith that good people are still out there. The Republic might not care about us anymore, but there are people who do. You're gonna tell me Komari Vosa, the high priestess of the trafficking organization ravaging Coruscant, is a good person? No. But there is good in her. I feel it. It's just a matter of bringing that goodness out. And how are you gonna do that, Kenshi? How are you going to use your pure intentions to fix a maniacal cult queen? When she trusts me enough, I can bring her down from the Bando Gora, Kenshi claimed. Feroh laughed. Good luck, kiddo. When you've gotten to know the universe as well as I have, you'll realize that you're wasting your time. Some people don't change. She looked as if she was lamenting a distant memory of some kind. Suddenly, the lament provoked something incredibly vulnerable within her, drawing her cheeks to an intense blush and her breathing to a shaky precipice. Kenshi removed his mask. Feroh. A moment of silence passed before she formed her admittance. I'm scared, Kenshi. I'm scared she's gonna hurt you. Kenshi smiled gently, placing his hand on her shoulder. I won't let her. I'm more in control than you think. Feroh smiled, holding Kenshi's hand on her shoulder. Just don't go and forget about me. I'm here for you, as she told him. Kenshi's smile grew in width and genuinity. I won't. And I'm sorry if it seems like I have. Carefully, she pulled him in for a hug which he returned. They held it for a moment, before breaking and replacing their respective headpieces. Let's go then. I've got your back, Feroh's voice spoke through the helmet's built-in pitch modifier. I know you do, Kenshi said. They stepped off the boarding ramp. Then Feroh punched a button on her wrist gauntlet that closed the ramp remotely. From nearly the bottom of the hill, Komari turned when she realized she couldn't hear the pair's footsteps at all, not even from a distance. Shading her eyes from the twin suns with her hand, she looked up at the parked Star Courier's entrance to see Kenshi hugging Feroh. She frowned in revulsion. Her grip on him will be difficult to break. I need to prove to him that he can trust me more than he can her, she thought. The malice in her blood boiled, but she placed a lid on it when the pair finally stepped off the ship's ramp. Let's go, Komari called. The heat burns me. She heard a faint, shared chuckle from the two as they approached the pathway down. Komari sustained a brief growl as she turned back to continue the trek to the palace. Approaching the main gate, which in actuality was a massive, rusted door in the shape of the top half of a circle, Komari sighed. Seeing the palace in all its glory reminded her of all the obnoxious things she had hated about Gardella and her posse. For one, the palace was not particularly well kept. The interior was in ruins, its sandstone walls discolored from years of constant, unrequited vapor exposure. And when the alcohol made its way around, the lowlifes in the hut's crew never cared much for cleaning their spills and bodily fluids that escaped them. This led to a malodorous scent that the palace's inhabitants had grown used to. No efforts were ever made to clean the stains or neutralize the smell, and Komari could only assume that it would be worse this time around. Next, she recalled the behavior that Gardella allowed among her friends. In both her visits to the palace, the first to strike a deal with the Hutt in person, and the second to drop off a thank you package in the form of 6 Bando Gora soldiers to add to her security personnel. She had been groped, felt, sniffed, and shoved by various drunkards littering the throne room. Gardella had told them off for their behavior, but she assumed the intoxicated monarch would have laughed in glee if Komari severed their heads with the lightsaber. Komari had resisted the urge to hurt anyone then, and she would have to again now. Feroh was right about Komari's penchant for violence, and she could recognize that about herself. She remembered the feeling she got when she executed the Neimoidians on Scipio, and when she assumed Dooku was about to deliver the killing blow to the bounty hunter. That penchant would have to be stowed away if she was going to sway Kenshi to her side. But then the Hutt won't talk, she thought. So how can I achieve both my goals? Suddenly, she remembered the trapdoor located in front of Gardella's dais. It was subtle, but when one noticed it, they'd act like that entire area had a deadly plague. Down below, she remembered from a tour of the palace, Gardella kept her neck soupette. The Hutt starved the creature, in turn making it more ravenous when its next meal fell into the pit below the door. What if I could orchestrate the events of this meeting to get what I need from Gardella, then heroically save Kenshi from the Hutt's pet? Komari smiled deviously. Instill his faith in me by teaching him that violence is okay in the pursuit of success, and drain some of his faith in his cretinous pilot. Komari, Kenshi asked, breaking her from her trance of thought. It was a dour feeling to return to reality, but Komari had gotten it over with. She knocked on the door 4 times with her hand. Suddenly, towards the middle of the door, a small, eye-level slide opened. It revealed the red, spice-baked eyes of a decrepit human man. "Who dares?" he asked with a wheeze. "I am Komari Vosa. I have business with Gardella Besatii the Elder," she spoke in her reserved, sultry voice. The man hummed for a few moments. "If you were coming, someone would have said something. I haven't heard anything." After an impatient growl, she waved her hand slowly, briefly gripping the man's mind with the force. "You will let us in," she spoke. "I will let you in," he repeated in a mild monotone. The slide closed. Komari looked briefly to Kenshi, whose look was nothing short of astonished. She looked back to the gate, her smugness palpable. The ground rumbled a few seconds later as the door began to lower into the ground. The state of the door allowed an intense friction between the metal and the slot it slid into, along with the coarse interference of sand in its gears. The sound startled Kenshi, who took 2 steps back in response. When the door had opened completely, Komari walked inside the dark tunnel. "Follow me," she beckoned. Feroh stepped inside next, trying to exude confidence among whatever was waiting for them inside. Luckily for her, confidence came naturally. They passed the gatekeeper, whose grave skin condition was illuminated by the twin suns' passionate, merciless rays. Feroh could recall seeing similar, and much worse, skin conditions brought on by the denizens of the underworld. The further down towards the planet's core, the less resources like purified oxygen and water were available. Some species reacted in varying levels of mutation and agony the further she had gone down on her missions with Hondo. And it was hard to imagine that such beings lived under such incredible luxury and the foundational spread of the galactic government. As above, so below, she could imagine Hondo saying. She hadn't seen him in years, but she had always pictured the weak-way sense of humor enduring into his full adulthood. Feroh was 10 years his senior, but his charisma and intelligence made him a natural leader in the day. She wondered how he would approach this mission to Gardella's inner sanctum. Perhaps he would have wooed her with his words, or brought her a gift to extract the information from her. But Komari entered the palace with 2 lightsabers at her hips and an intense mental instability. Feroh knew her own assessment of Komari was true, and that something was bound to go wrong. Her hope was that most of the ensuing blaster fire would be aimed at her. But then, she remembered what Kenshi had told her about being in control. He'd proven himself a decent decision maker a few times now, and he had a generous amount of emotional intelligence on his side as well. But he had yet to prove himself capable of changing people on this scale. Komari was set to explode at any moment. It was just a matter of whether Kenshi would be caught in the blast. Feroh had been caught right in her train of thought long enough to be interrupted by a bright sizzling noise, followed by a howl of pain echoing from the chamber at the end of the curved entrance tunnel. Her mouth stiffened as the howl turned into an unmistakable death rattle. She looked at Kenshi, whose face was disguised by both the welder's mask and the incredibly poor lighting conditions of the entry hall. Turning back, she saw now that the three had reached the entrance of the main chamber. A thin blue layer of smoke dominated the air, faintly obscuring everyone in the room. Scattered around the den was a melting pot of the type she'd see on a typical trip to parties in the Outer Rim. But something about their faces was immediately noticeable. They all seemed to be in a quiet state of despondence. She wasn't yet sure if this was due to the vapor clouding the chamber, which Feroh guessed was Hakneya. She tuned her helmet's filtration system to disallow the fumes from affecting her. Before they stepped completely into the den, Komari stopped them but turned around to see the two. Feroh, prime your thermal detonator on my cue. What's the cue? Feroh asked. You'll know it, Komari claimed. Feroh nodded, then watched as Komari cleared her throat and stepped into the chamber. Nervously, Kenshi followed, but stayed close to Feroh. To their right, Kenshi finally saw the first target of this arm of the quest, Gardella Besatii the Elder. The blue mist in the air couldn't hide her tan front, which looked similar to the Tatooine deserts outside. The rest of her body besides her stomach, chest, and face was a sickly green. He couldn't tell if the color was unwashed filth or rather the species' natural skin tone. In addition, the woman was massive. Kenshi refused to describe her as slug-like, but failed to find any suitable substitutes. The hut was essentially a giant slug on a stage. She had some kind of associate sitting next to her on the surface of the stage. The most notable feature of this individual was her tri-spiked pink hair. The hairdo looked damaged and wilted, but that damage paled in comparison to her face. Her face was covered in scratches and open wounds. Her flowing maroon garb was torn and ripped. Kenshi could almost make out a few spots of patchwork where, he assumed, she had attempted to fix the outfit. But most notably regarding Gardella's friend was the fact that she had a metal collar around her neck. From the collar extended a chain, the end of which was held by Gardella herself. The slug was either asleep or intoxicated. Kenshi couldn't tell, because she looked similar to how some of the patrons of the Roar at the Crimson Spire looked after they had taken hits from the various tools they were given. But the atmosphere of the chamber was also incredibly mellow at the moment. Despite the abrupt scream they had heard on their way in, and now the entrance of three individuals who looked like a mistaken mixed match of strangers, he could make out quite a few slumped bodies around the room. Kenshi gulped, hoping they were simply asleep. Komari rose her hand as she approached the hut stage, indicating to Kenshi and Feroh to stop walking and prepare. Gardella, she called. The hut was audibly asphyxiated for a brief moment in apnea before waking up. Upon seeing Komari through the blue fog, Gardella shrieked, awakening almost everyone in the room. Surprised to see me. Komari. Sweet little pearl. How are you? She asked. I'm well, Gardella, Komari said, crossing her arms. How are you? Not great, I'm afraid. The Boon to Eve Classic was a disaster. There was unexpected winter, though I took measures to ensure the outcome would not occur, Gardella explained. I've accepted that unless something big happens, I will be moving for Nal Hutta soon. Dan Jabba. She roared. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend, Komari said, placing a hand on her chest in false sympathy. That will make our operation rather complicated, wouldn't it? Complicated, but not impossible. And on topic of Tyr, how was your mission to Scipio? The hut asked, nervously holding her hands together. I survived. And I count that as a success, Komari told her. I see. So who are your friends? Gardella asked next. Irrelevant. Let me tell you why I'm here, Gardella, Komari started, slowly stepping to her left. In reality, she was multitasking. She switched positions to both indicate the development of her story to Besatii, and also tried to find exactly where the trap door was located in front of the stage. It was difficult to see in the blue air. I'm here because on Scipio, I was captured by Hago Damask and the Intergalactic Banking Clan. I don't blame you for that. Damask had somehow fooled us both. It's a plot I'm still working to uncover. I failed to report to you at the agreed time because I had been captured at that point. She now paced to her right. Gardella watched her stride intensely. A week passed, and through circumstances that do not concern you, I was freed. However, I was mysteriously pursued by an armored assailant. They wore photoreflective armor and wielded a variety of tools in combat. I was actually impressed. They left a scar on my side and my shoulder that I won't be able to heal until I'm home. Back to the center, where she could now see the trapdoor's outline. Now listen, this individual was a bounty hunter. But just how did a bounty hunter know of my business on Scipio? More importantly, why did they want to kill me? But most importantly, who hired them? Sounds like you're accusing me, Gardella said. You are know our bond is special, darling. It was, Komari said with a hint of dramatism. Back to the right, towards the hut's chain friend. She now had to find the activation switch somewhere on the stage. But unfortunately, I can't trust any of my associates right now. Not until I find the truth. Gardella took a moment, thinking Komari had more to say. So what you want from me? Simply, I want you to give me a yes or a no answer to this question. Did you send a bounty hunter to kill me? At that point, the hut had a sheen of sweat over her face. Kenshi couldn't tell if it was from the drug cloud's effect on her or some kind of hidden emotion brimming at her surface. No, Komari. No. Shockingly to Kenshi, Komari seemed satisfied with that answer. But the moment of silence that followed her brief, low hum of acknowledgement regarding Gardella's answer tensed Feroh's muscles and mind. She clutched her belt pouch containing a thermal detonator. Now I have another question or two, Komari continued. The suspense almost drew a sweat from Kenshi and Feroh. If only you knew of your sending me to Scipio, and you didn't send the bounty hunter, I believe it's reasonable to assume you informed either Subolto or Senator Trell of what happened. Is that true? At last, she had spotted the door's activation switch. It was right in front of Gardella's slave to her left. The hut glanced to the left after seeing Komari's arms uncross and her hands lowered to a dangerous vicinity by her lightsaber hilts. I did. I'm sorry, Komari. I felt that. I don't care why, Komari interrupted. I need to know who you think tried to have me killed. Will you tell me that? Gardella inhaled thickly. No, I can't. Her sidekick gripped her collar as Gardella accidentally yanked her in her clutching of her own arms. With this first outright refusal on Gardella's part to give her an acceptable answer, Komari used the force to pull both hilts from her belt into her hands and activate the weapons. She leapt onto the stage, holding the sabers in a reverse grip and crossing her wrists to position her blades to slice the slug's throat if she crossed her arms anymore. Gardella and her chained associate screamed, awakening all the denizens of the chamber. Feroh and Kenshi turned their attention to the awakening forces, many of which withdrew blasters. Feroh took this as her cue, removing the thermal detonator and priming it to explode. In addition, she also removed her DH-17. Keeping in suit, Kenshi removed his palm gun and pointed it directly at the amassing men. Any sudden moves, and we all die, Feroh exclaimed after firing 2 shots from her pistol into the ceiling of the throne room. The men groaned and grumbled upon seeing the explosive. She had caught them in an impasse. Kenshi smirked under the welding mask, seeing the dozens of unruly thugs keeping their fearful distance. Komari smiled, despite catching a hint of the rancid smell on the hut's breath. Tell me who, or I get you right here. Kenshi, upon hearing the horrifying threat, broke an anxious sweat. He wasn't sure if turning up the heat, so to speak, would keep her security at bay or simply make the problem worse. But when none of the men had moved since Komari's demand and the end of the hut's elongated, awkward hum of thought formulation, he felt a little better. The credit, he recognized, had to go to Feroh. She had an incredibly dominating and intimidating presence to her in the armor, It was no wonder how she had been as successful as she was as a private detective. "Kenshi," Komari called. His attention snapped to her in an instant, being preyed upon by his rush of adrenaline. "Come here and help me find an answer in the Hutt's eyes." "Gladly," Kenshi said, playing the role. He turned around back to the throne and crossed over to a spot directly in front of the cage. Komari, hearing him approach, looked to the activation switch on the stage and subtly used the force to press the button. The trapdoor opened with a rusted screech, dropping Kenshi through. His scream verified the success of her timing, as did the expletive the pilot had uttered upon hearing what happened. The crowd on the other side of the throne room cheered and laughed now, having seen Komari's plot foiled at least to a degree. Feroh attempted to approach the trapdoor, but was suddenly grabbed by 3 of the men from the jeering crowd. She dropped the thermal detonator and her blaster in the process. She attempted to break free from their grip, but 2 more thugs grabbed her and held her still. "Komari, Kenshi's down there. We have to save him," Feroh pleaded. Panicking, Gardella cried out, "Who did that?" "Who?" She looked to her associate, who gripped her collar with one hand. Then, with the answer in the gun's chamber, she turned back to Komari. It was Diva. She activated the door. "So sorry." Her slave, Diva, as it seemed, whined. "It wasn't me." Gardella yanked her chain, but was startled by Komari's next command. "Tell me who." "Subolto," Gardella cried. "He sent the bounty hunter. I don't know why." Komari smiled again. She trusted Gardella enough to know that when held on the brink of death, she could sing like a Poloic. And with Feroh held back, she found it appropriate to let Kenshi's situation down under simmer for a few moments, simply for dramatic effect. It would make his first step to the Bando Gora throne that much sweeter. Chapter 19. Predators and Prey. His fall from the trapdoor sent Kenshi sliding on his backside down a massive pile of sand and dust that had built up in the chamber below. His speed of descent was so great that the graceful slide down the hill broke into a tumbling roll by the time he reached the stone floor. Kenshi, disoriented and bruised, groaned in pain as he laid in the shallow layer of sand that covered the ground. The primary light in the dank chamber came from the open trapdoor hatch, which closed a moment later. The only sources of light afterwards were a series of a dozen lit torches lining the circular room he found himself in, leading him to remove his welding mask to see better. The chamber was made of sandstone, though it seemed to be in slightly better condition than the material making up the palace's walls up above. They weren't stained or discolored as far as Kenshi could tell in the limited light, and they had deteriorated far less. The room was about 10 meters tall. He could make out a gated segment in the opposite wall at about the 6-meter mark, separating an interior hallway from the chamber. From it watched an obese green troll-like creature in a brown, furred tunic and silver metal headpiece that accompanied its small horns atop his head. It held a ginormous axe on its shoulder with one hand and rubbed its ghastly fanged snout with another. "Hello?" Kenshi called out to the creature. "Where am I?" It looked at him, finishing his rub of the snot adorning his nostrils. Its stare was blank and unassuming. "Hello?" Kenshi tried again. Then the creature smiled. It was a wicked, anticipatory smile capitalized by an errant drop of slobber from his fat lips. It was the last look Kenshi would have suspected based on the creature's unassuming stare just seconds before. "Oh, I have a bad feeling about this," Kenshi whimpered, clutching his stomach. His great sense of hearing allowed him to get an auditory taste of the entire chamber. He froze when he not only heard, but felt, an intense vibration directly across the chamber in an area the torches didn't illuminate. He could feel his skin grow pale as the vibration turned into slow footsteps approaching him. Kenshi broke his frozen state and stumbled backwards into the pile of sand behind him. The footsteps continued to approach as Kenshi scoured the area around him for his palm gun. The light wasn't strong enough for him to make out the firearm shape on the ground around him. "I gave you what you wanted," Gardella screeched. Komari's blades, if moved at all, would have begun the painful process of tearing her leathery skin apart. Fortunately for the Hutt, The woman's ability to steal her person was incredible. Not everything I wanted, Komari replied in an angry hush. Why did you tell Sobolto what happened? Komari, we don't have time for this. Kenshi could be hurt. Help me. Feroh cried from behind her. The excitement among the crowd that came with seeing Kenshi fall helplessly into the dark pit had died down, and the tension in the room had crawled its way back up. Komari peered back at her, seeing the group of thugs holding her in place, with a few blasters pointed at her to boot. A sly smile grew across Komari's face like Drongarian Boda. Turning back to Gardella, she spoke, "Take her away, and I'll calm down." Gardella's confusion was obvious. Why? Do as I say, unless you want these blades plunged down your throat, Komari threatened. Gardella gulped before leaning beside Komari's figure. All of you, take the bodyguard away, she ordered sheepishly. What about you, boss? One of the posse, a Rodian, asked. I'll be fine, Gardella said with an inflection that almost defined the response as a question. With this, she peered back up to Komari's face, which quickly nodded. Go, Gardella confirmed. With an unruly chorus of confused grumbles, the members of the posse holding Feroh brought her to her feet, and the entire group proceeded to a half-circle entrance to another corridor. Komari, help me. What are you doing? Feroh cried as she was led out of the room. She attempted once to wriggle away from the grips of the thugs holding her, but failed. Her grunts echoed in the corridor as Komari felt her smile refract inside herself now. Perhaps I've killed 3 birds with 1 stone today, Komari thought as she returned her subconscious attention to Gardella. She straightened her back and deactivated her lightsabers, carefully stepping off the stage after she did so. Gardella breathed an elongated, pained sigh of relief, and her Thelan associate finally released some of her visible tension. I just want to know why you'd break our confidentiality, Komari stated with a slight head tilt, indicating her deceptive curiosity. She figured that Feroh and Gardella were both right. She did have what she needed from the hut. So now, it was time to keep her senses pointed down below to monitor Kenshi's encounter with the Nexu. And without the pilot's annoying shrieks in her ear, she could now take greater control of the situation. The party of Gardella's groupies took Feroh through a dank corridor that led into some kind of barrack. The stained sandstone walls were adorned with crude cloth cots nailed into them. Feroh could see 1 or 2 of the beds held a sleeping resident, no doubt sleeping off the effects of the Hakneyet the troop had been smoking since before their arrival to the palace. There rested also a smattering of crates and chairs around the room, which looked almost like a hallway in its elongated, straight shape. The barrack was lit with half a dozen lanterns, barely illuminating the entire scene before her. The 3 groupies holding her bent her over and slammed her front side down atop an unopened crate. The Beskar of her armor took the force of the slam, but she still grunted in surprise. I get the helmet, a squeaky voice chirped out. Feroh looked forwards down the barrack, which in her position was upwards. In her sight stepped the source of the voice, a short, scraggly Chadra fan dressed in a deep green robe. It'll look great on me, don't you think? He asked the troop, which now began to gather around Feroh. It'll look even better coated with your blood, Feroh verbally spat. The group laughed in varying degrees of volume and pitch. He's talking to pathetic little Borboa, and he comes up with the weakest comeback possible. A voice behind her bellowed among the amusement. In frustration, Feroh tried to rip herself out of the assailant's grasps again, to no avail. Borbo, we'll discuss who gets what later. For now, let's get all the armor off, and make sure he doesn't have anything he could hurt us with. Then we kill him however we like, a strong voice behind her ordered. I'll just hold on to the helmet then, the Chadra fan, Borboa, apparently, said as he gently pulled Feroh's helmet off. Her white hair came out messily, and various members of the group gasped. It's Ash, a Corrin in front of her exclaimed. Change of plans, the same order and voice behind her barked. We strip her armor, then have a bit of fun before we maim her. The group all called out in ununified agreement. Feroh gritted her teeth, rapidly searching for a solution as she felt more hands being placed on her armor. The bodies of the thugs blocked out the faint lantern light, obscuring any sight of a dangling blaster or knife from the holsters of her assailants. Their cooing grew more sultry as the seconds passed, many removing their robes or tunics as they prepared themselves. The sweat began racing down her forehead as she attempted once again to free herself. Their grips were too many and too strong for her to move more than an inch. 4 beady red eyes emerged from the shadows, startling Kenshi upon his noticing them. Then, a mighty roar as the creature stepped into the light from the nearest torches. It was a feline of sorts, about 2 meters long, with a horrendous, slobbery mouthful of jagged hooked teeth as yellow as the sand of Tatooine. The creature was gray with an occasional black stripe, and distinct, thick black hairs protruding from its back. Its tail, adding another 2 meters to its length, was bald and fleshy. It split into 2 towards the tip. The creature eyed Kenshi, who gritted his teeth in anticipation of the creature's next move. Noticing the creature's ribs now, Kenshi found significance that he could see the ribs of the creature peeking and shaped through its skin. It's starving, Kenshi thought. It reminded him of the homeless encampment he had seen on level 1313. He even found that same look of tired, worn-out despair on this creature's face, though there was a new element he could feel in it as well, anticipation. He assumed it was towards the capture of his prey, now presented before it. Kenshi glanced back towards the gated window at the top of the chamber. The troll was now accompanied by a throng of other patrons of varying species, all waiting in near silence as the creature took a gentle step towards Kenshi, baring his teeth even more. He reciprocated the gentleness of the feline's approach as he rose to his feet, scanning the chamber for an exit of some sort. To his left, briefly removing his focus from the predator, he spotted a distinct mark along the wall of the chamber that was illuminated by the surrounding torch's glow. It appeared to be a door, and was the only potential exit he had been able to make out. Kenshi began his trek, gently sidestepping, in an attempt to reach the exit but still keep the creature at bay. Suddenly, an opportunity presented itself as the Chadra fan, with one arm, as the other held Feroh's helmet, reached out and began playing with her hair. His intoxicated breath he released as he laughed would have drawn a disgusted face from one less focused than Feroh. Instead, she decided to try one course of action and see where it led. She snapped her head and clenched her jaw on the rodent's hand, nearly fitting the entire appendage in her mouth. She bit down as hard as she could, feeling his feeble bones and tendons snap under the pressure. His warm blood began filling the front of her mouth as he emitted an intense scream of pain. He dropped her helmet and attempted to free his hand from her grip. The other members of the group all jolted in surprise, now rushing to the Chadra fan's aid. "What is she doing?" a voice behind her asked. The harder Borbo pulled, the more the top half of his hand tore away from the rest of his arm. After a moment of struggle, she felt the grips on her arms and back begin to loosen. It was her time to strike. She ripped herself from their distracted grips, releasing the rodent's dirty hand from her mouth and spitting his own blood on him in the process. On her feet once again, many in the group stumbled back in further shock. Behind the screeching Chadra fan and his friends was one of the 6 lanterns sitting atop a chair, which she began her sprint towards. Feroh shoved Borbo aside harshly as a weakway attempted to grab her. She avoided his swipes, nearly stumbling towards the chair. Grabbing the lantern's handle, she turned to see 3 of the thugs approaching her. She slammed the glass light atop the approaching Corrin's head, unleashing the fiery cloth inside the device. The Corrin, impaled by the shards of glass, was lit aflame as the cloth made contact with his robe. He screamed bloody murder as he danced about in mortal terror. That familiar feeling began to bubble inside Feroh, a feeling that had been replaced by anxiety and tension since Scipio. Feroh felt bloodlust. The Corrin's skin began to visibly fry, filling the barrack with its putrid aroma and sending the troop into a total panic. Many brandished their blasters, while the majority of the thugs began fleeing the room at the sight of their friend lit aflame, and what was once their prey now becoming the predator. Those who were brave enough to defy the changing dynamic in the room opened fire on Feroh, who dove for her helmet on the ground. She replaced it and returned to her feet, realizing that the Hacknea had inhibited the attacker's sense of aim and focus. Most of the incoming fire missed her, though she granted that they only barely missed. Still, she weaved around the blaster fire as well as she could, retreating down the barrack. Suddenly, in her backstepping, she tripped over a crate, which tilted over and opened, revealing to Feroh a collection of DL-15 blaster pistols, likely smuggled. But they'd work all the same. Positioning herself to her knees, she grabbed 2 pistols and began her akimbo assault. Her violent trance led her to begin firing before scanning the scene in front of her, which was rather unwise, she knew, but not something she could help at the moment. But looking ahead, her reclaimed helmet's sensor scan guiding her vision, she could spot 5 armed men firing at her from about 12 meters away from her. And about 7 meters away was the burning corpse of the Quarren she had assaulted with the lantern. She fired her left blaster into the small group, seeing a blaster bolt fly directly into a fat human's gut. His thin metal stomachache took the blow, knocking the wind out of him, but not for long. Reviewing her helmet's heads-up display for any ideas or tools, Feroh's sight found itself instead attracted to the lanterns, who flickered unaffected by the commotion in the room. With herself at the back of the barrack, she spotted all 5 of the remaining lanterns scattered around the corridor. Thinking quickly, she fired at all 5 lanterns in rapid succession, her cracked shot disabling their light and enveloping the entire room in darkness besides the fire of the Quarren's burning carcass. Kenshi had nearly made it to the door he had spotted the outline of, having been gently shimmying sideways around the length of the wall to reach it. The creature had kept his distance, reciprocating the tension Kenshi felt. The critical difference was that Kenshi's anticipation was towards his own death, and the creature's was towards its victorious hunt coming to a satisfying conclusion. However, Kenshi found it odd that the creature was keeping his distance. He felt it was a risk at all to move, but that there would be no success without trying it. He'd rather be killed in action than by sitting still and giving in, he supposed, but he had made it a considerable distance without the creature doing more than baring his dozens of teeth and snarling. Even if the creature had been accommodating towards him thus far, it was no reason to stick around. As soon as Kenshi felt the cold rust of the door behind him, he expected it to open on its own. However, the hulking board didn't move a centimeter upon Kenshi entering its proximity. The pieces had finally fit together in his brain when he realized the door's motion sensor likely only worked on the other side of the door. This was an execution chamber. It would explain the trapdoor he hadn't seen in front of the stage, and it would also explain the viewing windows and starving predator whose patience seemed to be running thin. It snarled again, sending his behind into the air in what Kenshi recognized as the gateway to a pounce. And as he came to this conclusion, the creature did indeed leap at him with a vicious roar. Kenshi dove to his left, narrowly avoiding the creature and feeling its impact against the metal door which it surely dented. The onlookers at the window began cheering. Kenshi managed to return to his feet as the creature recovered, shaking his head and attempting to ward away the dizziness from his impact. Kenshi, abandoning all hopes that the patient, gentle game of movement he had been playing with the beast could continue, sprinted over to the wall below the viewing window. Perhaps there were some protruding stones or crevices he could use to climb the wall and escape through the opening. He felt the wall, his skin absorbing the dust that covered its entire surface. It was a gross feeling, but one he knew he didn't have the time to acknowledge. Kenshi looked back, seeing the creature locking its sights onto him once again. The Zabrik's stomach clenched as he returned to his scrambled attempt to find a way up. His focus was blurred by the cheers and hoots of the onlookers above. "Hurry up and kill him, Wisp," one in the crowd ordered. Kenshi felt nothing, now regretting that the walls weren't deteriorated down in this chamber. He heard the ragged claws of the creature tap the ground, indicating its continuing approach. Kenshi finally turned completely to it. It wasn't an acceptance of defeat, but a wanting for the beast to finish him with his expectancy. He braced for the impact by breathing in and pathetically cowering against the wall. Yet, time slowed for a moment. The helplessness he had felt a second ago had transformed into something new, compassion. It was almost like a voice, speaking to his entire being. He couldn't stop picturing the desperation in the creature's eyes, or its ribs, or even the ribs of the homeless villagers on Coruscant. Even the moment on Scipio when Komari explained that someone had tried to kill her manifested in his mind. These had all been moments where he recalled feeling a sense of pity. It had always drawn him in morality, but now, seeing the creature not as a beast, but as a hungry, abused animal, his compassion seemed to draw him in spirit too. It began to sprint at him, but Kenshi instinctively reached his hand out as an act of bringing the creature to a halt. Miraculously, it worked. And it wasn't by force or threat, he could feel, but one of serenity and calmness. Somehow, he could feel the creature. He couldn't read his thoughts or anything specific, but he could feel some kind of energy surrounding it. His body, one group of muscles at a time, unclenched itself at last. The creature stood nearly still in front of him, its mouth as closed as it could be. Its tail gently curled in the air, and it began purring. It was the same purr he felt when he had entered the chamber. Looking back on that feeling, he found now that even the creature's initial reaction to Kenshi's entrance was one of curiosity more than anything else. There was no ill intention behind the creature. It was incapable of such mechanisms. Here it stood before him, accepting his odd entrance into its aura, or being, or whatever it was. But one thing was clear. It understood him. With the barrack completely dark, Feroh shot out her hunting cable towards the middle of the 5 assailants, a Godo dressed in a brown trench coat, and peered at the indicator light on her HUD that confirmed to her that the cable had successfully completed ensnaring its target. She heard a confused grunt from across the room, and began the cable's retraction into her gauntlet. She had chosen the man positioned in the center for a reason, and it was time to see if that reason would pay off. She saw the top of the Godo's head illuminated by the fire consuming the Quarren's body. Feroh motioned to stop the cable's retraction when the furry Godo was positioned directly on top of the fire. After a moment of adrenaline-laden blurts and grunts on the part of his new victim, the fire began to eat at the man's trench coat, soon reaching his fur. He screamed in horrific pain. This is what you worked so hard to rid yourself of, Feroh thought. You specifically picked a flammable target. And now it doesn't matter how you approach the rest of the firefight. You just wanted to watch him burn. It's not true, she rationalized. That was a strategic move. I can reflect on its validity later. Living with that promise, she leapt to her feet and activated her shoulder flashlight, which illuminated the entire opposite end of the chamber. To her shock, the remaining 4 men had fled the scene. There's the validity, Feroh thought proudly. And then the rush pulled back like a wave about to crash. When the threat was eliminated, the high ended. It was both relieving and disappointing. The relief came with age, but the disappointment had always been there. She approached the entrance to the barrack which she entered through, stepping around the growing fire. The Godo continued to scream and violently wiggle in an attempt to escape the fires which were already balding and scalding him. A moment ago, she would have relished the audible symphony. But now... Kenshi! Kenshi fell to his knees in front of the creature, still silent. Even the onlookers above had grown silent at the sight of whatever was happening. Not even Kenshi knew, really, but it somehow felt natural. He attempted to place his hand on the animal's head, but the touch drove it into a momentary frenzy of emotion, not welcoming the touch. Kenshi briefly jolted as it scuttled back. He accepted this, smiling gently and remaining calm. To his joy, the creature calmed down and approached him again. This time, after a few moments, it lay down in front of him completely. Kenshi dared not try and touch the creature again, as it was clearly a provocation to it. Suddenly, the trap across the room in the ceiling opened, and Komari Vosa came diving in feet first. She recovered from the jump and approached the two. The creature broke from Kenshi's connection to it upon her entry. Its aura soured, breaking Kenshi from the connection as well. The animal tensed and snarled again towards Komari, almost breaking Kenshi's heart as he realized the effects of his compassion were only temporary. Kenshi, Komari called out. Get away. It's okay, Kenshi claimed. But the claim failed to stop Komari from activating one of her blood-red lightsabers and assuming a striking position. The animal screeched, charging at Komari, and leaping in the air to pounce her. She stabbed it in the middle of the air, as Kenshi watched the tip of the blade briefly pierce the animal's back. It let out a pained yelp as Komari quickly retracted her blade and stepped aside, letting the creature hit the sandy ground with an unforgiving thump. Kenshi, still on his knees, let out a brief noise of grief upon witnessing the attack. The air smelled of fried, dirty, thin flesh. He hadn't smelled it since visiting the hearth of Onrey on Coruscant. Komari, unquestioningly, tossed her other lightsaber hilt to the ground in front of Kenshi after removing it from his magnetic spot on her belt. "Kill it," Komari ordered. Kenshi's confusion was palpable. He couldn't hold back a morbid chuckle now. "What?" "Kill it," she repeated. "Why would I do that?" Kenshi asked. "Because it tried to kill you and failed. Now it faces its ultimate punishment." "But," Kenshi swallowed hard. "But it's just a creature. It was hungry. I could feel it, Komari. It had no bad intentions." "So you're saying you'd be willing to die to feed someone else? What of your attacker on Coruscant? Did he deserve this compassion?" Komari asked, balling her free hand into a fist. She could sense an emotional twinge in the boy amidst his silence. Komari thought it could be regret, likely in regards to his divulgence of that story to her in the days they were en route to Tatooine. Before Kenshi could formulate a response, she continued, "He would have killed Feroh if you hadn't intervened. He faced justice. You must provide the same for this." Komari pointed at the whimpering Nexu. Kenshi folded his hands in nervousness, noticing the lightsaber hilt in the bottom of his sight. The sight of the chamber center being illuminated only by the light of Komari's red blade sent shivers up his spine. A moment of silence rang between the two of them, made even stronger by the faint goings-on of the panicked troop above the pit and behind the viewing window. The moment was ended by the shudder of an opening door, the same one Kenshi had attempted to escape from earlier. Feroh stepped through, attracting the attention of Kenshi. "Kenshi!" Feroh cried out. His smile was sudden and desperate, as if he hadn't seen her in months. Komari grimaced as she realized Gardulla's posse had failed to eliminate her. She saw the look on the boy's face. "He's failed. This is your first lesson, boy. There is no room for compassion in this galaxy. Allow yourself one moment of weakness, and you will fall." She let out an agitated screech, plunging her crimson blade into the Nexu's head. She saw Kenshi's jolt in response to the motion in her peripheral vision, but was as silent as the creature laying on the ground before her. She removed her blade and deactivated it before snatching the other hilt with the force. She turned to where Feroh stood at the doorway. "Our business here is done. I'm sick of this place," Komari remarked haughtily. She crossed the arena as she spoke, gently shoving past Feroh. They made eye contact for a brief moment, Komari's look one of unmitigated disdain. Feroh simply returned an expression of mild surprise, apparently still caught up in the last few minutes. As Komari strode down the corridor, Feroh's attention now turned back to Kenshi. The young man sat in the sand in the center of the chamber, a hand covering his mouth. Even from her distance, she could see he was shaking. Feroh had walked in on the middle of whatever happened between them, but she didn't need context to justify her bubbling anger towards Komari. Gently, she approached Kenshi. "Are you okay?" she asked. "What did she do to you?" She reached out to place her hand on his shoulder, but the touch startled him instead, prompting another jolt and subsequent escape from her reach. "It didn't deserve that," Kenshi shakily claimed. Feroh looked at the Nexu laying dead on the ground. "Did it hurt you?" she asked. "No. I could connect with it though. I could feel it. It was just hungry, Feroh," Kenshi cried out. Tears began rolling down his face. Again, Feroh didn't know the context of what had just occurred. But in that moment, she felt there was no more appropriate response than to simply hold the boy. She knelt down, setting her helmet aside, and held him tightly in her arms. After a moment of breathy sobs, he let go to her grip and simply sat in existence with her. "I'll be on my way, Gardulla," Komari told the Hutt, who had hardly moved since Komari went down to the pit below. "You killed my Nexu. You killed List." she yelled. Your blithering majordomo sent my associate down into that pit. I simply intervened, Komari claimed. Gardella scowled at the Thelan, who cowered in fear. Then, she turned back to Komari. I'm willing to put all of this behind us if you are, my dear, Gardella told her. My business with you is done, Gardella. But now, we're headed to Mallister to finish Subolto, and make sure his replacement won't betray me. I trust after this, you'll maintain your confidentiality regarding matters between you and I. Komari crossed her arms. Especially since I still have about 6 Bando Gora troops stationed in your guard. I wouldn't want to have to turn them into spies and ruin our special relationship. No need, my darling. Gardella claimed. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. We will take our revenge on Jabba and Hago Damask as soon as I regain control of my dominion on Tatooine. Komari smiled. It's on the to-do list. Until next time, she said as she turned to one of the entrances into a corridor neighboring the main chamber. From it emerged Feroh and Kenshi, both of whom were visibly distraught. Kenshi's arms were crossed, and he held his mask in his hand. Feroh held her helmet under her arm, her other arm across the backs of Kenshi's shoulders. Komari's smile turned straight as she saw the two approach. But as they did, she turned to the entrance hallway and led the two through it. The massive palace door shut harshly behind them. The trio had made it about 10 meters away when the noise rang through the desert. After all was said and done, they had only spent about an hour in the palace. The suns were beginning their descent, but not far enough to change the conditions of the weather or sky. Komari, who had been leading the trek back to the Enigma, stopped when she ceased to hear the crunch of sand under the boots behind her. She turned to Feroh and Kenshi. What's the matter? Komari asked. I need to know what happened in there, Feroh told her. I saved Kenshi, she said, as if the notion was obvious. It brought the motions of the two in arms to a still. Neither of you understand this, but I could tell Kenshi was enacting a force link with the Nexu. It was impressive for such a novice. But had that link failed, it would have turned on him in an instant. Did that really happen, Kenshi? Feroh asked him. Kenshi looked up from the sand at Komari, ignoring Feroh. That was the force. Yes, Kenshi. And I've neglected to tell you thus far, but you have a connection to it. You have abilities you have yet to understand. I just want to cultivate your skills the right way, Komari claimed. Was it a claim if it was true? The right way? Kenshi asked. What's the right way? My way. It's kept me alive this long, and it will protect you in the future, Komari promised. So what you told me in the palace about compassion, is it true? Kenshi asked. Feroh's lips tightened as she witnessed this conversation. You're alive, aren't you? Komari asked rhetorically. Kenshi closed his mouth and returned his gaze to the sand. Feroh looked at the boy, then at Komari. What is this? What are you doing? Kenshi needs my help, Feroh. Let me help him, Komari begged. Her conviction, though slightly exaggerated, was accurate, and Feroh could feel it. I hate that I almost agree with you, Komari, Feroh lamented. Survivability was something I had learned growing up with, well, the people I grew up with. And it's something I haven't been teaching him very well. Then let me help, Komari said. I'll make sure he uses his abilities to save himself. And who knows, perhaps he'll even be saving us a time or two. After a moment of thought, Feroh looked at Kenshi. It's up to you, kid. Kenshi looked up again at Komari. You still have my dad, he said, not hiding his frustration with the notion. Komari nodded silently. Then we have to keep going. I just want to go back to the ship, he said as he continued walking. Feroh continued by his side, leading him past Komari. Hate me now, child, Komari thought. But soon you will live by my teachings. As is the way of the Bando Gora, Diva Funquita returned from the storage vault behind Gardella's stage. The palace was in utter chaos, with intoxicated thugs and spies scrambling around, uttering non sequiturs as the mass high of the Hacknea began its descent. Diva squeezed past a vomiting Duro standing beside the stage, and handed a small hollow communicator to Gardella. The hut, even amidst the wavering blue smoke in the chamber, managed to calibrate the device to a specific setting and activated it. The device sent a hailing frequency to its targeted contact. After a moment, a hologram form of Blackstar sitting in a pilot seat manifested atop the communicator. Blackstar, Gardulla whimpered. Komari Vosa was here. She's leaving the sector. I only just got to this side of the outer rim, Gardulla. I won't be able to catch them, Blackstar said. Then change course immediately. She's heading for Malastare in mid-rim. Where specifically do you know? Blackstar asked. Subolto's hideout. I'll send you coordinates. You must eliminate her soon as possible. She believes Subolto is responsible for your attempt on her life. Gardulla exclaimed. Relax, Gardulla. I'll be en route to Malastare in just a minute. She switched a few switches and turned a few dials. The hologram grew staticky for a moment, leading Gardulla to desperately grip the device. The quality returned to normal a moment later. Anything else I should know? She has at least 2 bodyguards with her. A female human and a young male Zabrak, Gardulla explained. Blackstar's head tilted downwards for a moment, though Gardulla couldn't tell if it was in thought or if she was simply reviewing her ship's statistics. Either way, Blackstar finally responded. They will be taken care of, she promised. Gardulla breathed a sigh of relief as Blackstar ended the call. It's Subolto's problem now, she told Diva. Chapter 20. The End of the Old Times. There is no civility, only politics. The Republic is not what it once was. The Senate is full of greedy, squabbling delegates. There is no interest in the common good. I must be frank, Your Majesty, there is little chance the Senate will act on the invasion. A sprite fighter emerged from hyperspace dangerously close to the atmosphere of Coruscant. The ship was overheated, its exterior briefly sparking from damage and overuse. Its pilot was no better for wear. His attention was briefly drawn from his pain when his onboard communicator chimed in acceptance of a hailing request. He answered without viewing the requester's identification. Delta 6, tag 047, do you copy? This is the Coruscant Orbit Control. Your emergence from hyperspace was illegally close to the planet. State your identification and purpose, or you will be shot down by our authority, the voice crackled. The pilot pressed the response button. I am Dooku, Jedi Master. I have been injured, and my ship is damaged. I need assistance, he said. A brief moment of silence before the voice replied. Jedi Master Dooku, we apologize for the initial communication. Assistance is on the way. Where would you like to be directed? Skyward General, not the Jedi Temple. Dooku groaned, clutching his stomach. Send Senator Palpatine there. 2 escort tows are en route. Try to slow your ship and fly a safe path, the communicator called. The communication ended, and Dooku resumed his position with one hand clutching his blaster injury and the other on his starfighter's control wheel. The afternoon light of Coruscant would have been more enjoyable to an emotionally sober Dooku who relished the calm breeze and gentle, cradling light that came on days like this. He oriented himself and his starfighter, seeing his current vector would lead him close to the temple. Instead, he turned his ship to the eastern quarter of the Senate district where he knew Skyward General Hospital was located. However, his brain accepted the idea that he was finally close enough to start giving into the pain his forced meditation had held back for so long. His vision blurred, a bold blue taking over everything he saw. He bent over, both hands on his abdomen, and cried silently. The pain was the worst physical experience he had ever felt. And as it overtook him, he peered one more time at his ship's radar. 2 dots approached him from either side, and suddenly, he felt his starfighter jolt. The cable tows had been attached. The return journey was finished. Dooku fell into unconsciousness. He awoke slowly, his vision returning from his haze and slowly revealing the scene Dooku found himself in. It appeared his request to orbit control had gone through, and that he was brought to Skyward General. He couldn't move his head just yet, let alone his body, so instead he began to process what he could see: a white wall, adorned with 3 panels displaying administrative information regarding himself and a diagnostic scan of the room. He knew this was to accommodate for various species' temperature and lighting needs. Reading this information, Dooku realized that he was able to give the site his full attention. There was no distraction of pain diverting his focus, and after a moment of reflection on this, he found he was now able to move his head slightly. And from the slight jolt, he could raise it now. It was nearly painless, only carrying with it the pressure his muscles felt from being strained for so many days before. He looked down the length of his body on the bed, which was covered by a blanket. There was no blood stain, nor was there any kind of medical apparatus attached to him. In fact, he felt completely normal. It was just a matter of waking his body up. "Good morning, my friend," Dooku heard from beside him. He then recalled requesting Palpatine to be by his side at the hospital in the hopes of telling him what had occurred with Komari Vosa on Scipio. But instead, the voice he heard was of another man. And to confirm his suspicions, Dooku turned his head left to meet the squared face of his friend, Jedi Master Feroh Tara. He wore a gentle, assuring smile and his hair in his usual unkempt fashion. Dooku nearly laughed when he noticed Feroh Tara's wrinkles, a sign that the two indeed had been growing old. But his physical haste prevented a laugh from manifesting in his throat. The Master's dark brown tunic was stark among the fashion of the Order. "How do you feel?" Feroh Tara added. "As if I've been chewed up, swallowed, and spat out again. But I'm not in pain," Dooku explained. Feroh Tara chuckled slightly. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you in one piece, Master Dooku." He placed a hand on Dooku's shoulder, who smiled and placed his own hand atop his friend's. "Was my re-entry chaotic?" "I hardly recall," Dooku asked. "From what I hear, it was actually quite well done. Even in unconsciousness, you're a miracle worker with the starfighter." "My skills are aging. If I were truly adept, I wouldn't have fallen asleep at the wheel in the first place," Dooku spoke. The two returned their hands to their sides, sharing a small laugh. "How long have I been asleep?" "They grabbed your delta yesterday afternoon. The Bacta was very effective on your wound, they said." "It feels as if that much is true," Dooku admitted. Then, a striking question came to mind, but Dooku repressed it out of fear of ruining his reunion with his good friend. But he failed to realize the look on his face indicated a conflict noticeable enough to the perceptive Feroh Tara. "What troubles you, then, if not the physical?" he asked. So much for secrecy, Dooku thought. There was no tiptoeing around his friend, not only because of his perceptive nature but because of their loyalty to each other. "I do remember before I blacked out, I requested that Senator Palpatine be here by my side," Dooku admitted. "That's not to take away from your being here, of course." "No, Dooku, I understand. Palpatine admitted he wanted to be here, but had more pressing matters to attend to. So instead, I was contacted based on our chat logs on your datapad." "A wise choice, then," Dooku said. "I trust you above anyone else in the Order." "Like I don't know that, my friend," Feroh Tara said as he smiled. "Do you know the nature of Palpatine's pressing matters?" Dooku asked. "Well, if you're that interested," Feroh Tara started. "Have you heard anything regarding the blockade of Naboo?" "Only that we deployed Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice to resolve the situation. A move that I disagreed with. My attempts to express that much were shot down, however." "Wherever you were, which I'd like to come back to, by the way, you've been missing key developments. Master Jinn discovered the Trade Federation had been amassing an invasion force that was being sent down to the planet. Somehow, this notion didn't surprise Dooku. Instead, it crushed his spirit. Had the council listened to him at the meeting, perhaps they could have prevented this from occurring. But Dooku knew that dwelling on the what-ifs would lead nowhere. He and his apprentice rescued the Queen from the planet and, eventually, returned to Coruscant. He's preparing with Queen Amidala to attend an emergency Senate session to take place in a few hours regarding the invasion, Feroh Tara explained. "I see," Dooku replied. "You spoke oddly when you said the Jedi and the Queen eventually returned here to Coruscant. Did something occur in the interim?" Suddenly, Sifo-Dyas looked transformed from a neutral look to a grave one. He stood suddenly and crossed the room to the open door. He gently closed it and looked around across the walls of the room. Dooku could almost see a sheen of sweat forming on his friend's forehead. Sifo-Dyas, what's wrong? Dooku asked, clenching his fists gently. The question should be what's right, he muttered as he returned to his seat. Dooku, what I'm about to tell you is information I have yet to verify myself. It must not leave this room. Dooku's jaw dropped slightly. What could possibly have happened? He whispered. There have been rumors, whispers among the ranks of the Order that Master Jin has found the Chosen One on Tatooine. The Chosen One? Dooku asked. His shock was palpable, even he himself recognized. Indeed, Qui-Gon supposedly said it was the will of the Force that he found him. Dooku glanced in confusion at the blanket adorning his body, then turned his gaze back to Sifo-Dyas. How did you come across this information? You expect such an unprecedented discovery, or even the possibility of it, to remain within the High Council chamber. Such an event spreads. What is his name? A young boy, Anakin Skywalker. Qui-Gon and the Queen's envoy were stranded on Tatooine where they met him. He and his mother were slaves, the property of Gardella the Hutt and further, a local Toydarian junk dealer. His mother said the child was a Virginia birth. A virginal birth, Dooku repeated in question. And in addition, the boy won the Boonta Eve Classic, Dooku. 9 years old, and he won. He has yet to be brought before the High Council. Dooku, mouth agape, pursued. Will the Council verify his abilities? Qui-Gon performed a blood test on the boy on Tatooine. His midichlorian count? Sifo-Dyas gulped. It was higher than Master Yoda's. Dooku's look of astonishment must have been bordering on humorous, because the rush of emotion running between him and his friend almost drew laughter from Sifo-Dyas. The Council will verify the boy this evening, I heard. But I believe they're choosing to monitor the burgeoning situation with Naboo until after the Senate hearing before they Congress on the matter. Dooku gave himself a moment, letting the information shape a mold in his mind. Do you think, if this is true, that the Council will allow him to be trained? As if he had been anticipating this very question, Sifo-Dyas replied. The boy is almost a decade old. They said the brutal ways of the scum planet Tatooine are likely far too ingrained in him to be bred out. Then, a dark thought emerged on Dooku's behalf. What if he were to fall under the yoke of the Sith, if he were not to be trained by the Order? Sifo-Dyas let out an exhale of bewilderment. Dooku, do you hear yourself? The Sith are no more. The notion of the Sith's extinction would have felt natural, and led Dooku to feel foolish for considering the opposite prior to his trip to Scipio. Yet, there was an obvious element of uneasiness in Sifo-Dyas' voice when he said it. There was something that lacked confidence or conviction. Dooku recalled his moment on the landing platform after Komari's escape aboard the Star Courier. That seismic crack in the Force shook his spirit and set it free. It was an odd feeling, even if it was empowering in the moment. He hadn't reflected on it since it happened, but he kept remembering what the voice inside him said. A shadow has emerged from the light, one that has hidden itself for far too long. There was something further to pursue, something that Sifo-Dyas wasn't divulging to him. There's more to this, Dooku spoke. Tell me. Sifo-Dyas folded his hands into one another. Why are you afraid? I fear that perhaps my visions of dark times approaching were true, Sifo-Dyas admitted. On Tatooine, Qui-Gon encountered an assassin of sorts. He was armed with a red lightsaber, and even Qui-Gon admitted he was a formidable opponent. Formidable in the ways of the Force. Dooku pursued to clarify. The dark side, Sifo-Dyas did so. Then tell me, Dooku started. Was it the Sith? There was a pregnant pause before Sifo-Dyas continued. Qui-Gon believed so. And in addition, that he was in league with the Trade Federation to capture Queen Amidala. The High Council promised him they'd work to discover the identity of the attacker. This idea withdrew a genuine laugh from Dooku. It was a laugh with sad connotations, and one that was instinctual and found no reciprocation from Sifo-Dyas. Let me guess, Master Windu said that, His friend maintained the grave, paled expression he had held for the last few minutes. This isn't funny, Dooku. Do you realize the precipice we stand upon? The return of the Sith. Something shifted slightly in Dooku, something that had been on the verge of shifting since his recollection of his moment on Scipio. And why do you fear that idea? He nearly growled this question out. Sifo-Dyas' brow furrowed. Because it could mean the end of everything, Dooku. There wouldn't be a chosen one if there was no need for balance. Have you considered the idea that we are unbalanced as it is? Dooku pondered. That there are so many Jedi, and so much light, that it burns. His friend sat speechless for another moment, then resumed. What are you saying? That this is the very moment you and I have been waiting for, Sifo-Dyas. The end of the old times, and the beginning of something new. Something grand. Look, Dooku, I know you want to tear everything of the Republic down, but why is this the way you want to do it? Because the Jedi and the Senate will only be fixed if they are destroyed. Dooku exclaimed, sitting up straighter. Sifo-Dyas sunk into his chair. You approach the future with fear, Sifo-Dyas. You call them dark times ahead, but you fail to understand that this is exactly what the Republic needs, what it deserves. Dooku recognized the fear in his friend's eyes, and finally attempted to withdraw the Spiritus Force from his body. His back bent slightly, and his head, now in a rush, fell to his hands. I'm sorry, my friend. Your true intentions are clearer than ever, Dooku, Sifo-Dyas admitted. And I am now more confident than ever that my visions are true. He rose. I will not speak to the council about this. Any of this. I trust you will do the same. I'm sorry, Dooku repeated, seeing his friend prepare to leave. There is no need, Dooku, Sifo-Dyas said. We may disagree, but everything has been confirmed to me. I must now begin taking the proper steps to ensure there will still be a galaxy left when the time comes. He crossed to the door, opened it, and exited without another word. Dooku finally peered up from his hands. The room felt colder now somehow, without the comfort of his friend beside him. Dooku fell from his spiritual high almost instantly, painting his mind in the process. He crossed his arms to combat the cold he felt in his room now. Dooku had officially scared away his most trusted ally in the Jedi Order. Now, he felt there was no one left to turn to. Suddenly, a chime startled him as if to answer that thought. He looked to his right at his bedside table for the source of the noise, which was revealed to be his holocommunicator. He grabbed the device and saw a call request coming from none other than Senator Palpatine. Dooku's jaw dropped slightly once again. He accepted the call request. A small hologram of Palpatine formed atop the device. Master Dooku, my friend. Palpatine exclaimed. How are you feeling? Better, Senator Palpatine. Better, Dooku replied. That's incredibly good news. I apologize I could not be there for your recovery, Palpatine told him. It's all right. I heard that you were preparing to address the Senate with Queen Amidala. Conniving as ever, Dooku, Palpatine said humorously. The meeting is to begin in a few hours' time. The Queen requested the interim to prepare the approach she will take in the rotunda, and I do not wish to interfere. But obviously, I heard about your startling return to Coruscant yesterday. And if you're feeling well enough, I'd love to have a meal with you and discuss things. Would you be interested? You know the answer, Dooku said through a genuine, calm smile. It was at Mock's Cheap Eats in the Works where Palpatine and Dooku met. The Jedi Master had been deemed fit enough to be discharged from the hospital and caught a taxi to the establishment. The two had already been deep in conversation for a few minutes, where Palpatine had reviewed the idea of forming an alliance with Dooku to bring real change to the Republic if Palpatine were elected to the Supreme Chancellorship. This was an idea Dooku hadn't thought about in a long time, as the matters regarding Naboo and, more pressingly, Komari Vosa, had taken center stage in his mind. And yet, when the senator had brought the idea up again, it felt incredibly comforting to him. There was something about their bond, their synergy, that told Dooku the idea of tearing things down could become more than just an idea. The conversation had shifted to Dooku's relaying of Anakin Skywalker to Palpatine. It was no shock that the information came as news to Palpatine, who had been embroiled with the proceedings of Queen Amidala's arrival on Coruscant since the previous day. But the senator was surprisingly interested in the information regarding the boy, and perhaps even more so by the information related to the mysterious Dark Warrior on Tatooine. Dooku had just revealed to Palpatine Qui-Gon's belief that the attacker was a Sith. A Sith, Palpatine repeated. I'm not going to pretend I don't know what the Sith were, or perhaps are. But such a notion demands extensive verification. How will that be performed? Dooku placed both his hands on the diner table, looking down at his interlocked fingers. The High Council said they would review the matter. Palpatine scoffed. From what you've told me of the High Council, that's not a very empowering promise. It's not, Dooku remarked. And as it is, I hear they are more interested in how you and your queen will approach the meeting in the Senate Rotunda this evening. So you feel the matter will go unchecked? Palpatine asked bluntly, cutting to the heart of Dooku's belief. It's only natural, unfortunately, that the Council's attention will be elsewhere for the duration of the Queen's presence here. Their hubris steps in the way once again. Palpatine nearly suggested that Dooku himself look into the matter as a way to remove him from the to-do list for a while and allow him to focus on the upcoming Senate meeting and the, hopefully, inevitable election following the Naboo blockade, but held back the idea based on a few variables at play. For one, Dor Callahan's full report of the events on Scipio still felt rather inconclusive to him and plagueless. He would only know the true outcome of Dooku's mission, obviously, by asking him. Whether Komari Vosa was alive or not would only matter if Palpatine's gamble of Dooku's complete disillusionment paid off. He felt the gamble was low risk, and it seemed to have succeeded to a degree based on the way Dooku maintained his stance regarding the Republic and the Jedi. And of course, the Jedi were playing right into Sidious's hands by making an empty promise of discovering the identity of Maul, who Sidious had since sent to Naboo to oversee the Trade Federation's occupation. With Palpatine's ascension to the chancellorship nearly guaranteed, he found it would be a great dramatic thrust to ensure a Sith Lord would be the one holding Amidala to sign the treaty. He imagined Maul would play excellently the role of an adversary Supreme Chancellor Palpatine would promise to hunt down and destroy. Regardless of the hypotheticals, sending Dooku to chase the identity of Maul and bringing any chance of him becoming involved directly with the Naboo operation was foolish. There were two elements that had to be kept distant. I hope that the identity of Qui-Gon's attacker will be uncovered through different means, perhaps. This is very troubling, Palpatine feigned. Perhaps not entirely. The way I see it, the return of the Sith may instead act as a gateway to the real change you and I would like to see in the Republic. I know it sounds drastic, however, Dooku lamented. You'd risk such a conflict inviting good change to the Republic? Palpatine asked. What other choices have we? Dooku asked in earnest. You said it yourself, the Senate isn't rot. And I hope I've proven to you by now that the Jedi are no better. I wouldn't want to wage any kind of war, Palpatine said. Of course not. But perhaps the presence of the Sith will instead scare these so-called bureaucrats into making the right choices. Then what of the Jedi? Perhaps they should be F-E-G, E-G, E-E-E, F-E, F-E-E, F-B, B, B-E, B-E-E-E, B-E-E-E, B-E, B, 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 A-M. I know not what that means. And this is all conjecture, of course. We don't know for sure if the attacker was truly a Sith. Palpatine rewound his thoughts for the second time since this meeting had started. He didn't remember getting a clear answer as to how Dooku had ascertained this information to begin with. Perhaps that would be a fruitful path to follow before turning the conversation to Scipio and Komari Vosa. Now wait a moment, Dooku. You never answered my question, Palpatine spoke. Which one? Dooku asked. How did you hear about all of this? The boy. The assassin. Dooku stopped for a moment, seeming to review his next words before sending them out into the ether of their booth. My friend, Sifo told me this information. He asked me not to tell anyone, but I trust that this conversation will stay confidential too. Sifo Sidious remembered, was a Jedi Master about 15 years Dooku's junior. Despite the difference in age and education, the two had grown close and were often seen as paired diplomats. And on that, Sidious recalled an interesting encounter Hago Damask had had with Sifo during a brief period of recess amidst the Selenon mediation on Sereno 20 years prior. Plagueis had said he was simply testing the waters of the Jedi at the time, but managed to have an illuminating conversation with both Dooku and Sifo regarding the state of the Republic. And even back then, while it wasn't as decided as it was now, Plagueis found the pair's slowly but steadily growing disillusionment quite refreshing. And not only refreshing, but Sidious assumed Plagueis had found it promising. That brief encounter on Sereno led to a further meeting where Palpatine himself got to meet the two. Then from there, about 20 years later, the four would congregate again in the Perlemian orbital facility at a small gathering Supreme Chancellor Valorum had hosted. They were among a consortium of lobbyists and other high-ranking Jedi, but had managed to find the time to speak privately. It was then, when Dooku and Palpatine were away for a moment, that Damask had preyed upon Sifo fears regarding the dark premonitions he had been plagued with. He suggested a fail-proof method of securing an army from the Kaminon cloners using funds from Damask Holdings. Sifo left the encounter in mental disarray, promising to give the idea thought. Oh yes, Sifo how did he handle the information you relayed to me? Palpatine asked. Not well. I believe it sent him into a spiral of sorts. He suffers from premonitions brought to him via the Force that foretell dark times ahead, and I believe, amidst our conversation, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for him, Dooku explained. Palpatine was vividly curious. What was that final piece? The idea that the discovery of the Chosen One would coincide with the return of the Sith. That the two events occurring in near tandem would indicate a need for one another imbalance, or at least the Jedi's warped definition of imbalance alongside a harbinger of that same definition of balance. So he believes war is coming, Palpatine concluded. And I know not where that path will take him, Dooku lamented. But I do, Sidious thought, smiling internally. Right to the doorstep of Hago Damask. I need not say that, if I'm elected, I will do everything in my power to Palpatine started. I know, and I believe you. Sifo nor the other Jedi see what I see in you. And they don't share the same definition of balance that I assign to the word, Dooku explained. If not the eradication of the Sith, then what is balance to you? Palpatine asked. It seems so simple to me. Two equal halves, light and dark, coexisting. None is dominant to the other. So you believe in constant war? No. They exist together. Fill the voids the other leaves. Answer questions the other has. Perfect tandem and harmony. Both perspectives exist upon one another, and we are whole. Dooku smiled gently. That's very poignant, Palpatine commented. It was a good sign that Dooku was now willing to accept that he had, or at least would, accept the dark side. Sidious had been gently chipping away at that block for weeks now, and it was finally coming to some sort of apex. But he had the feeling it hadn't reached its peak just yet. It was time to review the Scipio mission to get a complete answer, then work from there. Oh, you never told me how your mission to Scipio went. Obviously, it ended with you in the hospital. Would you care to elaborate? Dooku heaved a heavy sigh before embarking on his verbal recountance. I initially believed Komari was being held on Belsebas, until, ironically, your friend Hago Damask of Damask Holdings informed me she was imprisoned on Scipio. I flew there, and found her eventually. Please tell me you got the chance to speak with her, Palpatine interjected. For a brief moment. Senator, I must be honest, I was so sure I knew what I was doing. I was so confident I could bring her down from her perch of corruption. But the more I spoke to her, the less I found she would be willing to leave with me. I found myself so frustrated. until we were interrupted. By whom? What? Palpatine prodded. Callahan's report seemed to line up with Dooku's regale so far. He expected Dooku was about to mention the random assassin that had entered the fray. An armed attacker attempted to kill us both. But if I remember correctly, I believe the attacker was specifically targeting Komari. Amidst the battle, Komari escaped and the assassin, and I gave chase. Eventually, Komari and I were reunited and attacked by battle droids. But I lost focus and allowed the attacker to. It seemed that recalling whatever happened drew deep pain from Dooku. The assassin shot me in the abdomen. I blacked out from the pain. Damn, Sidious thought. He didn't get enough time to see Komari's spiritual rot. After the fighting had stopped, I awoke. And something mysterious came over me, Dooku recalled. Palpatine perked up. It was as if something had pulled me to my feet. Or no, rather that it allowed me to pull myself to my feet. My pain helped instead of hindered me. Palpatine, it was the most incredible feeling. So the dark side has tightened its grip on him, Sidious thought, nearly wearing a look of thoughtfulness and gentle excitement. This was all good, but it was time for the kicker. And what of Komari? Palpatine asked, not needing to elaborate on Dooku's trance. She escaped on a star courier that had been parked at the banking clan's headquarters. Someone aboard the ship caught me in distraction, allowing her to escape with them, Dooku admitted. So she's still out there. I assume so. I haven't heard anything regarding her whereabouts, but that's only because I haven't had the time to look. Something inside me told me to return to Coruscant instead of pursuing her. Why do you think that was? Palpatine asked, masking his frustration that Dooku had not pursued the star courier. The Force works in mysterious ways. And here I am, on Coruscant, speaking with who I believe might be the final man I can trust in this wretched galaxy, Dooku smiled. Palpatine returned the smile in falsehood. But I'm not enough. It's good you've learned of this chosen one and of Qui-Gon's attacker. And it's better that you relayed this all to me, as it will help us better plan our next move. But there's nothing more for you here on Coruscant, Dooku. He leaned in, leading Dooku to follow suit. I have a plan in place that will get the election ball rolling. Queen Amidala's presence at the Capitol provides an incredibly unique, personal opportunity that the Senate will not deny. Her youth, her power, is too strong at the moment. I will utilize this to ensure my ascension. What exactly is the nature of your plan? Dooku asked. Palpatine had to refocus the conversation. I mean no offense by this, but it hardly matters to you now. The bottom line is that Komari Vosa is still out there. I can't, in good conscience, let you wait here and observe these senatorial proceedings that are practically guaranteed from the get-go. So you're saying I should continue my pursuit? Dooku asked. Exactly, my friend. If you're feeling up to it, you should. Things are already set in motion here on Coruscant. That will remain whether you stay here or not. But every moment you let Komari get further and further away, the less of a chance you will have to make things right with her. And I want you to make things right with her, Palpatine told Dooku. The Jedi's look was a stark contrast from the gentle smile he held earlier. Palpatine couldn't decipher if the look he held now was one of grief or determination, or perhaps a blend of the two. Then I shall, Dooku concluded. With Sifo Dyas gone, Komari is the only venture within the Jedi I have left to pursue. And I shall see it through. Palpatine smiled warmly. And you have my support all the way from Coruscant, my friend. And when you come back, I assure you that the two of you will find absolute safety and peace in the Republic on the path of absolute reformation. Dooku had departed from Mox with haste. Their conversation only continued for another moment or two after Palpatine's promise to him. Now Palpatine watched Dooku's taxi disappear among the masses of traffic, waiting to board his own shuttle. He hoped that Komari would finally prove her worth and play her part, considering Dooku was able to find her. She was a loose cannon now, but not one that posed a threat to Sidious or Plagueis' plans on Coruscant, which were infinitely more important. He boarded the unassuming black shuttle, which was adorned with a fully tinted canopy. The bleached bantha leather that comprised the interior of the cabin and its couches stretching lengthwise down the ship allowed the cool air from the ship's air conditioning system to flow nicely. The cabin smelled of cool Corellian ocean spray with a hint of burning Rasher bark. Sidious sat comfortably in his seat, signaling to his driver, Sate Pestage, to close the door and begin takeoff. His loyal assistant did so, and Sidious turned to a discreet control panel at the edge of the couch. He pressed a button and rapidly typed in a series of numbers. The panel's projector device hummed to life, manifesting the holographic image of Darth Plagueis, who had picked up the call immediately. Dooku failed to turn, but he is on the right path. I've sent him to find Komari Vosa again so we may focus on the events here without distraction. Sidious started without a greeting. Good. Where is she located? Plagueis asked. I'm not sure. I suggest you flex your spy network and see if we can find out, Sidious proposed. I'll see what I can do. Though, Sidious, I sense urgency in your voice, Plagueis replied. What else did you and Dooku talk about? He told me 2 things of interest. One, that Sifo-Dyas is officially on the path of preparing for war. Expect a call from him regarding the Kaminoans soon. Allocate your funds as necessary, Sidious said in a rush. And secondly, Plagueis urged. Plagueis, he mentioned a boy. Qui-Gon Jinn found him on Tatooine. I even saw the child. I was a mere meter away from him, Sidious regaled again in shock. What of this boy? He's 9 years old. Qui-Gon says he's the chosen one, Sidious exclaimed. A virginal birth, possibly conceived by the Force. A midichlorian count higher than Yoda's. Sidious needed not ask if the circumstances sounded familiar to Plagueis. Could it be? It's a distinct possibility that the Force has struck back at us, Sidious concluded. And if he were to fall into the clutches of the Jedi Order, then all we have worked for may be undone, Plagueis amended. Dooku said that with any sense. The Council will elect not to train him due to his age, Sidious added. But above all, we need to verify the boy's presence in the Force for ourselves. He should still be with the consortium of Amidala's personnel at my apartment in 500 Republica. You need to go there now and see the boy. I'm heading straight for the Senate building from the works, so I won't be there until late this evening. I will depart immediately, Plagueis said. When you find him, keep him secured in the apartment until I get there after the hearing, Sidious requested. Plagueis nodded and ended the communication. Palpatine's face was dotted in sweat. It frustrated him how many snags the grand plan had been hitting thus far, but it was very possible the Sith Imperative had hit a wall so big the entire effort would come to a total halt. And yet, he felt a swell of excitement at how effortlessly he commanded his own Sith Master to go to the apartment suite. It felt natural, and natural is something Sidious had not felt regarding Plagueis in many, many years. When will we arrive at the Senate building? Sidious asked Pestage. About an hour, he replied. In 1 hour, the Republic would be thrown upside down and shaken, and no one would be the wiser. But now, Sidious felt that the possibility of the Force taking as retribution against him and Plagueis in the form of this Anakin was stronger than ever. It didn't matter how or why he hadn't sensed the boy's presence in the past rotation he had been in Palpatine's vicinity. All that mattered was that Plagueis could see the boy and verify that Sifo-Dyas information was true. And if it was, and Qui-Gon, or the Jedi Council decided to go against their better, wiser judgment and train Anakin, then none of this that Sidious had slaved over for years would matter. The last 1,000 years came down to the next hour,